someone who is established entrepreneur for it. I think there is another layer every time we get ready to grow to a next level in our business, that we can give more understanding of ourselves so that we know exactly where to put something. So I know that's a long introduction, but I wanted to give a little context to what I think we will do together to help women really be in a position to do what they were created to do.
I absolutely love it, and I'm glad you gave the long introduction because it gives context. It gives context. Yeah. So I absolutely love that. So when you're doing marketing and you are building a funnel, it is very technical, but with that technical has to be that human to human connection. So one of the things that's different about our community is we make sure that we set you up for success. And that's why having someone like Dr. Andrea Bowens is so important, because it's about making sure you're nurturing. Because the problem is that once you start marketing and you're not marketing what you should be marketing and who you are, and you're not being authentic to yourself, you're going to fall into what's called that valley of despair. You're going to keep doing I'm going to do Instagram. Oh, I'm going to do a podcast. Yeah. Oh my God, the next best thing now. Do you know YouTube Shorts work really well? And you just keep flip-flopping behind things because you're just looking for customers. You're looking for that success. You want to look to get to that goal of getting bigger and getting to the bigger aim of, the 6 figures, the 7 figures. But before 6 and 7 figures, sorry, ladies, becomes 4 figures, 5 figures. It's a snowballing effect. 1 figure. You've got to be able to start from there, but you've got to do that from a place of authenticity and understand what you stand for. The same thing you stood for at 1 figure is the same thing you should stand for at 7 figure. So the technical and the psychology is really important. So that's why the two mixed together, we become a powerhouse.
Yeah.
So, what we're going to do now, right? Pray for me, Andrea, that I can share screen and no one doesn't lose me. Yes. So Andrea's going to come back at the end and just explain a little bit of what she'll be doing on the revenue rooms. I'm going to invite everybody listening to the revenue rooms at the end of this. So make sure that you stay plugged in, because you're going to get a complimentary invite to the revenue rooms where you can really figure out, how do I get customers? Okay, I've just had someone technical say I can't hear, but that could just be their system. Thema, we'll look into that. I just want to make sure that, I'm getting the signals that everybody can hear loud and clear. So Thema, just make sure that you're connected okay. And just make sure you're connected to the right speaker, because they've just done a test and we are definitely going, we've gone live and we can be heard. Okay, so with that, right, Lauren can definitely hear. She said, bring on the revenue room, bring it on. Right, so let me share screen. Jesus, make sure. Right, here we go. Slides. Everyone's looking at me and they're laughing, but it's not funny because right now I'm just thinking, oh Lord. Right, Andrea, actually, let me go to one person a minute, if you don't mind. Let me go back. There we go. I'm now going to share screen. Share screen. Here we go. Okay, all jokes aside, let's get this up and running. Let's get you into this revenue room. Let me just share entire screen. I think that's the safest. Let me quickly scrop so I put all my business out there. There we go. So you should be able to see my screen. Can you see my screen, engineer? No, we're still looking at me. Hang on a mo. Let me I just need to add the decks to the stage. Okay. That's not the QR code. I just did I share right? It says that I'm sharing my screen. Right, hang on, add to stage. Right. Right, before presenting. Well, it's all right, we're going to get there. I just want to add it to stage. So you should see a Natalia Nicholson, my share screen. I just need to add it to stage. It says Natalia Nicholson, and I'm here, but there's another one that I want to add to stage. It looks like I have to remove. Right, I'm back. Right, guys, bear with me. Let me stop presenting. Remove Andrea. Right, we're getting there. I'm going to share screen again, and I should be fine. So I'm sharing screen. I'm going to share entire screen. Right, let me now add my screen to the stage. Let me come back. Right. I'm in. I did it, everyone. Right, you can now see my screen. So, just so you know, engineer guys, the video that was running didn't get taken off. So it couldn't cope with the video and my presentation. So right, let's get this. Everybody, I want you to get your notepad, your pen, your phone, your laptop, whatever it is that you use to take notes. You are about to learn a lot. Anybody that, whether you're at seed startup and you know you need to get customers in because you're sick of that job and you want to hand your notice in. Okay, anybody that's made redundant, then you know you need a certain amount of customers to be able to survive in this world. Those of you that got a business, but what with AI and the way that the landscape is changing, you can't quite get to scale it. Get your pens, get your phones, get your laptops, and start taking notes. Okay, one of the things that's so great about this summit, you are about to enter into a world where you are going to have workshops and masterclasses coming to you that make a difference. They're going to be able to help you. So let's jump straight into it. So welcome to the visibility revenue system. This is about turning your online attention into predictable income. We all start businesses because we've got a gift. That gift is what changes other people's lives. Yesterday, I spoke about being other people centered, but you've got your gift. You want to share your gift. But the fact remains is that you still need to be able to be making revenue. Okay. How do we get our businesses to actually make the revenue that we need so we can rise up and we can build that community we're talking about? So you might be someone right now that you're already visible. Like you might be saying, but Natalia, I'm doing the things to be visible. I'm posting consistently online and social media. I'm showing up on stages. I'm building an audience. But the question is, are you profitable? You know, and be honest with yourselves. Like, where is it do you want to be? Like right now, I want all of you that, you know, aren't making the money that you want to make, have an honest conversation and say, for me to be where I need to be, what is that starting point? What is it that I need to be making? Okay. For those of you that might be at that point and you're like, you know what, my goal when I started this business is to get to the top end of 6 or 7 figures. We've got to start thinking about how we're going to get there. The problem is in this world of social media, visibility without capture equals lost opportunity. Okay, attention without infrastructure, simply you just disappear. You know, we talk about tweets not lasting very long, but social media doesn't last very long. Think about how many of you, the effort you might put into a video and post it, and think about how long does that really last? What does that longevity look like? We've got to get into a mindset of understanding that if we're posted, it needs to equal profit. Likes do not pay the bills. Saves do not scale a business. Okay, so many of us here, especially as Black female entrepreneurs, it's not down to lack of work ethic. Okay, it's not that you're not doing anything wrong. You're just missing a system and a guide. You need to guide your audience from scrolling to buying. You know, many of us doom scroll. You know, we're just scrolling for scrolling's sake to figure out what's going out there. Okay, so if you're doing summit stages, okay, if you're doing podcast appearances, if you're doing social media posts, where does everybody go? Okay, one of the things that I would say, especially about digital platforms, especially social media, for the first time ever in the last 3 years, we see content based on what we view and the algorithms of what we do. So actually, organically, you can get to your audience by making sure that you are putting content out that they connect with to make sure that you turn up in their feed, because the algorithms of these platforms are deliberately putting content in front of them that they enjoy. However, you still got to be realistic and understand that these platforms are still controlled by the system. So the algorithms are not always as authentic as we would like them to be. They've still got the power to be able to push the type of content, even though they know that that's what someone likes, the type of content and who it's come from, they've still got the power. Okay, so you've got to make sure that when you are putting content together, it's got to be completely and utterly authentic. It's got to be able to connect with your audience. You've got to get that momentum. It's got to be captured. Okay, so you've got to make sure that when you're posting, it equals profit. So how do we do that? It's all very well saying, yeah, Natalia, I agree with what you're saying, but how do we actually go about putting that into an action plan? Okay, so you've got the attention economy matrix. Okay, this is what I like to call it. And the attention economy matrix is all about understanding, okay, we've got two types of traffic. Okay, we've actually got three, and I'll get into that in a mo. But what we've got is borrowed attention. Understand that social media, summit stages, podcast appearances, press features, Facebook's communities, this is what we call borrowed attention, also known as borrowed traffic. So this is where you're going into somebody else's space, be it a social media platform, be it if you're speaking at a summit, an event, or a workshop, be it that you're a guest on someone's podcast, you're getting PR covered about you, you're going into people's communities as an authority. That's what you call borrowed attention, borrowed traffic. You're going somewhere else, and in that place that you're going to, your tribe and your audience is there, and you're like the Piper. What you're saying is, hey, come and follow me. Okay, but understand that you do not own the algorithm, the data, or the distribution. And I just want to say that's one of the things that makes us different here at this summit. We do actually share that, but generally speaking, getting back into marketing, you don't own that algorithm. Okay. Then you've got something called owned infrastructure. And at Women in Digital Business, this is what we teach you to do. This is what Revenue Rooms really gets you to do with your content and visibility. Owned infrastructure is your email list, your CRM, your funnel, first party data, whether that's telephone numbers, maybe you're using Messenger, private communities. You control the journey, the relationship, and the revenue. So visibility is borrowed, but revenue is owned. And we've got to be able to start understanding that, because when you understand that, you start to take a complete different stance on your visibility and the content that you're creating. Okay, really important. So what I want to look at is the 4-stage pathway, the bridge between your audience's attention and your business income. So the first thing that you really want to think about is that visibility and capturing the right attention. It's really important that you understand whose attention it is that you want to capture. Yes, you all know about demographics in your target audience, but you've got to be able to understand that within your target audience, there are segments that make up that target audience. So I always say to women, if I was an e-commerce store and I sold bags to mums, what type of mums am I selling to? Am I selling to mums that have just had newborn babies? Am I selling to mums that, have to go to work in the city and maybe drop their kids off to nursery or school, so they need something that's smart but big enough to put things in the morning? You can see where I'm going with this. Am I a stay-at-home mum? Depending on what type of mum I am, it's going to depend on what type of bag that I need. So it's all very well having a target audience, but we've got to make sure that we're segmenting our audience for visibility. You don't have to target everybody. You don't have to be on every platform. And also you need to think about, what's my low-hanging fruit? What's the audience that I can get to in the cheapest way to be able to get that visibility and turn it into income? And once I've achieved that goal, go back and say, okay, let me pick another segment, because we can't send the same message to everybody. So visibility is all about capturing the right attention. And sometimes we're trying to capture too many different types of attention. That message can get lost, and just means that we're working harder to be able to get those customers. Okay. Number 2 in the stage pathway, it's about nurturing. I think sometimes we put so much effort and so much heart and so much grit and tenacity into our businesses and building it, going from that ideology stage into actually launching a product or service, putting it together, putting a brand together, having to build a website. A website is a brand. It's not actually a marketing vehicle unless you are e-commerce. Understand? So sometimes we put so much effort into building the business up, messaging, networking, branding, understanding who your audience is, customer avatars, the value proposition, what's my business model going to be. So much time and effort goes into our business that sometimes we're just burnt out by the time we get to nurture. And we seem to think that we're going to go from visibility of being seen and boom, there's going to be this floodgates of customers that are just going to come in because you've made yourself visible. I'm so sorry. It doesn't work like that. And I stayed in this realm for a very long time, even as a marketer myself. You've got to learn how to nurture. You've got to learn how to build relationships. You've got to learn how to build trust. Okay, think about it. It is literally like when you meet someone. When you meet someone, your businesses are not one night stands. You've got to meet someone and you've got to get to know them. You meet someone and you might think, oh, they're all right. Nothing happens. Then, you might see them again. It's like, oh my God, that might be a bit of a coincidence. Oh, he or she looks really good. From there, you might swap telephone numbers. You might exchange messages on social media. You then go out for dinner. After dinner, you go for dates. Then, you get married. Once you get married, you go on a date night. It's a number of stages that you go through to really get someone to trust you and they step into your personal space. And that's what nurturing is. You've got to be able to build relationships first and get that trust. Okay, once you've got that, that's when we want to be stepping into conversion. That's when we want to be getting married. Okay, this is where you want to present a clear offer. This is where you want to outline what the next steps are. Okay, once you've done that and you're in that conversion mode, that's when you start generating a predictable income. And you just keep following that loop. Because once you get to revenue, and we're going to get into this, you should be tracking everything that you've done. If you track everything you've done, ladies, we are in the stage of technology and AI. You can connect, Google Analytics. Every single platform that you build things on has got some type of analytical tool. Okay, this whole pathway, if it's tracked from visibility to revenue, guess what you've got the chance to do? You've now got the chance to optimize and start all over again and increase every single one of those pathways from visibility, nurture, conversion to revenue. So a predictable framework, it just takes the guesswork out of it. You're not wandering around in the dark. I call it the gunshot approach, where you're just trying all these different things and, just praying and hoping that it works. You've got to make sure you honor your expertise. So like I said, it's a loop. So one of the things that we do at Women in Digital Business in the revenue rooms, we really get you to understand what we call the revenue loop. The revenue loop, sorry. And it's all about starting with, again, that reach. So who are you going to reach? Who's my target audience and what are their customer segments? You're going to be very, very strategic about it. You're going to get to know each one of these segments better than they know themselves. And some of you might be thinking, but Natalia, that's impossible. That's my point. You want to be able to tap into people's psychometrics. Gone are the days where we're just looking at demographics and what people can afford and, different class systems. Are you degree educated? Did you do this? We now live in a world where the digital age has opened up us being able to be ourselves more, and we belong to different tribes. So you've got to be able to reach people strategically, understand what makes them drive, what makes them tick, what's their why, what do they stand for in life, what's their blueprint, where do they hang out, and make sure you go to the places that they hang out to become visible. So the first thing you want to do, and we teach, is where are you going to reach your audience? Where are you going to reach each one of those customer segments? After the reach, you want to go to engage. You want to be making sure that you're engaging with intent. Like I just explained in the pathway, you've got to be able to build relationships. To build relationships, you've got to be able to engage with intent, but also engage with authenticity. You've got to be able to learn about who your potential customer is. You need to be able to show them who you are. Think about when someone reaches you and you're interested in a product or a service. The first thing you do is to go and research it. So your job as an entrepreneur is make sure that you're engaging. But when you're engaging, you are giving all the objections to sell. So anything that might be an objection for your audience, that's what you want to engage about and talk about to bring the barriers of the fear down. Because that's what you're doing. It's just like a relationship. For every barrier that you bring down, you are enabling trust more and more and more. Okay, after engage, it's all about that value exchange. And what that value exchange is, it's the nurturing. It's about understanding what solution is it that I solve for my audience? What value can I give them? Okay, what value can I give them that really demonstrates and shows them what I can do? What value can I give them that helps them actually solve a problem? Not all the problems, because obviously you want to get paid, but you want to be able to demonstrate. You know, one of the things that comes up in this community very, very often are all the high ticket coaches that have charged a lot of money for transformation, and they have not delivered that value exchange. So people are very, very skeptical. So before they buy from you, they want to be able to get value from you and understand what you do more. That's nurturing the relationship. Okay, so it's all about that value exchange. Okay, and then you've got the elevate authority. You know, if you're giving someone and you're helping someone solve a solution and they're thinking about doing business with you, you want to make sure that you become an authority. You want to be able to elevate yourself and show them that you are the go-to in the marketplace. Okay, you're just putting a spotlight on that trust, that you are the go-to, that you can help them. Again, we live in the world where many of us have been sold to and we haven't been delivered. Whatever we've been promised, it has not been delivered. So we want to make sure we elevate our authority. And many of you might have heard the term, you know, thought leadership content. Many of you might have wrote books, done TED Talks. That's all about elevating your authority. But as you're elevating your authority, you need to be able to make sure that when you're doing it, you're elevating it with the right audience. So there's many women that I meet that have elevated their authority by doing many things, from books to TEDx talks, and they've spent a lot of money. But that content needs to be able to find the right audience to elevate your authority so you can continue to nurture. Okay, so N is all about nurturing to close. Nurturing really happens throughout the whole visibility loop. As you can see, there's a sign on my screen that says this is not a chronological checklist. It's an infinite compound interest system. Okay, think about compound interest. You put in and it grows and it grows and it grows and it grows. And depending on your business model, there might be areas of the revenue loop that are more prominent and more you want to do more of than others, because we're all different. We've all got fingerprints for a different reason. Okay, because we're all individuals. There's no one system and framework that you can just follow like a robot and 2 + 2 = 4, follow this funnel and you'll get profits and customers. It doesn't work like that. You know, so this isn't an exclusive list that you've got to follow in a mathematical equation. It really is a loop. And throughout the whole of this loop, you're always nurturing. But a point comes where you need to nurture to close. And what I mean by that, there's many women that I know that do not like to close. You don't like asking for the sale. And you've got to make sure that you're nurturing to be able to close and close intentionally. And when you close, you want to upscale intentionally. And because we like to serve people, because we like to give value, because we like to show our greatness and our gifts, we find it very difficult to nurture to close and ask for the money. And we also find it very difficult to upsell intentionally. The thing about the revenue loop is that once you've got a system and you've created a number of touch points where your audience gets the opportunity to know, like, trust, and then buy from you, you too also get to know, like, and trust your customer. So it gives you more confidence. It makes you feel more authentic to actually be able to say, you know what, I can really help you by doing X, Y, Z and bring you to this place. You understanding, you know what you can do. When you gave that value exchange, you was actually giving someone something of low value or for free to prove that you can actually change life and do something. So because you're confident in what you do, because you've got that clarity that Andrea is going to come and speak to you, the upsell becomes more natural and you don't feel like, oh my God, I don't want to ask. Oh, maybe I should just lower my price so they say yes. Okay, you start to understand the value in what you do. And then you've got the E. So as you can see, we've got an acronym here called revenue, and it's evaluate and optimize. Everything that you do in the revenue loop should be tracked. Like I said, there is not a software that does not exist in this day and age that does not give you data analysis. You've also got the use of AI. Okay. And AI isn't just great for saving you time and recreating emails and creating images and helping you with content plans and being really able to help you level up without having to get loads of members of staff. AI has been a game changer, but it's also a game changer in terms of data and tracking. If there's any one thing that you've all got to be doing, ladies, in this digital age, is tracking the data. The data is your North Star. You should no longer just be guessing and making an assumption. Many of you as entrepreneurs are your own target audience. And I feel like when you're your own target audience, you can make a lot of assumptions. Because the problem is that even though you are your target audience, you're also the biggest advocate for your own business and you're so close to it and you understand so much about it. Like I said, that babble comes out where you're not being clear in what you do. Okay, so you always want to be evaluating with the data to make sure you optimize. So this is a loop that you just keep doing again and again and again and again and again. And as you do it, your momentum builds. And as your momentum builds, your income will increase. Okay, little by little, you build your power. So when we talk about reach can come in very many different ways. Some of you might feel like you're doing reach already. You're reaching people with social media. You're reaching people with posting on LinkedIn. But authority position, this is where it really begins here. You don't want to just do random posting for reach. It needs to be strategic amplification. I cannot stress that enough. So some of the things that we often have forgotten about in this digital age are good old traditional methods of marketing. But taking those good old traditional methods of marketing and actually being able to do it in the digital age. Okay. And that's why I'm here at the Summit Funnel Queen. So lead generation. Lead generation is you reaching out to your audience directly. Okay, some of us hear lead generation and we think sell straight away. We see sales as a swear word. Nobody likes to sell, especially Black women. No one don't like to beg for nothing. Okay, a lot of us have been told in our blueprint that, you know, you're going to shine for who you are. You don't need to tell people that you're good. Many of us have been passed that down from our blueprint. Many of us having to put ourselves out there and have to speak to people and have to say, this is what I do. You should be buying, and go on that hustle and grind. The digital age, I think it's made some of us feel like we can just post online and hide behind that content. Okay. I'm laughing. True story. On the way here to New York, me and my husband were in the airport, and I said to him, you know what? We need to do a video to post. You know, like you always see on Instagram and TikTok, people going on a plane showing that they're traveling internationally. And I did do a video, and I am going to post it, by the way. But I thought to myself, but look at that. Yeah, I see all these influencers, the eyelashes, the makeup on point, the hair on point, the little wheelie suitcase, the little dances, all of this stuff. I go, who's got time for that? With 3 kids, yeah, to get ready, to get to the airport, to get here. I'm working at every stage that I can. I'm even in the queue with my laptop out, yeah, sending emails, trying to organize myself for the summit. It's not real. It's not real. You're just putting on some type of facade to try and get people to buy into a lifestyle that actually you don't even do yourself. And I did have to say to my husband, am I being a hater? You know, put it in the chat, because maybe there are people that actually can do this, and, you know, this is how it works. Maybe I just can't get used to, you know, getting up and looking like that all the time and always being in these lifestyle environments where my backdrop in the kitchen and the airport and the plane and the suitcase is all branded and everything looks perfect. Because of social media, we have come away from lead generation. Okay, lead generation is about having authentic conversations with your very segments within your target audience. It's all about understanding who your audience is. That's what reach is. The social media will help people make a decision. Social media is almost a bit like branding. When people are interested in you, they're going to want to find out more about you. They want to know that you are real. And they do that by visiting your social media pages. That makes them feel like, okay, you're human. But there's something else that would have led them there. Okay, they could have found you randomly, but like I said, we scroll. Apparently, we scroll on average 3 miles a day. Okay, so lead generation is very data driven. It's audience targeted, and we need to be doing more of it. You know, events and summits. Events are really high impact. This week, we've got a sponsor every day, and Stephanie White is an event organizer. Events are absolutely huge. Think about the amplification that we get from this summit. Okay, you know, podcasts that have got great followings, you can be guests on them. They're high impact, they're borrowed stages, but they bring about a big audience. So whether that's in person, large events, you know, virtual events, virtual summits, in-person summits, like I said, podcasts, they're high impact. Let's not forget about strategic partnerships. We see partnerships all the time. We seem to think it's okay to see McDonald's and Monopoly do a partnership. Okay, Pepsi do a partnership with Burger King. Coca-Cola do one with McDonald's. If you look at the big brands, you know, Kim Kardashian Skin's doing partnerships with North. I'm just saying, there are the clothing brand. There are loads of different strategic partners that goes on with big brands. And for whatever reason, at a smaller entrepreneurial level, we are not working with each other enough. We have got the influencer market, but it's now got into the stage in 2026 where actually influencers might have big followers, but does that actually drive sales? Because when all's said and done, that's what really we need to grow our business. That's what tells us whether our business is successful. Just like how a runner knows, what time he can run the 100 meters, or she runs 100 meters in. That's what determines what makes them great. And then you've got media. So media is your press, your PR. Podcast kind of falls under media, and events and summits, depending on how big someone's podcast is. And this is you getting coverage and raising yourself as an authority. So I'm not saying social media doesn't sit in reach, but I don't know if you can see all the different channels that I've just chosen here directly lead to sales. They're high impact. They're not random posting. They're very, very strategic. Again, you're going to engage with intent. Attention has to deepen. We doom scroll. We're scrolling all the time. So we've got to make sure that we're having those conversations, direct messages, intimate group calls, private community interactions, post-event follow-ups. One of the most magical things about this summit was all the conversations that I got to have with speakers. Okay. It made it very real, in person, up and real. So we don't want vanity metrics. What I mean by vanity metrics, we do need them because impressions show you who your content has been seen by. But if I was looking away from the screen, I didn't see. Okay, so you might have 1 million impressions, but if you've only got 1% or less that actually clicked on a link, those impressions don't mean much. The people that clicked on the link, how many of those people then maybe turned up for a call with you? For those people that might have turned up with a call, how many of those people actually bought from you? We've got to engage with intent. We've got to understand the data and the number. Okay, so we measure everything that we do in marketing. So sometimes you've got to work backwards. How many impressions do you need to how many click out of those impressions? How many click-throughs do you need? With those click-through rates, out of those, how many do we actually need that are going to go to checkout? And that was just like a 3 touch point. For most of us, you're going to need far more touch points for people to get to know, like, trust, and buy from you. That value exchange. Okay, where visibility becomes data. You really want to understand what landing pages are. Landing pages are not the same thing as a website. A website encompasses your whole brand and talks about everything that you do. When someone's looking for solve a problem, they don't want to go on your website and get lost in your story, who you are, your services that you offer, all of your testimonials, all of the different things that you do. Out of all the things that you do, more than likely, they're only interested in one thing that you do that's going to help them in their journey. And this is where landing pages become really powerful, because your landing pages now are really crafted to one of those customer segments that I spoke about, talking about a specific problem that they've got and a solution they've got. When you give people too much information, it overwhelms them. So they just don't end up buying anything. The value exchange is about strategic lead magnets. We don't want to keep creating those lead magnets. I hear that webinars are still in, so I'm just going to do a webinar. Like, just doing it for the sake of, I'm just going to do that because that's what's going to get me leads and then I can get customers. Your lead magnets need to be strategic, but they need to be authentic. What could you give a potential customer that really shows them who you are? That really gives them a piece of you. So that if they want to make the decision to work with you or buy from you, they can do that based on a lead magnet that you gave them. Some people call a lead magnet an ethical bribe. You shouldn't be bribing anyone, and I hate that term. Yes, you are giving someone something to be able to collect an email address, but what you should be giving them should be coming from a place of love, and it should be something that's actually going to help them, because that's what's going to make them buy from you. Okay, the value is in, application forms, finding out more about who your audience is. Okay, getting information from them. That is then going to be able to empower you to be able to help them more. Booking strategy calls, one-to-one calls. What is the value that you're going to give in exchange for your potential customers' attention to be able to be nurtured, to get to know, like, and trust you? What is that value exchange going to be? And this is where visibility now starts to become data, because this is the point where actually you're going to learn more and more and more about who your audience is. The more you know about who your audience is and all the different segments in it, it means that you can write high converting landing pages. It means you can put strategic lead magnets together. You can put application forms together where you're asking the right questions. You can have strategy calls where you can really tap into your audience, because you understand who they are. You're exchanging that value, and you're exchanging it for their data. You want to really be able to evaluate authority. So after you've captured someone's details, you've got to be able to prove your expertise. You know, why should I buy from you? You know, who are you? You know, what am I going to learn from you? Authority is established through automated high-level email sequencing. So whether you've got an email address, whether you've got a telephone number, it's a way for you to be able to automate different messages to elevate your authority. Okay, so that might be, you know, offering that lead magnet. You've now got someone's email, their telephone number. You're now going to send out nurturing emails. Always remember that 80-20 rule. It's got to be 80% content and it's got to be 20% sales. You know, case studies, stories are powerful. People see themselves in stories. So when you're able to talk from a place of case studies and talk about what went wrong, what went right, and how you should do something, and you can see yourself in a story. Okay, that's what really helps build trust. If people trust you and they can understand that you've got the empathy to be able to understand where they're coming from and you can really see them, okay, and when they see themselves in the story, they're going to trust you. Trust accelerates revenue. And you've got to be consistent. I've spoken a few times today about the valley of despair. The valley of despair is where you keep trying multiple things and you don't stick at them. They're called half-built bridges. So because you don't take the time out to ever finish a bridge, and especially if you're not tracking the data, you don't actually even know whether something works or not. It just didn't work in the time frame that you gave it. Because for many of us, we've got this desperation just to be able to make the money. You've got to be consistent. Consistency, especially when you're tracking and you've got the data, is going to guide you to where you need to be. Okay, so sales, sales is something that builds up. It is like an accelerator. And your job is to really elevate your authority and have yourself known to your potential audience as the very person that's going to help them with the problem that you solve in their life. And you become their go-to. Okay, nurture. And I've spoken about this. So this is me really recapping, by the way, ladies, so you can really start to understand about the whole revenue loop system. You want to nurture to close. Like I said, we don't like asking for the sell, but it's got to lead to a decision. So you want to be able to track your leads, identify what warm prospects are in your CRM. This myth that you can just put content out and you're just going to go to cold traffic, it's unrealistic. You need to be able to track your leads. This is where data comes in again, because you want to know, is your lead cold? Is it warm? Is it hot? Okay, the warmer the lead, the higher you're going to convert at. You want to figure out, where is the dropout happening? Understand where that hesitation occurs. Wherever that hesitation occurs within the journey that you've automated, you need to fix that to really be able to find your audience. And you've got to follow up. And again, something that I've been quite bad at once upon a time is actually following up, because I was so time poor. So within everything that I'm doing, I'm not actually following up. So sometimes there's people interested, but because I'm not following up quicker, because I understand that when somebody's interested, you've got a window of about 24 hours. And as the days go past, once you've gone past 72 hours, they've dropped off. That excitement isn't as high as what it was. Okay, so you've got to make sure that you're following things up. You've got to be executing precise, ethical sales outreach. Sales is a part of marketing. You have to learn how to close on sales. Funnels come from funnels have existed for centuries. They're called sales funnels. They're now just digital because you can automate so much through technology. But you still got to figure out, how do I be authentic and how do I nurture to close? Okay. Upscale intentionally. Stop being frightened to upscale. You've got growth pillars. Okay. If someone's interested in what you're selling and what you're doing, you've got to make sure that you are nurturing them. Okay. And once someone's a customer, they don't just go. You've got to figure out, how do I keep them? So retention is all about keeping the clients you've worked really hard to acquire. And that's why now we live in a world where you're seeing so many communities exist, because it's a great way to nurture and be able to upscale. Reoccurring revenue, shifting from one-off projects to retainers and memberships and subscriptions, so you can really start to level up and grow your business. Okay. And, this is where we get into business models as well. This is where we get into pricing strategies. So within marketing, you've also, within the revenue rooms, you've got the opportunity to really look at your business and the model of your business as well. Okay, then there's strategic expansion. Strategic is, am I going to be launching high ticket or scalable offers? You know, what's my audience's affordability? Another thing, as female entrepreneurs, quite often we get stuck in that area. We're targeting an audience that doesn't have the affordability. That doesn't mean to say that you can't sell with them. It just means that you've got to be very strategic and think about, okay, how can I get around the problem? This is where creative thinking comes in. And maybe it is a case of, well, actually, if they can't afford that service, maybe, you know, that isn't my audience. Or maybe it's, I'm going to start a community interest company or a charity. Maybe I'm going to partner with something and give them everything they need at a really great value. This is where you start to get really strategic. So revenue compounds when you build intentionally. Okay. And lastly, ladies, you've got revenue that evaluate and optimize. You know, your engine requires maintenance. Like I said, the data is your North Star. You know, what content actually drove your CRM opt-ins in? What is it that you did really successfully? Okay, within that revenue loop that you can do over and actually scale it. Okay, friction removal. Where did we lose people within the funnel? Within that loop, where did we have dropout? Was it that once we sent them to the lead magnet, they weren't coming back to us to actually buy? So we're really successful to the opt-in and the lead generation stage, but we're not just converting. There's stories in number and data. Okay, system upgrade, you know, just I rated landing pages and email sequences based on hard data, not your emotion. What emails have you sent out that get a really good open rate or click-through rate? What landing pages have you used where your conversions increased and there's something that you've done on there? Maybe it's a video, maybe it's a headline, and you do it again. An owned infrastructure just allows you to measure exactly what works and what doesn't without you guessing. It allows you to scale your visibility efforts for guaranteed return on investment. Okay, and it's all about the compound effect, because without the revenue loop, you know, look at the screen, you're just like a dot to dot going all over the place. Okay, you start at zero every single month, and every sale requires a new viral post, strategy, a stage. It requires something completely different. You've got no consistency on how you get your customers. So every month you're just praying, let me just get one in, and you're trying these loads of different things because you've got no loop. You can't keep going back round. So we want to transition you from being here, there, and everywhere, and transition you as a content creator into a digital CEO. Okay, every piece of visibility feeds the vault. It nurtures and builds a pipeline, which is going to upscale you, and it just creates reoccurring cash flow. I'm a case study. There's many case studies that I can show you. Okay, so you are not here to be seen. You are here to build. Okay, and this is the era of being the internet's best kept secret. An unpaid secret is over. This is about claiming your data, building your infrastructure, and owning your revenue. So for those of you that are interested in coming to the revenue room and doing a workshop with me where you can really go over the revenue loop and start to really drill down how you are going to put your marketing together, and you are going to be able to be aware through visibility. You're going to be able to get leads. From those leads, you're going to be able to get clients, get customers, make profit, and keep doing that and grow bigger and bigger and bigger, and have your own table where we have got where what we're on a mission to help you build as many tables as we can from the summit. So something we've never, ever done before. There's going to be a lot of masterclasses going on throughout the week. So we kind of felt, actually, let's give back to all of you guys. So there's going to be a QR code. Engineer, let me stop sharing for a minute. Engineer, I need a QR code on the screen. So let me come back. I'm going to stop sharing. So let me come back. So for those of you, is it already there? So, okay, the QR code has been above my head all this time. Sorry, engineer. I want you to scan on the QR code, and I want you to book in your revenue room workshop. Okay. It's going to be amazing. We kick off next week, Wednesday. There's multiple dates. Please don't lose your space, because I'm only doing this for next week for a certain amount of days. Possibly, depending on how many of you go for it, we might extend it into next week. But those places are going to go like hotcakes. So make sure you use the QR code. Princess, if you are there, Natalia's backstage, if you could just put the actual link into the chat for revenue rooms for them to book onto, that would be absolutely amazing. Okay. Andrea, are you still here with me? Can I see you? Yes, you are. Let me add you to the stage. Let's do a full-on screen. And Andrea's just going to be telling you how she's going to be coming into those sessions that we are going to be giving away next week, and how she's also going to help you with the whole revenue loop that I've just explained.
Yes. I love the new framework, by the way. So kudos to you on that. I'm so excited by it. But a few things came to mind as I was listening to you kind of walk the potential revenue people through that are going to be in there. Is I'm going to help you answer those questions that are needed for the input on each stage: the who, the what, the when, and the how. The who starts with, what do you carry? And a lot of times it's easy for us to talk about the things that are gifts, those kind of things, those skills, the things that we've seen practice. But in order for them to get to the level of clarity that's going to be necessary to walk through every stage of the framework, you're going to have to answer all those questions. What do you carry? So you know what the input is for each stage. And the what, understanding that big picture, where you're going for it. I love the analogy that you gave around the fact that we as entrepreneurs will get on Instagram, we'll do this, we'll get on this platform and we'll do that, because we're following what we see other people's blueprint looks like. And I think part of what we'll discover as you kind of go through this is, what is your blueprint, so that you can apply the things that are important for your business and for you to uniquely, authentically show up in all of those spaces, so that you're not following these canned kind of approaches to doing things. Trust me, I've been there. I've tried them all. I've done it, except Instagram. I still haven't figured out the Instagram one, but the LinkedIn things and all of those things, that those 5-step rules that everybody has that will get you to the revenue, is that we're going to help you do that authentically according to you. And then that other one about when, that timing for it. The other thing I love that you said is that framework does not go in order. It is based on their timing and where they are in the process. So helping to drive that level of clarity and understanding for where you are in the process, so you know exactly what to do with each step. Because without it, it will be like those other programs. Step 5, you go through these 5 steps, then you're going to be here, you're going to generate revenue. No, we're dismantling all of that kind of thing and helping you build the kind of clarity. And then last one was about the how. Is the how really gets at how you are uniquely wired. The way that I will build revenue for my business will not look like the same way for someone else that's in the cohort. That's what I experienced when I was in your funnels mastery one. Is although all 3 of the women that were in my cohort, we all had our own unique gifting, our own unique approach for it. And what one person was doing, even though we were following your plan, it looked different. So helping women drive that level of clarity is that you have this framework, but how you apply it to your business will not look like the other ones. And so that's what I want to help, walking alongside as the women are doing the work on their business, helping them understand themselves in it. So.
Thank you, Dr. Andrea. I have to say, after delivering that, I'm super excited for what we're going to be doing. Yes. This is the first time where we've mixed funnel, technical, marketing, content creation, and we have mixed it with understanding who you are, just our psychometrics, our vulnerability, our clarity, and those soft skills that live within us that, when it comes to marketing, can often go out the window. And marketing is you use the right and left hand side of your brain. It is psychology, but it is also technical as well. And this is the first time that we've developed a program that's actually going to have the 2 of us in a room that's working with those 2 elements together. So I'm really mega excited. So if you haven't scanned the QR code, if you haven't got your place on Revenue Runes, make sure you get in there. Right, we are actually getting back on track for timing, so I don't want to go over. Andrea, thank you so much for coming in today. That was great having you, and no doubt we'll be on I saw that you gave me some grace for a week before our next call, by the way, on the 10th of April.
I did, so you can decompress.
So thank you for that. But Andrea, thank you very much. I'm going to bring it back to the main stage now. And now what I want to do is I want to introduce the Elite Circle. So I would like all the ladies to come up. I'm actually going to get up for a moment. Cheryl, I tell you what, we're going to kind of do a big switch here. Maria, you're going to swap with me.
Oh.
Cheryl's going to sit where you are. And great. I would love for you ladies just to go around and tell you your story. So one of the things that we did, we had the pilot in March. You heard from Delisha this morning. And the pilot was our way of really bringing this to life. In October, we did it all over again. And in the 9th hour, and I'm not exaggerating, by the way, this is not the first time I've had to pivot. In the 9th hour, I decided that, you know what, rather than just making it like the March run where we just keep uploading content, you know what, let's give some engagement to it. Because content without engagement, as you just saw from the visibility to revenue system, can be a bit dull. So I decided to sit in my lounge and basically become a little DJ where I was just talking to myself every day. In a million years, I didn't think it was going to turn into this. But I thought, let me give some engagement. And if I was to be really honest with you and transparent, even this morning, some of you that know me know that I do find it hard to accept flowers. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable because I don't do what I do for any type of glorification or applaud. So it doesn't feel comfortable to me, if I was to be really honest with you. And one of the things about October that didn't feel comfortable to me, I was just on this stage by myself and it just felt like the Natalia Nicholson show. I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business. I build funnels for a living. I'm a consultant. Okay. The summit really is mission led. I don't make any profit from it. This is all about, you know, having a dream of making sure we rise Black people up. So Black women in particular. So this March, I thought, you know what? I want to make it that it's not just me and there's a panel of us. And I just found the most amazing women that came on board who have become the elite circle members. And I just want to take this next 40 minutes or so out for them to really come on and just speak about who they are, their story. And you've all got amazing stories. Don't hold back. Please don't hold back.
She's speaking to us.
I'm speaking to all of you. I'm speaking to all of you. Please don't hold back. Just tell it all. These women are incredible, and you're going to start seeing some behind the scenes footage. Even when they came into the studio this morning, it's the first time that we've ever met. And the fact that we could come to together, and we're just good people, good women, high standards, good work ethics. We've just connected. So without further ado, what I'm going to do is hand over my seat to Maria. Cheryl, you come and join next to Maria. And I'm going to leave you with the elite members, the elite circle members. I'm getting tongue-tied right now, for them to really tell them who they are, their story, and how they've made it here. So without further ado, I'm going to scoot over.
All right.
I'm going to put you in scene.
Okay. Oh, beautiful. Or not. All right, Cheryl, that's your mic over there.
Can you connect?
All right.
Is that good?
That's fine. Hi.
Hey.
Okay, we're here. Hello. Thank you so much. Very good.
Handle.
Technical difficulties, guys.
There we go.
Thank you, Natalia. Ladies, hello. I'm
Hello.
so happy to be here. I'm not going to go first. I am going to go last, but I will start off by saying to you guys that it's been a pleasure just getting to know you guys through this past couple months, right? Mm-hmm. We've been speaking online, but seeing you in person has just been glorious, to say the least.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Who wants to go first? I'll start on my left. Go ahead, Shai.
Fine. Hello, everyone. My name is Shai Boston. I'm the owner of Shai Boston LLC, and I'm very glad to be here. My focus is on leadership and communication skills. What I do is I help leaders, client-facing employees, and entrepreneurs to better understand how to more effectively communicate and lead from every seat at the table. And basically what that means is helping you to better understand how to connect in 60 seconds or less with those that you're talking to, so that you can have a more effective way of getting your message across without having to change who you are. You showing up authentically. You don't have to code switch and do all those things we do. And how that also not only builds better teams, but leads to generating additional revenue for you as well. So that's what my keynote will focus on later this week. So I guess my story and how I got here. So I'll try to keep it brief because my ADHD kicks in and I don't know where I'll end up, and you'll be along for the ride. So
we like rides around.
Well, that's how Natalia and I connected. Right? Yes. So actually, the way Natalia and I met was a member of her team actually reached out to me and sent me a very personalized message on LinkedIn. You know how we get all these messages on LinkedIn and you're just sitting there like, this is just somebody else just trying to sell you something. But this one was personalized. And there's something about it that told me I need to follow up. So I followed up. We made an arrangement to call. This was last June. Got on a call with Natalia. Within 5 minutes, we were both like, we need to be doing something together. What are we going to do? We started making all these plans because the vibe was just vibing.
She has that effect on people.
She does.
Right? I think that's what it is. Yeah.
And I was grateful for that because I was like, wow, here's another Black woman that met me and instantly saw what I had to offer just as much as I instantly saw what she was bringing to the table. And it wasn't out of I'm trying to make money off of you. It wasn't anything else other than we need to get each other's voices out there. Let's work together. So she had told me about the summit. And one of the things I proposed to her was let's take the summit on the road.
Shai's ready to go everywhere to the summit. Well, let me just interrupt.
Yeah.
Please tell the ladies where you guys are from because we're also missing one of our amazing Elite Circle members who is en route. She was stuck at the airport and is trying everything to get
She was stuck at the airport that I just came from, Atlanta.
So tell everybody where you guys are from.
So originally born and raised in California. I currently live in Atlanta. So that's where I've been now for the past 15 years. And that was also what kind of drove me to want to participate in the panel and becoming a part of the community was because, you know, growing up, I read Essence and Jet and Ebony, and I had this vision of Black women in Atlanta, the DMV, Philly, Chicago, New York. And when I moved to Atlanta, I was like, bet I'm gonna get to be one of those women. And the dynamic was a little bit different. It's a little bit challenging.
Were you in for an awakening of sorts?
I was in for an awakening, girl. I was like, okay. But the beautiful thing out of all of that was, you know, as time went on and I started making adjustments and getting to know myself, and I'll backtrack to part of that story in a moment. When I got to Natalia, by the time I got to her, I was ready and prepared to do something different. In my career, I was ready to contribute in ways that I had not contributed before. And finding the right person, you know, we keep talking about community and how important it is. Community is more than just about being together. It's about how we support each other. How do we build each other up? How do we stop gatekeeping, all of these things? And of course, we all felt a pivot and shift within the last couple of years with Black women in doing that, but even more so, it's become more powerful. So in just talking with her, and I'm like, I'm vibing with somebody that's not here in the States, across the pond. And she's like, let's do this. And so we started kicking around all these ideas. She already knew she wanted to start doing something more with the summit. And it kind of hit even harder when we did the summit last year. This is my second year keynoting with her. So I did it in October. And after that October event, she was like, I have got this idea for a panel to do da-da-da-da. And I'm like, okay. And she said, I've already got this person, and I need you. And I've got 2 other women I'm going to talk to. And next thing we know, the panel came together. We all met, instantly clicked, appreciated not only each other's journey, but what each other brings to the table. We still have sometimes as Black women, there's imposter syndrome. And then there's also one that many people may not have heard of, but a wonderful woman that I follow and have learned from deeply, Dr. Jade Singleton, also coined the term attributional ambiguity. And what that means is that we're often in environments and settings, especially if you worked in a corporate environment, where you're not sure if you didn't get that promotion because you didn't have the knowledge, if you didn't have a certain skill, if someone, maybe it was a racial thing, maybe it's because you were a woman, sometimes you're not sure why. You're walking away from all kinds of situations, not just in the work environment, where you're going, okay, what just happened here? And so because we deal with all of that, you know, being able to be in community with women that say, no, boo, it wasn't you. You've got the knowledge.
That's a huge thing, right? Because we tend to self-doubt a lot,
Yes.
right? We tend to self-doubt. And coming from corporate, and you'll hear about me later, but coming from corporate, when you're sometimes the only one of your color
Yes.
in the room, then you start sometimes second guessing yourself or
Yes.
questioning whether or not you made the right decision, or if you
And
should have
that's
spoken
exactly-
up, or
Yep.
maybe you spoke too much, or all those things come into play when
Yes.
you are a Black person in
Exactly.
a corporate environment.
And that's why she had that term, attributional ambiguities. Like, where do we attribute this feeling that we have? And 9 times out of 10, we take it all and hold it on to ourselves because we think it's us, when it could seriously be something else in the room.
Are you going to be speaking about that in your masterclass as well, or no?
I will not be touching on that in detail in my masterclass.
So that means you're going to have to come and find Shy somewhere else afterwards so that she can talk about that. Yes.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Exactly.
So can we hear from Dr. Cheryl for a little bit and
Sure.
come back too?
Absolutely.
Yes, that would be good, right?
Right.
Okay.
So I just want to say it is a pleasure indeed to be here. Very humbling as well.
Mm-hmm.
To come together with Black women, as is always stated, that we can't come together. And so I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to see everyone in person.
Yes.
And I love my girl. She is just awesome.
Yeah,
she is amazing. I really believe in the universe. I believe things are not done, not on purpose.
Right?
Exactly.
Yes.
By accident,
Mhm.
and they are on purpose. And so when she contacted me, it was just same way you just stated. It was very personal, all of that, but it was no questions in my head or in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
The universe does align. So as you stated, my name is Dr. Cheryl Puit. I am originally from Gary, Indiana. I lived in Memphis, Tennessee, Chicago, Illinois. Right now I'm in Nashville, so I'm dual resident between a couple of places. I have a couple of companies. One is Voice Speaks for Equitable Educational Change, and the other one is the National African American Literacy Institute. So my background is a little bit where I started out in healthcare. I worked at the hospital. I did not substance abuse, but I did do substance abuse. But I worked at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and I did a lot of cancer research.
Mm-hmm.
So I was in hematology, oncology, as well as radiation. And then I became a single parent, and I decided that I wanted to be the den mom and all of this, the Girl Scout leader and stuff. So I went into education thinking that I would have more time. That was after I did substance abuse. So I did do substance abuse testing, and I did brew beer for cancer.
Did you say you brewed beer?
Yes.
Oh, she brewed beer as well.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Are we gonna get some this week?
We've been asking for some things.
But I did brew beer,
Okay.
and then I went into education.
I'm sorry. So where did the brewing beer come from? I'm just curious.
So my background, I have an undergraduate degree in biology and chemistry.
Okay.
And my master's, a master's of arts in teaching, instruction and curriculum leadership, instructional design and technology, and a doctorate in the same.
Wow.
And then I have postdoctoral studies in leadership. So that's why my superintendency license come in for schools, as well as I have principalship license, and then I have an entrepreneurship degree. So back to the other, and I'm 63, so forgive me. So sometimes I forget some things. Okay.
No, you don't look it, so we're not claiming that.
So did you say who, what, where, when, and why? I don't know about any of that. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful.
And so during my tenure, I decided to go back to Gary, Indiana, where I was born, because we always want to go back and help. Our school system, like many of our school systems, were in need. Okay, so I've been a substitute teacher, aside from everything else. I've been a substitute teacher, I've been a teacher, I've been an assistant principal, I've been a principal. I went to the U.S. Virgin Islands to help them get their accreditation back, spent 2 years there. A lot of other international work in terms of education. And so I went back home to be superintendent of the school district that I was raised in, I taught in, as well as I was principal in. Okay, and this was at the time that the state, like many, want to take over schools. And it was our school systems do not always have the monies that we need.
Yes.
And so we were in debt. But we know that sometimes these things are systemic. They are made to be that way, whether it's because of property taxes, whatever it is, they set up in the legislation to take our monies away from us. So anyway, long story short, I went and I became superintendent. Graduation rates were about 52%. In 2 years, we increased it to about 83%. Third year, about 90%. And the literacy scores increased by 18%. Because I am a data-driven decision maker, so my dissertation is on data-driven decision making and the school administrator. So I did a lot of work in looking at what works for children. Besides the fact that I am a woman and I am a mother and I am a grandmother, so I know that there is nothing that our children cannot do.
Amen.
They are afraid of us, so naturally they're afraid of our children. Unbelievable. And so push back a little bit more. Before I took over the system, they told me that in October, I took it over in July, became CEO in July. In October, we will be bankrupt. Whereas many of you know, municipalities such as school systems can't just go bankrupt. You can't file bankrupt. So we didn't end up going bankrupt. I think in a few years, I cut like $82 million. Again, everything lifted. But that was a part of Indiana where Barack Obama won. Indiana is red state. That is a part of Indiana that is close to Chicago. It sits on Lake Michigan. Beautiful place. So I don't know if somebody wanted it or not, in addition to the fact that the school system had 400 acres of land. I calculated. It was like 398, but I say 400.
I'm hearing set up underneath this.
Absolutely, but I went ahead on and did it anyway because I believe when we talk about a calling, that's what it is, a calling. So I was in another district making more money than I was in that district, but the Lord called me to go home. He said, you need to go do this. So we know politics and everything. So I didn't have anybody within the system trying to, get me in it. I applied when the Lord told me that I actually resigned from my job, but I was still there because the Lord already told me what I was going to do. He always kind of ordered my steps. So I needed to be obedient to that. So I'm going to push it a little bit further down the road, not to take too long. After everything was increased, etc., the state thought that they were going to take it over a long time ago. I just stated that graduation rates increased, literacy scores increased, and oh, by the way, we had a state championship for track, and there was no track.
Oh, there was a mess.
It was a mess.
Okay.
It was a mess. But we won state championship first time in 30 years because our children, and we were putting in them hope.
Yes.
And that's what we as a people need is hope. And we worked all together, the entire community, to make sure that they understand that we were behind them. Because there is nothing that we cannot do.
How powerful is that? I think someone put it in the comment, though. That is power in itself because you change lives. We talk about that a lot.
Exactly.
How many lives were just changed because of your calling, you answering your call, right?
Yes. Absolutely. Right. But we know that even in answering calls, there can be some difficult times.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And so trying to get a little bit further down the road. So many of you know I was arrested.
I don't think any of them know that.
If they didn't watch your video, they don't know that yet.
Okay.
The podcast.
Well, I was arrested. You can go back and watch the other podcasts. I was arrested after doing that, and the state still wanted to come in and take over. They arrested me for allegedly double billing $1,200 for something. Okay, for a conference. And they also tried to throw in that I went first class when I went to Asia because I had a collaboration with China, the first one in the world between the United States and another country for the children learning how to do music.
Wow.
So I took our children to China a couple of times. I've probably been more places over there than I have in the U.S. at this point. But anyway, so I've been examined by the state police, the county police, and the feds.
Are you listening to this, ladies?
And they come up at $1,200. So actually, that's a thank you. Now, I'm running a multi-million-dollar organization. I do not do my invoices, my travel invoices. And the only thing I asked my assistant to do was make sure that my invoices were correct. because I'm trying to educate these children. I'm trying to cut. I'm trying to give hope to a system that had lost hope. But anyway, so that went on for about 2 years. That I was back and forth in court. The judge said, "Why are we here?" My attorney stated, "If you weren't who you are, you wouldn't be here."
Right.
Okay. And so anyway, and my son, it's good to raise good children and to help. He said, "Mama, have you ever heard the prosecutor's voice?" Because if you don't sit around and talk about what happens in those courtrooms and what judges and attorneys and all of that stuff really, how that stuff really go down. And I'm sitting there because, I'm a little black girl thinking I went to school, I've been educated, and I did this. What you talking about?
Law's a whole different thing.
And my son said, "Mama, you just a little black girl. You ain't no white woman. They don't care nothing about you. And you cannot fold because all those other little black girls are looking at you." So they wanted me to take a deferment. Prosecution deferment, and I'm Googling, researching, being the researcher I am. My son said, "You ain't taking nothing. You will go to jail before you do that." And I was like, "Baby," I think it was about 35. I was like, "Hold on, baby." He said, "Just keep putting one foot in front of the other." Long story. So anyway, the prosecutors dropped the charges because it wasn't the prosecutor in the room because they never heard a voice. It was the lead prosecutor that probably had something to do with the state.
Yes.
Because what they wanted to do was make it look like this little black girl is the reason y'all close and the reason you have so much debt.
Over $1,200. Like $1,200 was going to make a break.
To what we talk about this social media thing, that's what can be pushed out.
Right.
And that sometimes is what we believe about our own selves.
Right.
That's why it's important to be your own advocate at all times, and your son was
and that's why summits like these are important.
It's also important for us to have a collaborative like this.
Yes.
So that we can tell our stories, so we can help one another, so we can
Exactly.
stop that narrative that is not true. And oftentimes there is fake news. So
more often than not, right?
So anyway, you will hear me shortly. I may not get into all of that, but hopefully I'll be back at some other time. I'm gonna turn it over to you, my sister.
That was beautiful. No, I like to hear you guys keep talking. This is just perfectly fine with me. But it's like, what I love, we come from different places, right? I'm born in Jamaica, lived in England, came here. But we, and many of you that are on today with us, we share the same journey. We might not have the same story, but we share the same journey. And when one falters, the other one can pick one up. And that's a Bible verse, right?
Exactly.
But it's important, like, when I read your story, I was just besides myself. Just the fact that you went through, what you went through, right? And to have you here, like, you'll never know that she went through all of those things. So you've been blessed. You wear that glow on your face, and it's beautiful. And we cannot wait to hear more from you. We're going to have a lot of conversations this week, and we can't wait to hear your masterclass. And we also can't wait to hear more of the story, because it's just not a story. It is emotions, the tears, I'm sure, that you cried, the hurt, the things that you had to overcome, even with just, making your name right.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know about all of you guys. My name is my everything. So if I think
and
that's most like
your
it.
name.
Exactly.
You worked a long
Exactly.
time.
Shy Boston. Cheryl Puit.
I often say it. They wanted to literally kill me because when you take your name, that's what we have is our name.
Yeah.
Because that's honestly all we've been allowed to have, that we have to reclaim, because our names were taken when we first got here. So then when we establish and build a name for ourselves, that's the only other thing technically that they could take from us, because we weren't allowed to have land and all these other things. It took time to get to those types of things, right? Deep. And so now our names are everything for us, because that often opens the doors when everything else is locked and shut down to us.
And we also have to understand, sometimes when they can't get you on whatever they think they want to try to get you on, they're going to try to find something. So my son said, "Mama, they can't get you on educating children and everything else. They just can't get you on any of that." So they had to dig deep to try to find something that wasn't even associated with me. I didn't do the invoices. I didn't do any of that, but they said where it ended up in your account.
Resilience.
$1,200. Resilience is a whole nother thing, girl.
That's a different story, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I have to talk about myself now.
Yeah, you do.
Just a touch, right? So I'm Maria Loren. As you guys know, I am your community and cultural director in the Women in Digital Business community, powered by the House of Loren. So the House of Loren, we'll talk more about that later.
Yes.
But my friend Shai, was there at the inception when we were.
And it's beautiful.
But
Yes,
thank you so much. But when we were working in Natalia's funnel mastery program, she's changed the name now. It's going to be what is it called? Revenue to visibility or something like that. But you guys, please, I cannot encourage you enough to please sign up for that course, because big things happen.
Yes.
And this is part of the big thing that happened,
Exactly.
right? So I started off my career as a designer. I've had a love of fashion and art for as far back as I could remember. But even as a young girl, I was like, I rose-colored glasses is me all the time. And I came to the point where I can't make money necessarily from being a fashion designer. So what could I do to support myself, make money? And my mom and I, we sat down and we went into the design as far as graphic design. And that was like, oh, this is fantastic, because now I can touch any part of anything that I wanted to, because design is needed everywhere. So, fast forward, I've worked in corporate for 30 years. I've worked with nonprofits. I've worked with name brands, design, household name brands that you guys are very well aware of, doing a lot of design work. I know I had a dream when I was very early. I wanted to see my work on a billboard. I wanted to see my work in Essence magazine and Ebony magazine. And I was able to accomplish all of that. And I remember, this is funny, when I was I was going back to visit family in England, and I was sitting in the airport, and I was like, let me get a magazine. So I went and I picked up, Ebony magazine, and I was flipping through, and I saw an ad that I designed, and I think I literally, and I think I almost fainted. I wanted to tell everybody, even though I was.
I would have been screaming and crying.
Then I said to myself, "Oh wow, my dream came true."
Yes.
And I didn't know, literally, I had no idea.
Yeah.
But so I carried that through my my life, as far as Natalia was speaking before about dreaming big. I've always. I'm a dreamer, I'm a creator. I always like to do big things. But the thing that has always driven me is, and I spoke about it earlier somewhere, I made millions of dollars for companies.
Yes.
And I'm very good at what I do. I'm excellent at what I do.
Yes, you
are. And I'm humble about it, but I have to tell you, I know
you have to know
you have to know your worth. I'm saying that for a reason.
Yes.
They know I don't like to speak about myself, but if you know what you're good at, claim it. Claim it. And I had a thought. I'm like, I don't understand why I'm making all these people money, and my sisters who are starting businesses, and they have these beautiful products or ideas, and yet they don't look like they're $1 million. Why shouldn't they look like this corporate? So I had a mission to help women entrepreneurs build their businesses and their brands and look like $1 million. And I have had my design. I've had my design studios for as long as I've been working in corporate, right? So that has been my mission from very, very early. I'm a mom of 4, wife, 29 years, and thank you so much. And balancing a professional life and a side business and also family. It is not easy, especially if you're a perfectionist, and especially if you are a hypocrite.
I think all of us in that way in our business. We tell others what to do, but we're not applying our own. Yeah.
But so and you guys, if you were with us this morning, you see we started Melanin Muscles with my friend, my good friend, Shantae. Thank you. And that really was about holding ourselves accountable, because how could we tell each other, like you need to do this and girl, get your best or go to sleep. When guys, this morning I went to bed. I'm such a 5 o'clock this morning. I went to sleep at 5 and had to be in here like at 7:38, right? I'm not practicing when I preach, but I'm working on it.
That was today. Tomorrow's a different day.
Thank you so much. There's always a tomorrow. So, I feel that it's important really to have and I don't know how to say this right. I'm not a girly girl. I am a girly girl, but I'm not a girly girl. And, I'll play hoops and do all, the activities.
A feminine tomboy.
Right? Yes. I'm a tomboy with heels. I don't know if you can.
Yes, been there, done that.
Right? So, and I didn't have sisters. So being amongst women is a different thing for me.
Yes, different vibe.
Right? And usually you hear women come with a lot of issues. Yeah, we might come with issues, but who knows a woman better than a woman?
Right.
Right? And we are here to help our sisters
get
better. We help our sisters rise. And that is really the beauty of this summit. And that is the beauty of the community of the Women in Digital Business community. And that's the beauty of being with you guys, because we always have to think about learning. We never stop learning. If you stop learning, that's a problem. So you really have to keep
stop learning, stop growing.
Yeah. So I've spoken enough about myself for the moment. So go ahead.
I just wanted to tap into a couple of things because my journey to entrepreneurship was different. I never thought I would be an entrepreneur. Never had the desire. As a child, and this is the honest truth, I said I'm going to grow up and be one of two things. I'm either going to be in the theater or I am going to be a teacher.
Were you going to be singing in the theater?
No, ma'am.
What were you going to be doing in the theater?
I was in dance and in acting growing up, which I do share with people that being involved in theater was extremely helpful. I know they've taken the arts out of the school and now they're trying to claim to bring it back. But the reason why was because it taught me the discipline of being able to be on stage, be in front of people, how to talk. I consider Shy my Sasha Fierce, and my government name is who I am. But the importance of claiming a name, and I'll come back to that probably throughout the week. But when you talked about dreaming big, for me, I got to a point in my career. I have worked in the high-tech industry. I worked in the cruise industry, the travel industry. And then I just got to a point where I was like, there's so much more I could be offering. I've always been doing training. I'm a certified professional in talent development. So I've always been in that space, but I was like, there's so much more I could be offering and doing. There's so much more I can be teaching people on. I'm writing courses for, like you said, these organizations that is talking about sales, talking about marketing, talking about branding, all these different things, PR. And I'm like, one, I can continue to do that, but I can do it for everybody else. And then two, I can do even more and go beyond that. So that's where I started down that path of I could become an entrepreneur because I needed to do something bigger. But in the last couple of years, so I got diagnosed with ADHD at the age of 50. So that was 2 years ago. And that changed my entire world. So many of us walk around our entire lives not knowing why we're different, not just because we're Black women, but why do we think differently? Why do we create differently and come at different solutions? Some of us walk around not understanding why we couldn't get math, why we still can't balance a checkbook, why we can't do all the things that we're supposed to be able to do at our big age. But there was a lot that I learned in that process. And then part of that was I said, now I realize why it was such a struggle for me to convey my thoughts when I was in a room and I was the one of, right? The only. Why was it so hard for me to be heard? Why did I always feel like I was struggling to be seen? Why did I always feel like I just didn't have all the words, so I talked too much? And I found part of that was because of the whole ADHD situation.
Now, when you were diagnosed now,
yes.
Now you move differently, don't you?
I move completely differently. I see myself differently. I immediately accepted it once they told me. I mean, it was hard. There was this emotional roller coaster, right? But I immediately accepted it. And then as I looked into it, I was like, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. And thankfully, I have other girlfriends. See, this is why community is important. I have other girlfriends who are also neurodiverse. So then I changed my framework in my business because there weren't platforms out there for us as women of color, Black women, talking about this. There was not an understanding in the corporate environment of how to talk to, because one of the things I realized is that I had been written up only a couple of times in my career behind stupid stuff, what I felt was stupid stuff. And it turns out when I think back on those things, it was poor communication, because they didn't know how to talk to me and I didn't know how to express myself effectively to them. It's not that I didn't have the vocabulary. I've read the dictionary forwards and backwards multiple times. It wasn't that I didn't have the intellectual capital. It was simply the way that I think, process, and communicate was different than the way others think and process and communicate. Doesn't matter who they are. So how do we get on the same page? So that's when and that was something else that I started coming to and working through the funnel mastery. Now, you only touched on this, but I'm gonna go ahead and do a little bit bragging on my girl over here.
Let me hide behind the plant again. I wanted to sit by that plant.
No, not at all. What do
you have to say, Shy?
No, for real, because this also shows you how things come together. So first of all, when we were going through our cohort, Maria had all these beautiful ideas. I'm like her. I can come up with 50, 11 million ideas for a variety of things. And then I'm like, I'm not doing that up. But when other people come to me and say, I want to do X, Y, and Z, and we talk, I can come up with narrowing down. And that's what Natalia was really helping us with. So Maria had all these different ideas and different aspects of her business. So mind you, she's got multiple revenue streams. So she got all these different aspects of her business. And as we worked through the cohort and everything else, it started coming together, and she came back within 1 week. We all talked about these things, threw our ideas. And within 1 week, she came back and she says, I've got it. This is the House of Loren. It's going to have different rooms, and this is how it's going to be done, and And I was like, okay. Now, mind you, this was all going back into October, November last year. I did not see her vision come to fruition until about maybe a month or so ago. Let me tell you, go look at her site. It will be inspirational to you.
Oh, that's so sweet. It's for us, though. It's not mine.
No, it is. Well, you're right. You're right.
Us.
Because so when we talk about coming together as community, so Natalia brings all of us together. And I mean all of us, those online, everything, right? She brings the panelists together. And then by extension of that, Maria goes, I want to share my space with you. So she is managing the community. And she's like, Natalia, I'll manage the community for us in the House of Loren. Great. And then out of the blue, she goes, and Shy, I actually designed a specific room with you in mind. I want you to curate that room. And I'm sitting there on the Zoom call like, you did, what does curate mean? You did what? Now, mind you, I told you, I read the dictionary forwards and backwards. So I'm sitting there like, okay. And so then it was like, this is kind of the foundation. Now build it out to where you think it can go, and where Natalia and I are also working on something else, which you guys will hear about later. And it was just, so from one person, from one seed, right? That mustard seed.
That's right.
All of this has grown out. And so that's why we're here today. We are literally, genuinely here to support each other. None of us are getting paid for being here. Yes, we do have offers and ways of helping each other and wanting to help you further. But I wanted to share the fact that I know that there's probably some out there that are sitting in their careers that have no desire to be entrepreneurs. That's fine. The things you're going to learn from all of the women this week are still going to benefit you, because it benefited me throughout my career of some 30 years. And then for those of us that are transitioning or thinking of transitioning into entrepreneurship, understand it is not too late It is never too late.
Ever.
Everybody thinks I have to be, a certain age bracket, because you're taking a risk. So you take risks in your 20s. Well, you know what? You can take risks in your 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Perfect example. My mom had never been outside of the United States. She's been on cruises to the Caribbean and stuff. So we know the Caribbean's not the United States, but they're close enough to our brothers and sisters. That's just going home. We actually took a trip overseas to Jakarta last December for a very special event. And through that, she got to go see Paris. She got to see Amsterdam. She got to see Jakarta. My mom will be 80 years old in a couple of weeks.
I can't wait to meet her.
Yes.
That's
So
never too old.
Right.
Or
So
young.
you're never too old, too young, whatever the case may be, to do something different and to do something new. So I want to encourage everybody that is watching and listening to this to understand that. And it's the same thing when it comes to business. It's the same thing about learning about ourselves, reclaiming our names.
Yes.
Owning our names.
Absolutely.
All
Life is
of
a
that.
journey.
Yeah.
It is.
It's a story. It's a book.
It is. And you know what's so, and I like to walk. So I walk around. The
Yes.
Right? I had a epiphany, I guess, the other day. We get this life, right? But I've been listening to some of the podcasts as I walk. So you ladies, I mean, just give yourselves all, whoever is a speaker, please give yourself a round of applause, because these podcasts, I've laughed, I've cried by myself. I'm like, oh my goodness, and it just brings up in me so much joy, right? When I hear you guys speak about your journeys. I always talk about journeys, right? We have this life, but we were talking about, I can't remember who it was, but they were speaking about power. We all have power in us, right? And that's literal, it's science, it's energy. Our brain actually makes energy, right? It produces energy enough to light up a light bulb, our brain does. How do we use that power?
Yes.
And we don't have to allow others to steal our power. We heard all of your accolades and everything you've done. You're a very powerful woman. You actually got your power taken away from you. But now, what did you do with that power? Now you're just reclaiming it, as Shai said. We have this ability to affect lives, and as Dalisha had mentioned before, even if it's just one person that you affect, that's one person.
Yes.
That's huge. So please, whoever's listening who has a dream or even thinking about it doesn't even have to be entrepreneurship. Your dream could be to support someone who is an entrepreneur, or support a sister who just needs a shoulder to cry on, right? Or some word like Shai is our hype person. You don't know what you bring to the table. So please do not dim your lights.
And don't
dim your light.
Don't do that.
The hypocrite speaking. Don't dim your light.
I wouldn't call you a hypocrite. No, not at all. And you know what? It's not necessarily dimming the light. Know when to shine the light on someone else.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And know when to shine the light on yourself. There's
or
nothing wrong
you
with
can
that.
accept light, ladies.
Yes.
You can accept light, right? Yes. I'm just looking at some of the comments, right? Dr. Cheryl is a fabulous woman with the long braids. This is Maria, and this is Shai Boston. Someone was asking about you before. Thank you, ladies, for your comments, and we appreciate that you're interacting here on the chat. You're gonna get to know us a lot better over. I'm just very silly. I like cupcakes and sprinkles. So if anybody needs to know what makes me happy, sunshine, ocean, raindrops, and cupcakes and sprinkles, and kids laughing. Okay, that's me. And art, creativity.
I heard.
What makes you happy, Shai?
Okay, so I know this is really going to throw a lot of people out there for a loop, but just I love K-pop.
Okay.
I am a K-pop, K-drama girl.
Natalia's out there laughing.
They're going to laugh, but I do. I get to relive my teen years with my big girl money and have a good time. I love being around my family, my dog. I miss my dog, Stewie. I need to say I miss my husband, too, because he's going to be upset if I don't say that. I love being around family, but I also love the energy that I get from being with other women. You know, we said women being around women. I have learned the value of true sisterhood and what that means. And it comes in different ways, right? So you guys are my sisters in business and in entrepreneurship and so forth. And we are growing that relationship outside of it. We literally have all met in person for the first time today, like this morning, right? But we've been online.
Post those videos. Natalia's
right.
Gonna post those videos.
Exactly. Yeah. And then I have my girlfriends that are like my personal board of directors that I go to. They each serve a purpose, right?
Nice.
I have the women in my life, my mother, my grandmothers who have passed on, and others who were strong and taught me so many valuable lessons that I still pass on. So those are the things that make me happy. But get me on a cruise.
I'm right there with you. Yes, right there with you on those
on a cruise.
What about you, Dr. Cheryl? What makes you happy?
What makes me happy is just being able to live.
Oh,
Just
see?
life.
I heard that.
Please appreciate that, because tomorrow is not promised.
It's not at all. It's the ability, while we're living and having this life, to be at different levels.
Yes.
You know, because we could sit somewhere, and I oftentimes say there are people that just sit, they go to work every day, they go home, they go sleep, they use the bathroom, they get an umbrella. And then there are people that are actually attempting to change the world, to make it a better place. And so as we continue in this life, that's what makes me happy. The ability to know that I'm called to do something more, to do something greater, and to understand that there's going to be valleys and all of that kind of stuff, but to understand who I belong to, my purpose in life. Because everything else for me comes, you know, you can go visit other places, you can do things, but to be able to just have life and make sure that at the end of life, you're not standing looking at the mirror or wherever we go after this life, saying, I could have done that, or I should have done that, or I could have been more impactful if I did this. What is the price that we are paying or going to leave for even being here? So,
and those are questions that we answer in the legacy hall, guys, in the house of women. Because honestly, some of us are here strictly because we are interested in making impact, right? So we might be working on, you know, our businesses, but we know we have a greater calling, and that calling is to make an impact and change things. And someone said, create a space that will be here long after we leave.
Exactly.
Right? So part of you guys being here today is for that reason, because we are definitely, during the course of the summit, we are going to be discussing impact. We're going to be discussing wellness. We're going to be discussing identity. I have a session on identity, on clarity, right? Who are you as a person? What are your values? What do you stand for? What kind of change do you hope to make in the world, or even in your own personal life, right?
And so you know the thing about that is when you identify it and you know it, nobody can replicate it, duplicate it, or imitate it. It's yours.
That's amazing.
Your own
intellectual property. Your own intellectual property, right?
And you know, and the other thing too is what I hope everyone realizes is we're holding space for each other. That's what this looks like when we're holding space for each other. So when you're talking about leaving a legacy, right? And you're talking about creating something that will be lasting, that means you're holding space for the future to pick up and keep running with whatever. So we're holding space for all of you. We're holding space for each other. And we're also part of that holding that space. Sometimes we say, oh, we're just going to give them that platform. The other thing is no, it's not just giving you, it's sharing the platform that we have. It's also inviting people onto that stage with us. It's putting people onto our stage and stepping off.
See, like Natalia just did. She just
disappeared on us.
Yeah. We have 5 minutes left, ladies, before our next amazing session is going to be coming on.
Wonderful.
So, you know, one thing, there was something I was going, oh, yes. Sorry, guys.
That's why I have my notepad here, so I don't forget.
I have to bring it back in sometimes. We have seasons in our lives, right? And we have friends and friendships and relationships for seasons, right? So number one, you have to ask yourself, what season are you in? And who, number two, are the friends, ladies, sisters, mentors that are going to support you in this particular season. And they might not be there for all seasons, but appreciate them for the seasons that they are there. And you also have to reciprocate that as well.
So what season are you in now?
I don't know right now. I'm in between.
See, I jumped you before you could get to us.
She did. I think she's getting to know me very well. I really don't know. I'm in the building season / rebuilding, because I feel a beautiful thing is coming for all of us. That's what I feel, right, inside. And I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to be able to share all I have, not for corporate so much, but share it, with you ladies, because you're well-deserved. You're well-deserving. And guys, I'm sorry.
What?
There's something I wanted to do.
What's that?
I'm very dramatic as well. We have 5 minutes. Guys, some of our speakers are aware of this. We we asked you guys to give us songs, right, that represented a part or stage in your journey, right? And to me, music, we're in Ivy Jam, radio station. Music is a very important part of my life. I do not work without music. And this is all types of music. I grew up on country music as a Jamaican. Jamaicans love country music for some reason, right? Grew up on country music. Listen to everything. I listen to classical music, rock music, reggae, soca. But music is very, very, very important. And it has moved people in so many ways. Like music does things to people.
It helps us survive.
Right? This is so true, right? So I asked our ladies in the community if we can just contribute a song or two about, different things that help them through their journeys.
Yes.
And these ladies came through immensely. So we have created the Summit soundtrack. I don't know if Natalia...
Are we going to play it?
Yeah, well, we're not going to play, but we're going to really give a little honor to those ladies who actually contributed their songs. Unfortunately, we were not able to highlight all of them here right now, but this is just a sampling of the soundtrack, and we're so excited to release that to you guys, because these songs represented the journeys that these women have gone through. It carried them through great times, bad times, inspirational times. What's your favorite song?
So I chose Pieces of Me by Lettucey. Because I feel like there's so many different aspects of me. One of my favorite quotes is from Little Women by Louisa May Alcott, which is, I should have been a great many things. So there's so many different pieces of me, and I'm choosing which sides and which pieces of me that I want to show and
I like that.
have reflected.
That sounds like a nice post for me. We'll talk about that. What about you,
I
Dr.
can't
Cheryl?
even remember so many.
But you're
right?
gonna find out.
To all the way around. So if you ask me right now, I would probably have to say the Lord is my shepherd.
Okay. That's the scripture right there.
Yep.
Powerful one too, right? So we're gonna ask our engineers if they can put on that little video for us, and we can get a taste of the songs that...
Before branding, before stages. Before branding, before stages, before spotlights, there was a rhythm. Every woman in this room has a soundtrack. Songs that carried us when nobody was clapping yet. Songs that held us together when things felt uncertain. Songs that reminded us who we were becoming. Over the past few weeks, several of our summit speakers shared the songs that shaped them. Not just their favorites, but the ones that were tied to real moments in their lives. From those stories, we created something special. A living playlist that we are calling She Built This, the Legacy Soundtrack. These songs now live inside the hearth of the House of Lorraine, your women in digital business community. a place where our stories, our journeys, and all of our summit speakers shared the songs that shaped them. Not just their favorites, but the ones that were tied to real moments in their lives. From those stories, we created something special. A living playlist that we are calling She Built This, the Legacy Soundtrack. These songs now live inside the hearth of the House of Lorraine, your women in digital business community. A place where our stories, our journeys, and our voices gather. So during the summit, we are shining a light on the women who contributed their songs and their stories. And we invite all of you to press play, because behind every powerful woman, there is a song that carried her there.
Our summit soundtrack. She built this. So give yourselves a round of applause.
Yes.
And listen, when you go on, if you got the QR code, or you just go on the community and women digital business in the heart, there is where the soundtrack lies. Please, after the summit is over today, just press play on the soundtrack or the videos if you want to watch the videos on YouTube, because let me tell you something, they moved me. They moved me in many ways, and just to know the stories behind the soundtrack, it was even amazing. So guys,
I have a question.
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
Oh, maybe it was Shy Boston's.
No,
it
ma'am.
was my voice. It was my voice. It was my voice. Guys, I tell you, when I have ideas, these things have to come through. So,
and that's also a sampling, a small sampling of the work that Maria does. She's not gonna say it, but I'm gonna tell you.
yes.
By the way, shout out to my girl who says she loved J-pop. Yes, I'm there with you.
Yeah, thank you, ladies in the chat. So I think we're about to wrap up, because we have another wonderful speaker coming on who's sitting right next to me. And she is getting ready to tell us, what is the name of your masterclass?
I don't know, you see them?
Oh, guys, we're going to be surprised. We are going to be surprised. This is exciting. So thank you for being with us today, getting to know us a little bit. We miss you, Michelle. We miss you, Savannah. But we know that you are here with us in spirit. So ladies, please, give a little shout out to those two ladies as well. All right. Very good. So I'm about to be up out of here. And Cheryl, you're going to take this hot seat. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
No,
Thank you.
no.
Oh, Cheryl, you can stay in that seat right there. You're going to look in that camera right ahead of you. Okay. All right. Bye, ladies. See you in a little bit.
Bye.
Oh my goodness. That's like running personal. Okay, so I am so, what'd she say?
Sure. She said everyone can see you and you are on.
This is you right here. Just so you know, but don't look at it though.
Ladies, I am so incredibly grateful to be here. And as was stated before, this is not only a moment, this is a movement, and a powerful one. And I didn't come here, as you know, to inspire you or to give you comfort. I came to interrupt and elevate your power and undeniable force you carry. Because in this room, and when I say this room, I mean this room where all of us are, wherever you may be, the issue is not whether we are powerful. The issue is how much of our power is being used to sustain things that should already have been fixed. So again, ladies, I am Cheryl, also known as Dr. Cheryl or Dr. P, mom and grandma. And I spent my whole career leading inside systems where power, pressure, and performance meet.
from boardrooms, sitting on boards, to being at the State House lobbying, to the C Street. And what I've learned is leadership without apology, the cost of leadership, and what you must stop carrying to become unapologetically unshaken. This is my masterclass. Stay with me until the end. Let me start with something personal. Sisters, in a room like this, we don't need to perform. We need truth. So here's my truth. I'm getting a breast reduction. At 63, let me be clear. This is not about what anyone else should do. This is about what I have decided for myself. After a lifetime of carrying, I'm done carrying more than I need to, just because I can. And oftentimes we don't talk about that. You see, I'm an I cup. I didn't even know what an I cup is. And so what started as a decision about my body became a realization about my leadership. Because the question is not whether I can carry it. The question is, why am I carrying it? And that is the conversation we don't have at this level. So let me ask you, what are you still carrying that our level of power should have already eliminated? Because if we're honest, the issue is not access. It's not competence. It's not opportunity. The issue is accumulation. We have accumulated responsibility. We have accumulated expectation. We have accumulated dependency and visibility. Want, or the kind that moves us forward, and we shouldn't own it. So let it go, because we are excellent. We became the solution. And the system learned something about us a long time ago. If she can carry it, then we don't need to fix it. We don't need to fix our schools. We don't need to fix our health care. We don't need to fix neighborhoods. So our excellence is not just respected, it is relied upon, not occasionally. It has become structurally relied upon. Some of us are not leading systems. We are actually holding them together. So let me be clear. This is not leadership. That's survival. And at a very high level of performance. You wake up, you go to sleep, you lead. So at this level, overcarrying is not a capacity issue. We know we are excellent, and we know that we have become the solution. And the system learns something about us. Again, if she can carry it, we don't have to fix it. So now our excellence is no longer just respected, it is relied upon. Again, not occasionally, but structurally. Some of us are just going through the motion, and that is not leadership. Again, that is survival. And at this level, overcarrying is not capacity issue, it is a design flaw. So let me talk a little bit about authority and consequences. I was that person that I just talked about. I spent my career inside all of those systems, whether as an elected official, an appointed official, sitting on hospital boards, sitting on university boards. And at some point, this stopped being theoretical. As you just heard me talk about, I've been arrested. Every system from the county police to the state police to the FBI. They charged me with 2 felonies, $1,200, double billing, and also something about in my capacity. Before that moment, though, I had already decided that the children under my care will learn. That if there's something else going on, I don't have anything to do with that. But the children under my care, they will learn because they can. My doctorate, as I stated, is in data-driven decision-making and the school administrator. Everything I did had to do with the data. What did it look like? And while that was my experience, every woman in this room has that type of experience. You may not have been handcuffed, literally, or had to walk down that little long hallway, but in this room, I'm sure you've been misunderstood, challenged, or even penalized for standing in what you knew was right. But sometimes when those things happen, they push us to be even more. In that moment, I made a decision. I would rather stand in truth than succeed in misalignment. So as I stated before, not guilty of anything that you are charging me with, maybe guilty of the things you wanted me to do that I did not do. And that's when I understood this is not about being accepted, it is about standing. And standing to be unshaken. You see, gravity ensures things fall down. But you know that little ball you get out of that little quarter machine? If you bounce it, it'll come up. And if you bounce it a little bit, if you push on it a little bit harder, it's going to bounce harder. And as they say, I think it was Malcolm X that said, not Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, the great ones rise, but the greatest of those that are great rise again. So there's nothing in physics that requires us to rise again unless another force acts on it. The force that gets people back up in combination is a combination of resilience, purpose, and your intrinsic, your internal drive. It's not a physical law, but a psychological and behavior system. Now let's talk about power, the real power that's in this room. Black women in this country, from what I've researched, own over 2.7 million businesses, generating over 100 billion annually and influencing 1.6 trillion economy. And yet we receive less than 1% of venture capital funding. So let's be clear. We are not underperforming. We are over contributing to a system, to wrong places, to a system that does not embrace us. And that's only in the United States. Now imagine the level of impact multiplied globally, across continents, across cultures, across every place where Black women are building, leading, and sustaining. We are not a niche. We are a global economic force. The question is not whether we have power. The question is, how are we choosing to use it? So let me take this one a little bit higher. If we are able to generate billions, then how come our children are sitting in schools that don't embrace them? How come we have to figure out who or what or how we're going to educate our children? And some of our children's futures are determined by others. We still let others determine our future. Why are we doing that? And let me say this as an educator. After decades in this work and at the highest levels, it's one thing we must seriously consider: building our own schools again. Not as a reaction, not as a strat, not because of things that are happening, but as a strategy. Because we already know how to do this. And the things that are happening now is nothing different than the things that have already happened. You see, we've done this before. When we were excluded, we built. When we were denied, we taught. When systems failed our children, we became the system. And that's what we need to do now. And I'm so thankful and grateful for this opportunity and for this collaboration. Because don't nobody mess with our children, as you know, ladies, our money, and maybe our man. That depends. And now when we have more money, more capital, more influence, more access and technology than we have ever had before, help me in this expansion. Ladies, this is no longer an option. This is a moment of need for our children. We are talking about us building our businesses. We are talking about, revenue streams, etc. But there are systems that are taking over what our children learn and what they don't learn. So as we think about building systems and all that we have, whether it's social emotional support, whether it's technology, let this be a movement of necessity, because we are just not educating for survival anymore. We must educate for ownership, innovation, leadership, and network. We must educate for a legacy. Our children don't just need information, they need access. They need relationships too. They need an ecosystem. And we need to position them to lead. And if they are not in those environments, then we need to build them. We must create the environments that do, because at some point, leadership requires a different decision. Do we keep managing what exists, or do we build what is needed? And so that takes me to the unshaken standard. So now, since we have redefined leadership, not by how much we can carry, but by what we refuse to carry. Ladies, we are unapologetic in our presence. We are unshaken in our position. We are uncompromised in our standards. We are unburdened in our execution, and we know who we are. We are a force to be reckoned with. At 63, I make no excuses anymore. And if there's no chair at the table, I'll bring the whole doggone table. Because if everything still depends on us, then let's make it about us. That is a system surviving what we're working in. And we need to build a surviving system as well as capacity. So let's make it our system. And this, ladies, is what the summit is all about, a convening of sisterhood. And let me say something about sisterhood. As we mentioned a few minutes ago when we were all up here, there was conversations about at this level, sometimes we may not need everyone at the same time. We do need a community, and we also need, I would say, at least 3 different women in our immediate circle. We need the one who prepares us for the room. So that's the one who sharpens us, who challenges us to think, and makes sure we are ready before we even walk in the room. That's the sister who may even tell you that you don't need stockings or you need a pair of stockings. And then there's the one who is already in the room. The one that may be sitting on a board that says, hey, I know somebody that can do that work. The one that may be sitting in the C-suite that says the same thing. Essentially, the one who opens doors, speaks our names and rooms before we even enter them, and ensures access for us so it can meet opportunity. And then that's the one who holds us up after we've been in the room, after we may have even been shaken. That's the sister who, when the decisions are heavy, and when the pressure is real, and when we can't carry it publicly, she reminds us who we are, what we decided, and what we are no longer available for. These are not people that watch us move, but women who refuse to let us move alone. So if you don't have your sister circle, I would suggest getting you a true sister circle. And then there's 3 decisions that you need to make at this level. Leadership requires them. Identify. So you must identify one thing you are carrying that does not belong to you at your level. And then decide that you are no longer available for it. And then redesign it so that it no longer depends on just you. That's leadership without apology in real time. Just get rid of the baggage, ladies. And I say this before I close. If you are interested in building something different, not just improving what exists, but building international, interconnected learning systems for our children. Ladies, we are here with people from all over this world. Can you imagine what it would look like if our children were going to school with some of your children, if they were building international companies, systems that are innovated, letting our young people be innovated, culturally grounded, technologically advanced, and globally connected, so that our children are not forced to rebuild what we already know is broken. So our children don't have to sit in rooms figuring out how do we continue to make something happen, or how we go back to what our ancestors have already done, but are instead born into systems designed for them to thrive. Then let's build it. An education ecosystem that is sustainable and built for our children by us. You know, if you're thinking about how do you build curriculum, how do you build an educational day, how do you get accreditation, How are you looking at wherever location you are? What has the legislation stated about where they are putting those dollars? Because that's a whole nother system funding. If we owned our own schools in different locations across this world, and they were being funded, and ladies, if we connected with one another to make sure all of the resources that we needed were inside those schools, we would have some heck of some young people coming out. And so at some point this life, as we get over it, like I said a few minutes ago, and we become referred to as ancestors, and we meet the woman that we were fully capable of being, will you know her, or will she be someone that you don't know? So I challenge us to make no apology for anything that we are doing. Make sure that we answer our questions, answer our call, and make sure we leave a legacy for our young people. So ladies, what are you no longer available for or willing to carry? I hope you decide to lead without apology. Stand unshaken, and anything that requires you to overcarry to sustain it no longer qualifies in your life. If that's you, I hope that we can continue this conversation. Sisters, we have so much work to do. We have so much work that we must do. And again, even though we're building businesses, our businesses, and we are increasing our revenue stream, we will be remorse if we didn't think about our babies. So this is my clarion call to you, that we build schools. We build schools across this world. We make sure that our children and our families have proper health care, that we have technology, along with making certain that we are healthy mentally, physically, and emotionally. Women that rule the world, this is just the beginning. We've spent generations teaching our children how to survive systems. We've spent years watching our children come home to maybe someone that had mistreated them or something. Ladies, it's time to build our systems. They don't have to survive in those. While we are building again these wonderful businesses, I'll just say again, don't forget the children. We need educational systems. So again, ladies, I am the founder of the National African American Literacy Institute and Voice Speaks for Equitable Educational Change. I have school districts that still have dissent decrees. I serve in a hospital that has a civil rights dissent decree. Ladies, we are not far from where we were in the 60s and before, but we have an opportunity now as we all come together to build a system. And for me right now, I changed some of the most difficult systems, as I spoke about earlier, from the school system to the hospital. I have served our children and people at every level. I have built schools. I'm also the co-founder of a micro school, actually a micro school concept. It's called the Scholar Compass Leadership Academy. I am also co-author of the book Unshaken. It is a book and a workbook that drives into the real conversations of what happened when you are tested and your character is revealed. What happens when the FBI comes knocking on your door? What happens when you're in the position you're in and you have leadership and authority and somebody wants something that you're not giving them and they maybe spit in your face or hit you in your jaw? What happens when those close friends that you thought were close friends of yours didn't call you to see how you're doing? How do you get past that? How do you move on? So ladies, if you want to get with me, check me out at drcherylpruitt.com. Find me on LinkedIn as well, up under Cheryl Puit. Because leadership is without apology. The cost of leadership and what you must stop carrying to become unapologetically unshaken. Ladies, thank you for this time with you. And again, let's build these schools. Let's build them across this world. Thank you, ladies, for your time. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hey, lady. So,
They still got us on.
Yeah, then we still got us on. We're going to be on for a little bit longer because what we're doing at the moment is, oh gosh, this microphone's really in your face, isn't it? That was amazing, by the way. I was listening while I was out there. Oh, sorry, hair malfunction. I forgot that I tied everything up to go outside. Right, for those of you that are watching, engineers, can I ask if the QR code is up? So, Cheryl, your funnel's ready. I know. How do we... Okay, so the camera's on you at the moment. That's fine, because everybody can hear me still, I'm presuming. Everybody can hear me. You can't see me, but we all know it's my big mouth. So we're, there you go. We're both in the studio. So please do put your comments in the chat. I think you heard Cheryl's powerful story today when the Elite Circle members came on and spoke about themselves. And in support of Cheryl, can we please make sure that we log on to our YouTube channel, which is Natalia Nicholson Official, and you're going to see a podcast of Cheryl there. Cheryl does a lot of work around leadership. You're like a sage at Oracle for me. One of the things you've got is a book that's coming out. Am I correct in saying?
You are correct.
Okay, so I would love for you to just tell us a little bit about your book and your book launch. And at the moment, there's a QR code that is going to change on the screen. Engineer, it's on there. So that QR code, does the finger thing work? Okay, no, it's not. So the QR code, if you click onto it, you're going to come to find out about Cheryl's book, where you can register for the launch and for a workshop. So if you register, an email will be sent to you, and Cheryl will get back to you all via email about the book and about the workshop. But to kick off with, Cheryl, just tell us a little bit about the book.
The book Unshaken is some heavy stuff, if you will. So it's co-authored, and I am co-author, or at least my co-author is a former mayor. He was mayor for 4 terms. So if you want to hear and listen to some between him and I, some things that happened, and what we did was we took it from the male perspective as well as the female perspective.
Ooh, I like.
You know, so to look when you are in political spaces, what happens? Like I said before, what happens when all of your friends walk away? What happens when your family don't call you and say, "Are you okay?" You know, what happens when you ain't got no money? You know, what happens when the feds come after you? What happens when you are making presentations and other people are trying to figure out how to demise you because they may want whatever they want? Yeah. How do you even figure out what those people may want? What are those little things that let you be aware of what's going on? That's how come earlier I said you need those 3 people, those 3 women in your sister circle. Yeah. So you can have those women around you that are looking out. You know, because
I love that.
Sometimes it's not easy and it can get lonely.
I love that. And I think the summit plays into that.
Absolutely.
It plays into it massively. It's not just the connection that we've made, by the way, everybody, in terms of us as an inner circle and us being here as panelists. It's the connections that you all guys should be making. One of the things that you should be doing is making sure you're turning up to anything we're doing. Even now, you're on the chat, introduce yourself to one another, drop your links in, connect with one another. You know, we all need a kitchen table. We all need support, because you're right. When all's said and done, and when crap can go down, I won't swear.
And I tell you, if it hasn't gone down for some people yet,
it will.
Just keep on. It's gonna come.
And it's funny. I keep being told that lately, Cheryl. I feel like that was another reminder. Even down to last week, someone said to me, you know, you think you've gone through stuff, but as you get bigger, there's more to come, and you need to be prepared for it. So I absolutely love that.
And that's how come we're starting the schools. And so we have what is called, and I mentioned it a minute ago, the Scholar Compass Leadership Academies. Because I feel that as we are building these businesses, we need to make sure that we are taking care of our children.
Yes, we do.
So we can build them just as we are building. So they understand what an LLC is. They understand what an S Corp is. They understand how to manage their monies. They understand how to figure out how to narrow their funnel down to exactly what it is they want, and they learn how to pivot.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't allow other people to do that. Yeah. So I put out a clarion call to let's start building these schools all over the world.
This is the franchise school, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Let's start doing this all over the world.
Yeah, because schools are institutions.
Yes.
They are there to turn us into workers.
And our babies are in trouble right now. Yeah. Because there's certain people that want to teach our children what they want them to know. Like, they don't want them to know their history. They don't want them to know where they came from. You know, because then they can make them back into slaves, if you ask me.
Which is exactly what's happening. I don't think it's coming. I think it's here.
Yes. And so we need to do something about that. If we have all of this money, trillions of dollars of availability of what we're putting into the economy, wouldn't we want to do something for our babies?
Yeah. Because you're right, they're becoming AI modern day slaves without actually even really knowing it. And it's funny, Cheryl.
Or even they're not even getting to that table.
Yeah, you're right. Because this March was International Women's Month. And I'm not someone that usually rewatches stuff, by the way. I'm one of those people that's always looking for something new. It's probably one of my problems. But I don't know. I love the Madam C.J. Walker.
Yeah.
The book, the documentary. And it's funny, I haven't watched it for a while again, and I rewatched it. And even just, you know, the Rockefellers, for example, and she spoke about them and moving next door to them. And they were actually one of the first that started investing heavily within schools because they saw them as institutions to be able to train them to be able to work.
Yes.
And watching that, it just opened up my eyes yet again of commerce, our relationship with money, so many things about our blueprint that's been broken to hold us down, the things that we are not taught.
And what you are building by bringing all of these ladies to the table, just like the lady that was talking about the social emotional location. What if our children visited her camp? If we had schools all around the world and we figured out how the legislation is moving to put those monies into schools, how we write the accreditation for these schools, how we go to our churches and use our churches where we used to be anyway.
Yeah, I remember going Saturday school growing up. They don't really exist anymore. Exist anymore.
So how do we educate our children that way? And you have a system. You are building a system that can help to educate our babies. And we got all of these women who know how to educate our babies because they raise them.
Because we're educators. We are educators. Cheryl, question for you. How can we help you more in your mission with the schools and the franchising?
Contact me and let's talk about in certain areas. Let's begin to systematically put these schools in different locations.
Yeah.
That's a lot of parents that may be out there that's homeschooling.
And the homeschooling is getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
That don't know where to put their children. We may have a pilot between the two because you already know how to do the technology and everything. So it may be a pilot between the two and sitting at the church. Because we want to teach our children literacy. We want them to know about financial literacy.
We want them to understand how to find their voice and put it out there themselves.
That's how come I started Voice Speaks for Equitable Educational Change. Our voice needs to be heard. It does not need to be, stifled.
It needs to be heard. Can't stress it enough. There's a QR code right above us. That QR code is going to take you to a page that has got information about a workshop that Cheryl's going to be running and a book. It then is going to take you to a thank you page. Once you opt in, you're going to be sent an email, and within that email it gives you information about booking a call. What we're going to do is once you've opted in, we will contact you. So whether you book a call or you don't, please make sure you just opt in, because what we're going to do is reach back out to you and see how we can help Cheryl. So the QR code is above our head. So whether you want to work with Cheryl and, in terms of leadership and getting ahead of your game, whether you're a part of a community, whether it's a community like ours, Top 100, it's a church community, maybe you're a community part of homeschooling, anything where you're linked to education, make sure that you opt into the book and the workshop, because it's a way for us to contact you back and start having conversations. And because everything that we're doing and everything that we should be doing as a people, it is for the next generation. The generation that came before us, they paved the way. And in some aspects, I feel like we stopped.
Yeah. They wanted to make sure that, or make certain that we got an education and we lived better than they did. And for a while, it looked like that. But it has not that long. 100 years hasn't been really a long time ago. 60 years, when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, I was alive.
Yeah. Even the other day, I was talking about my nan. My nan was born in 1918. She's passed away now. The only thing, that was like just after the First World War.
Right.
That's a lot of history.
Yes.
And we're now in 2026. And you're right, even families, the way that we're broken. Growing up, I remember playing with my cousins. We used to go to family functions every week. Now everybody's very segregated. People are more linked into.
Is missing.
Yeah.
People act like what happens to you happens to you. what happens to this child happens to this child. Until it hits home, it's not really an interest. But what affects one individually affects us all collectively.
Yeah.
Just because it got you yesterday, it's coming for you.
Yeah.
But we got to build those systems that you talk about to make certain that we protect our most valuable commodity.
Yeah.
Our babies.
And also as well, we've got to start investing, guys. Really important. That's another reason why we need to start having these conversations. When we just look at the hair market, full stop, we're not in that conversation. We don't own. But that's where ownership's a problem.
How did we lose that?
I don't think we ever had it, to tell you the truth. It's a billion industry marketplace, and I don't think we ever had it. And we're not at the top of the food chains in manufacturing.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I talk about Africa a lot. I feel like those from the diaspora, we need to go back and we need to invest in that next generation as well.
I have a trip planned for August. So I'm taking a group of people to Africa.
Oh, where else are you going? Ghana.
To Ghana. Yes, of course, to visit, to see what's happening.
Yeah.
Because, you know, as Africa puts all of their embassies together, they're looking for our type of.
They're looking for the Atlantic slave trade to come back, and we need to go back because that's where our roots are from. And what we should be doing is investing in the tech startups. How do we make our own expressions here? How do we make our own chemicals? We're cut out from the top of that manufacturing level, and this is the start of doing all of that.
Can you imagine when I was superintendent, I wanted to have a collaboration like I had with China with Africa. I wanted our children, our children sitting at conference room tables. Instead of sending that coffee someplace else, how do we manufacture that coffee? How do we manufacture some of the things and let those young people be the business owners, be the creators to innovate, to solve some of those solutions or give some of those solutions to solve some of those problems? That would be amazing.
Yeah. And even at the moment, guys, here in America, in Europe, there's a lot of grants actually for tech startup, for things that solve a problem. We've got to start getting in at the top of the food chain. We can't just keep waiting for it to drip down. And it's not just our fault because we get cut out of a lot of conversations. But
even in healthcare.
Yeah.
You know, healthcare, like we were talking about, even the mental health. How do you know, the social emotional part of it, but even the major part of it, you know, what if I get vitiligo? Is there a system that I can anticipate getting vitiligo?
Yeah.
What type of technology can we create? Because healthcare is so expensive.
Everywhere, even though people say it's free in the UK, nothing's free in life.
It's so expensive. And sometimes when you go to the doctor, they really don't tell you anything.
No.
So what if you had an app to be able to solve?
And tech healthcare, again, there are so many grants that are available. So we do need to start pushing innovation. We do need to start thinking about inventors. We need to start bringing that back into our community. And it does start with the next generation.
And I would even, again, give out a clarion call to all of the ladies that are grant writers.
Yes.
That are innovators, that are educators. If we build those systems and all of the other 100 women that are
and amen to that, actually. Another thing I'm going to do, anybody that knows any grant writers, you know, reach out to them, give the link that's on the QR code. Because Cheryl, you're absolutely right. There are many Black women actually that are grant writers. And I know for me, I stopped applying for grants because I just got disheartened with it, if I was to be really transparent and honest with you.
But then we have so much social justice that you're doing right now. I think it was the Moody Foundation that just gave one of the HBCUs $150 million. Wow. Imagine if they gave this organization $150 million.
The work that we would do would be phenomenal. It would be phenomenal.
Yes.
And it's been a battle. And actually, this is a good point that Cheryl's just raised. I know that's a question that a lot of people always ask me, by the way. Why haven't you gone for funding? Why haven't you gone for grants? And in the beginning, I did. And the problem that I had with more so funding over grants is that they'd want me to change my model.
Yes.
And that's why I just thought, okay, so you just want to say you helped Black women when really you didn't. And then you want me to be the face of it. I'm just going to call it what it is. And that's why I didn't end up doing it. But what I've been realizing is there are a lot of grant pots where actually there's money available for this mission where I don't owe no one anything.
No.
And those are things that we've got to start looking at more. So for all of you grant bidders and writers out there, please do make sure that you opt in for the book launch and the workshop. Make sure you have a conversation with Cheryl. Make sure you make yourself known. even us as an organization, we're looking for grant writers because as we come into October this year, the year after, we want to start raising more money. So if you're a grant writer, a bid writer, make yourself known. Drop us an email, hello@Women in Digital Business. Make sure that you opt in to Cheryl's book launch and the workshop, because that's where you're going to be able to have a call with her and we can start really doing things and moving forward.
And as I stated earlier, the venture capitalists, we're only getting a small amount of that money.
Tiny. You can't even, it's actually like a crumb off the table.
Exactly. But we're putting all of that money into the economy.
Yeah.
So what is it?
Yeah. And that's why we got to start building our own economies.
Yes.
Right, ladies, where are we now? We are at 11 minutes past 1. Okay, so we are gonna, Maria's playing sign language with me. It sounds like she's going 2 letters, 2 syllables. Okay, we've got 2 minutes. Okay, I was just wrapping up, so that's absolutely that is absolutely perfect.
But I do want to stop for a minute and give you your flowers.
Oh,
I know you've been getting a lot of them, but I want to personally give you your flowers. What you are doing is revolutionary, and it's left up to us to come together. You've put out the table, and you've invited everyone to the table. And you're not pushing anybody away from the table.
No, I'm not.
And this is a community that can respect everyone at the table, and we can put that piece of puzzle together.
Yeah, and you're right. It is overwhelming with the flowers thing, because I don't do it from a place. You know what? My dad's not with me any longer, but my dad was like the king of Proverbs, by the way. It's like I grew up on Proverbs. And there's just certain things. It's so funny that now that he's gone, I didn't realize how much of him is installed in me. Like he always used to say, those that know better, do better. Like even I used to complain about people.
Also, write the vision and make it plain. And that's not Proverbs, but you have written a vision and you have made it plain. And it's left up to us, ladies. So we really have to make certain, because that's prophecy. Write the vision and make it plain. And it can't get no plainer.
Yeah. I didn't even look at it like prophecy is actually. I just sent a chill down me. I didn't even look at it like that. I generally didn't.
You are changing history. And it's a pleasure to be part of history being changed.
Thank you. And this is something that's going to continue. This is not just a March thing either. October's going to come. Even you going to Africa, we would love to make sure that you follow and do some footage, and we can keep everybody updated. One of the things that we want to do, Cheryl, putting that vision out there now that you said it, is take this to Ghana in 2027. Yes. We want to take this to Africa. Yes. We have to reconnect back with the root of where we came from as a diaspora. We've got power there. They welcome us there. It's when you get to Ghana, you're going to love it. You're going to feel like royalty, literally. You're going to...
cannot wait. I can't.
You're going to feel like royalty. And I feel like you're right. It's a mission that you've got. And generally, Cheryl, within my heart, it's bigger than me. Yes. It's just starting here. I don't know where it's going to, but I already know that what we're doing here is bigger than me and what we're doing. And it's going to keep growing.
But you responded to the call. There was something that came into your spirit, and we're energy. So that energy came into you and you responded. And the Lord said, I will give you.
Definitely. And to be honest with you, Cheryl, I think the Lord gave me this a while ago. My first business was actually Black Books, A to Z. And from then I wanted to educate our people about where they come from. I got really interested in Black history as a teenager, and I read every single book under the sun. And that's where my love for reading actually came from. And that's when I realized for anybody to want to hold us down, the way that they hold us down and the trickery and how the system's created could only but mean that if we ever connect and come together, there's going to be power.
And that's how come we got to make sure we get our babies too.
Yeah.
That's how come we got to make sure we get control of our schools.
Yeah.
And teach our children.
Yeah.
And not allow them not to have those books.
Yeah. And watch out for this space. One of my dreams is always, so I like superheroes, by the way. I love Marvel. And I don't remember X-Men, Dr. Xavier, and the special school. Cheryl, I think maybe we've got a mission to create a special school. For those that are gifted in different ways and somewhere that can nurture them, because that's also been something that's been on my radar. So we got a lot of work. We got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work
at such a time as now.
Thank you so much. But brilliant. We're going to wrap up now. We have got Daphne Jones and Sing Clark coming in. just before we do, I think we've got the gorgeous Maria that's about to come back into the room. Because we are engineer at what time? Maria, feel free to come in. So I just want to know if our next guests are ready. Yes. Okay. So guys, I would love to introduce to the stage this lady. Actually, they're two amazing ladies, if you want me to be honest with you. I'm going to welcome onto the stage the wonderful Daphne Jones, who I had the most amazing conversation with. She is so well accomplished. She's done so many things, and she's developed systems. She's developed frameworks that are really going to help you level up and be where you are. Interviewing her is the amazing Sin Clark. Sin's got this energy of like a sage, like an oracle. And she's just got this calming nature about her. She is the face of Irie Jam Radio. She has been with us all the way through this. It's because of Sin Clark why we're here today. What you're seeing here is what Irie Jam Radio actually built out for us in one weekend. They're becoming the heart of what we do. So I just want to bring onto the stage Sin Clark, who's going to be interviewing Daphne Jones. Take a seat, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So are we ready to go? Hi, everyone. Hello.
Hello again.
How are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored.
Indeed, we are blessed and highly favored to be here. Top 100 Powerful Black Women Summit. It is my absolute, I'm Sin Clark, as Natalia did say. I'm the CEO of Irie Jam Radio and the co-chair of Irie Jam Foundation. We believe of one Caribbean, one culture, and infinite impact. And impact is why we are here on the summit, and impact is what this lady does. It is my absolute honor to introduce a woman who has not only broken barriers, but has redefined what leadership, resilience, and self-belief truly looks like. Daphne E. Jones is a former Fortune 50 Chief Information Officer, a transformational leader, and the best-selling author of Win When They Say You Won't. Hold that book up. Yes. Throughout her remarkable career, she has led at the highest levels of global organizations, navigating spaces where women, especially women of color, have historically been underrepresented. But what makes her story so powerful isn't just the title she's held, it's the mindset she's cultivated. Daphne has become a leading voice on overcoming imposter syndrome, building unshakable confidence, and stepping fully into your purpose, which is a big word for me, even when the world tells you you don't belong. So today she joins us to share not just her journey, but the tools, the truth, and the strategies that empower us to win no matter the odds. Please help me and us welcome Daphne E. Jones. Round of applause, please. We will drum roll if I was in my studio. Hello, Daphne. How are you?
I am fantastic. I am just delighted to be here. This is such an honor. Truly an honor. You all have no idea what's going on over here, and they're creating a movement, not a moment, but a movement.
Indeed. And let's talk about let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, the roots of it all. Daphne, when people hear former Fortune 50 CIO, they hear success. But who were you before the title?
Before the title, I was a child of immigrants from Jamaica, who really was taught the value of education and the value of having a strong mind. And my mom and dad, when I would be in the house at 5 years old or 4 years old, she would say, Daphne, go out to the alley and bring me 2 + 4 rocks. And if I didn't bring her 6 rocks, she made me go and get, a switch. So you beat my little legs. So education was really important. Math, reading, etc. was really important. And that's where I was. But then as I grew and I learned, I did a lot of reading and all that. As I grew and went into high school, I found out that there were other people that had other ideas for me. There are other people who had a different perspective of what I could do in my life. And they discouraged me from doing much more than being a secretary and we can talk about that story as well. So I was beat down from my counselor, whose job was to tell me that I could rise, but he beat me down. So when I then went to become a secretary, I at that point realized that these people who were running this place, I could do what they're doing, but what they have on me is that they went to college and I did not. And so I went to college, and I began to realize that the word impossible is just somebody's opinion, that the word is really inevitable. It's just a matter of time. If you say you can do it, you do it. And if you put your mind to it, your actions will follow, and then the outcomes will be that. So before I was a CIO, I was the person who was told no. And then I started saying, well, what if? So I started finding more, like, what else can I do? And then I went and said, well, if I can get to go to college, what if I can graduate in 3 years instead of 4? So I did.
Yeah.
Then I got my bachelor's degree, and then I said, well, what if I could get my MBA? What if I could do it in 1 year instead of 2? So I did that. And so it was always this pushing that I did. My husband says I'm never satisfied. And so I'm always trying to find the more. And that's really what happened. And that's, I think, my trajectory was trying to find the more, and never accepting no, and never settling for the status quo.
So I hope, and I have my trusty book here, because I'm not just hosting, I'm also going to be a note taker, because we're in this space to learn from one another, right? And what I heard was not just impossible, but inevitable, right? And the what if.
Yes.
What is that what if for each and every one of us?
Absolutely.
Right? That
absolutely.
what if, what you hear.
That's right. That's right. That word, those 2 words, everybody can say them.
Yeah.
Everybody can wonder.
Yeah.
Everybody has the opportunity to do it. But, there was a saying that goes, when was the last time that you did something for the first time? So I want you all to get up, get going, and try something different, and find the more, and ask yourself the question, what if?
Yeah. You say find the more a lot, but I'm gonna wait until a little bit later down in the interview to talk about that finding the more, because I think that we are in a space where as women, we're doing so much. We also want to find the more in what we're doing, right? And so we're going to talk about that a little later on down in the interview. But I want to ask you now, was there ever a moment early in your career where you quietly questioned, do I really belong here? And what did that feel like?
Well, yes. And continually. And I don't think it's really stopped. And in a way, when you question yourself, you don't take things for granted. You prepare, and you try to be the best, and try to outbeat and outlast your competition. So yeah, there was a time, and it started as a young child. And I believe that, they talk about the word imposter syndrome. And I believe that as a young girl, women girls are taught and fed what I'll call seeds of misdirection, are planted in their little brains, in our little brains. And so those seeds of misdirection then grow up. They're watered by racism. They're watered by sexism. The sun of bigotry and all that stuff comes out, and it feeds these seeds. Next thing you know, they've become these tall trees of imposter syndrome. Girls can't do math. You could never be a hedge fund manager as a Black man. You can't be a pilot of an airplane. You can't. So then when you ask for a microscope, they said, why don't you get an easy bake oven instead? And so it shuts you down and makes you believe that. So that's how I felt. I was told that I wouldn't amount to much. So I said, okay, he must know who I am, and more better than I knew myself. And so absolutely, but it doesn't go away until you tell yourself that I was wonderfully and fearfully made. And I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So you have to give yourself the right people to be around you, and the right motivational words that have to come into your spirit, so that you can put those things and, get thee behind me, doubt and Satan and all that stuff. And so I think absolutely yes. And it does not go away automatically, but it's a constant journey to not let it not define you, but let it stop you from going forward.
Now, you talk about seeds. I'm a big advocate of purpose. And I believe that at a young age, we need to plant the seed and the truth that everybody's born with a purpose.
Absolutely.
And we're born with the gifts within. Those very seeds of positivity are there. However, life tends to nurture the seeds of negativity and box you in, limitation, all these things. Talk to us about what you think your purpose in life is.
Well, first, I believe that purpose is the combination of your passion and your proclivity. Your passion, what is it that you love to do so much that you would do it for free?
It's your soul on fire, yes.
But because you're so good at it, you need to get paid for it. So, and obviously those are things that are good for people, not negative things. And so my purpose is to teach wisdom to the world. That is in a simple nutshell. And I started realizing my purpose when I was an instructor. I was working for IBM. I was a systems engineer back in the day, and you get promoted, you go to one job and you get promoted to another job and you just kind of go up the ladder. So I got promoted to be a systems engineering instructor. I taught engineers how to be engineers. And the light bulbs that went off in people's faces when they went to their lab and when they raised their hand and they couldn't understand a particular part of the coding that we were doing with JCL, which is something called the job control language. And their light bulbs went off. I'm like, this is what I love. This is it. I want to teach wisdom. I want people to be smarter. So it didn't just stop there at being an instructor. It goes in everything. And so my poor husband, he always says, Daphne, I'm not one of your students. You're not going to teach me a whole lot more. So he doesn't want to be taught. But that's my purpose, is to teach wisdom to the world in all manners, whether it be life experiences, whether it be, how to dress for success, whether it be how to join a board. My job is to teach wisdom to the world.
Now, let's talk about how you distinguish between humility and shrinking yourself, since so many women confuse the two.
Humility and shrinking yourself. So one of it comes from a place of lack, I believe, when you shrink yourself. But humility comes from caring for someone else. And as the word says, if eating meat offends your brother, then don't eat meat. Find your way to make it so that your brother's comfortable, because that eating meat may cause him or her to sin. And so you be humble, and you kind of not let yourself be the most important thing in the room or the most important person in the room, because you are not here by yourself and you're not here for yourself. You are here to help embody greatness in other people. And so if you can be humble and make that happen, that comes from a place of confidence, actually. When a person can be humble, they're confident to me, because they can take themselves back and they can push themselves forward. But if you shrink yourself, that says, you know what? I may not matter as much. I'm not that important. So there's self-esteem and there's confidence, and both of those, I think, play into it. When you shrink yourself, you've lost confidence.
Now, do you believe imposter syndrome is internal, or is it sometimes a response to environments that were never designed for us?
Yes. It is internal. When my counselor told me that Black girls don't go to college, I didn't understand what he meant. And then when I realized that the Rockefellers and the Fords and the DuPonts, that's who built corporate America. So this face right here was not ever expected to run a company. I could run a kitchen, according to him. I could probably run a babysitting their babies, but I couldn't run a company. And so imposter syndrome came from systems that they didn't build them for us. That we built the buildings that they were in, but we didn't build the systems that they built, and they weren't expecting us to win. So we have, an unequitable compensation. We don't get feedback on a timely basis about how we're doing with our roles. We're playing by their rules. And because of that, I think you got this imposter syndrome, because they are not helping you to win. You're helping them to win. They're not helping you. And they don't know and they realize that the more they help you win, the more they will win, even more.
So much to unpack there, because I want to talk about that winning and what that feels like. And when did you, Daphne Jones, say, you know what, I'm winning? And what is it? At what point from the imposter syndrome to I'm winning? Take us through that.
That's a great question. When I realized that I could go to college and succeed when I was told that I couldn't. That's what propelled me to write the book, because people, including myself, doubted me. And when I realized that I could go to college and win, then I said, okay, so it's just a matter of time. If I say I can do it, then I can do it. It's inevitable. It's not impossible. And then every time I'd go after something, there'd be times when I would fail. I was laid off from IBM. They laid me off. They downsized me. And I've gone through a divorce. I mean, I've had issues that have plagued my life, but I realized that as you take a couple of steps forward, you may have to take a couple of steps back, but you never stop. You never quit. You may have to. There's a book by Eric Ries called the Lean Startup. And he talks about go after your dream and your vision. But if you don't quite make it, don't quit it. Yeah. It's important enough that you don't quit. You pivot and try a new approach, or you persevere. You keep going after whatever it is. So I realized that it was not for me to quit, because my mother told me, whatever has my mind has me. She said, Daphne, if you are doing education, you're doing strong, you're going to be an educated person. If you work hard and that has your mind, you're going to be a hard worker. If that silly boy Sean down the street sitting on the corner has your mind, you're going to be that silly girl sitting right next to him on the corner. And so she taught me that I can do all things. I can do everything, because whatever has my mind has me. So.
Whatever has my mind has me. Okay, whatever has your mind out there, it has you. It has you control. So make sure it's something that's good that you're feeding on. Definitely for women listening right now who are successful on paper but still feel not enough, what would you say to that person, that woman?
Well, stop telling yourself that, because it's not true, because you were made for a reason. And God didn't make mistakes, as far as I know. And so don't think of yourself as a mistake. You need to surround yourself with people. And I have the saying that just because somebody's in your circle doesn't mean that they're in your corner. And I like to box. I didn't tell you that about me. So what happens when the boxing happens, when the bell rings, usually women have 2 minutes, men have 3-minute rounds. But let's say, as a woman, the bell rings. Where do you go at the end of that round? You go to your corner. And who will you find there? You will find your coach. You will find somebody who is going to speak life into what you're doing. That coach has won before. He's been a boxer, or she's been a boxer before. She knows how to give you a strategy to say, it's time for you to go southpaw, or, use your uppercut a little bit better. She will wipe the blood off your face. And then she'll send you back out there into the ring so that you can apply what she taught you, so you can keep learning how to win. And so when you have somebody that's in your circle, they're in proximity to you, but they may not be in partnership with you, where your coach in that corner will be. And so you need to just surround yourself with people that are taking up the mental shelf space in your mind, but they're providing rent. They're giving you not money necessarily, but they're giving you valuable jewels and nuggets for you to be better and better. So when you surround yourself with people that are amazing, you're going to be amazing. Yeah. If you have 9 poor friends, you're going to be the 10th one. If you have people who are not going after their thing, you're going to be the next person to not go after their thing. Surround yourself with amazing people, and you'll see that your mindset will change.
Now, your book is called Win When They Say You Won't. Who were the they in your life, and how did you avoid internalizing their doubt?
Well, I wouldn't say I didn't internalize, because I certainly didn't go right to college like I wanted to. And that's where it all kind of started for me, because after I left my mother's care, it's like the world kind of came after me. The they was myself, and the they can be you. Had that little voice in your brain talking to you about you're not good enough, and then you just got to shut that voice down and put it down. But the they can be the neighbor that can't believe that you can afford to live next to them, because they don't look like you and you don't look like them. The they can be your boss. I've had bosses who have come after me. As a senior vice president, I was the highest ranking African-American in IT in all of General Electric, the entire corporation. Wow. And you can just imagine what that was like, right? Because there are people who probably didn't think I belonged there, even though I helped build the DNA of GE's digital DNA. And so it was those kinds of things, those kind of people that came after me. I had my family who didn't believe that I would ever write the book. They laughed at me. So they can be anyone. It can be yourself. It can be your neighbors. It can be your friends. And when you have people that do that, you got to find a way to get new friends.
Get new friends. Okay. Get new friends.
Y'all can do it. Get new friends.
Now, Daphne, can you walk us through one practical shift, one habit or mindset that helped you move from self-doubt to self-trust?
There is something that happened to me, actually, and I learned it from, he was the head of HR of an organization. And because I was told at a young age that I wouldn't amount to much, that imposter syndrome, I found myself always raising my hand to ask a question, to show people how smart I was. Because I was told that I wasn't. So what else can I do but prove that I am? So I'm in these rooms and I'm raising my hand, I'm making comments and just talking all the time. And at one point he came to me and he said, Daphne, after the meeting was over, he said, you're going to have to learn how to wait. I said, wait? What do you mean wait? What are we waiting for? Where are we going? Are we going somewhere? Wait. He said, no, wait stands for, WAIT stands for why am I talking? Because I was doing all this talking, trying to show how smart I was. And he said, you need to let other people have an opportunity to speak. So what I did from that point was I started writing down my questions. I might have had 10 of them, 20 of them. I wrote them down. And then I would prioritize them and say, well, which of these are the most important ones that I really need an answer to? And then I would find that I would only write down or ask 1 or 2 or 3 questions in the course of an hour. And that allowed other people who might have had the same question, it allowed them to ask the question that I would have asked ordinarily. And it made me a better listener and it made me a better contributor as well. So I went from being totally insecure to saying, you know what, I'm not that bad because she's asking the same question I wrote down. He's asking the same question I wrote down. And so as a result, I was able to do that. That's just one small example. Wait means why am I talking? And it works at home. When, the word says soft answer turneth away wrath. So if my husband's yelling at me, I'm just going to say, okay, why am I talking? I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to whisper. I'm going to rub his head. So it can work at home too. And ask yourself, why am I talking? Why am I texting? Why am I tweeting? Why am I talking?
What does it look like to own your wins without feeling like you're bragging?
You know what? I find myself not really talking a lot about them. And because and this is maybe my insecurity, not sure if everybody can handle it. But I hang with people though that have achieved more than me or have achieved as much as me. And I find that people that may not have achieved as much, I'm there to turn around and help them and lift them up. I'm reminded about Harriet Tubman. That's my role model. And I created what I call her push-pull technique. She would push forward into new areas, new territory, dangerous areas where she was trying to discover path to freedom. But at the same time, she was pulling those people behind her, those slaves behind her, so that she could get them. Come on, baby, you can do it. Come on. Yeah. And she had a shotgun and a lantern, but she was moving forward. So I find that if I have people that are smarter than me, that are better than me, I can talk about my challenges and not feel like I'm bragging. And the people that I'm pulling behind, I don't necessarily talk a lot about what I've done, except I look at them and I try to help them get out of what they're falling under.
Push-pull.
The push-pull technique.
What systems or practices do you recommend for women to track and affirm their growth and accomplishments?
What system to affirm? Did you say it again?
Yeah. Systems or practices do you recommend for women to track and affirm their growth?
Okay. Well, I would certainly, I'll go to my book.
Yes, we're about to go right there.
My process is called EDIT. And EDIT is just exactly what it sounds like. And edit, as you know, means to change. It means to advance. It means to move forward. And as you think about an editor of a magazine or a newspaper, that's what they do. They edit stuff. And edit means change. So if you change your how you think, you will change what you do. And if you change what you do, then you will change your outcomes. And when you go through edit, the E stands for envision. You have to envision, where do you want to go? Having a bold purpose, right? What is your purpose? What is your passion? And what are you really good at? If you have that, and then you create your bold objectives, but you have to suspend disbelief. So E is the first thing you got to do. Where are you going? Yeah. What do you want to do? Because people without a vision perish. Right. So you have to have a vision as to where you want to go. The second thing you want to do is then design, like, how are you going to get there? And because just having a vision without action, that's just a dream. So you have to put a plan in place, and you got to track that plan. You got to document what that plan is. What are your objectives going to be? Who's going to be on your team? Who's going to be your in your corner, if you will? Who's going to be your stakeholders that'll help you? Then once you do that, then you start iterating. The I stands for iterate. And when you iterate, that just means go to practice. You know, you want to be a public speaker, start speaking in public. Yep. If you want to be a scuba diver, start learning how to swim. So then you just iterate on that goal that you have. And then you find that you may not do well the first time, but you don't quit. You either pivot or you persevere. You keep going and you keep going. And then after you've iterated, you've transformed. The T stands for transformation. And that transformation may not get you exactly where you wanted to be. I wanted to be a senior vice president. I had to settle for vice president instead. But when you have that edit framework, you're able to track what you want, how you're going to get there. You do it, measure your results, you test, measure, and learn, and then you transform. And you know what? You've transformed not just yourself, you've transformed people around you, because you're not going to take the same old mess that you did before, because you have grown. You've got a new pair of shoes that are now half a size bigger, right? And so now you have people around you that their expectations are going to have to change about who they are in your life as well. So that's what I think. It's a system that we have.
Beautiful system. Edit. So how are we going to apply that edit system to our lives for that growth, for that achievement, to move past certain people that no longer serve us, environments that no longer serve us, relationships that no longer serve us? I want to go to leadership and power. Now, as a woman in rooms where you may have been the only one, how did you learn to use your voice with authority?
I learned through having allies in the room. Because by yourself, you can't, well, I shouldn't say you can't. I was not able to do that by myself. I was able to find the people that had common goals with me, who had affinity for my situation and my background and my values and all that. And when you have those allies, they actually help you. There was a point in time when I call it heap-eating, when a woman says something and nobody recognizes it. It was pretty amazing. They don't say anything, but next thing, a guy says the same thing and he almost gets a standing ovation.
Heap-eating?
That's called heap-eating.
Okay.
Because he repeated what I said, but it was a he that was doing it. Heap-eating. So I actually asked my one of my leaders that were in the room, my peers, when I was an SVP, and I said, "This is what's going on. I'm seeing it. I'm not sure if you're seeing it. Can you listen the next time that I make a comment and somebody else comes?" So he was able to say, "Guys, Daphne just said that. Can we try? We don't have a lot of time to waste. Can we try, somebody else has another idea? Because she's got that one covered," right? Or you say, "You know what, John, thank you for stating and re-articulating my point so well. You did a great job with that. But now I'm going to add another thing to my point." So you give them credit for stating your point, but you took it away and then you added to it. So you do things like that. And this is all in my book. There's just so many things that you can do. Asking a friend, phone a friend. But then when you have that, then you own the room at that point.
Own the room. And that's what we want to do. What's the difference between being invited to the table and actually having influence at the table?
When you speak the language of the business is about strategy. It's about customer satisfaction. It's about risk mitigation. It's about profitability. It's about reputational management. All those things, you have to talk that way. And when you talk about that, then you're not a shrinking, you don't shrink in the room. You have perspectives because of your background. So everyone that is listening, you got to make sure that you know what your superpower is. And then when you have that superpower is going to be important to be used to help the company to win. But if you talk in their language, business and finance is the language of the business. If you can talk in those terms, then they're going to say, okay, she knows what she's talking about. We need to listen to her a little bit more. But you have to know what your superpower is and talk the language of the business.
Superpower. What is do you know what your superpower is? Have you ever had to unlearn parts of yourself to step fully into leadership? And what did you have to let go of?
Trying to be the smartest person in the room. Because at the end of the day, if I'm the smartest person in the room, then I'm in the wrong room.
Yes, I've heard, yes.
And that's what I think Colin Powell, I might have said that. And so I had to learn to, again, as part of waiting, to let other people, state your objective, state your strategy, state the goal, and then you kind of sit back and watch and let people work, as opposed to being the one that has all the answers, because they're not growing that way. And so my goal was to have people grow under my leadership. And that was what I had to unlearn, because you're used to being an individual contributor. I was an analyst. I was a systems engineer, but then I became a systems engineering instructor. And then I had people working for me. Then I became an systems engineering manager. And then I had people working for me. So then you have to change from being a doer to being a leader. And so I had to let go of always wanting to be the doer and be the smartest person in the room.
Let's talk about the book and being an author. What does that look like? This is when they say you won't break through barriers and keep leveling up your success. Something like this looked like it took a long time to write. Take us through the process of becoming a best-selling author.
Well, it started with just having, when I hear things, I would write them down. And then when you hear enough things, it sounds like there's a pattern emerging, because somehow something attached to me. And because I was as an instructor at IBM and always trying to teach people, teaching wisdom to the world, I said, how can I teach people how to do what most people that look like me don't do, which is to win in a corporate America that was not built for us. And this is not only about being a corporate leader. This is about starting your own business. How do you start your own business? What are the ways that you do it? And so it's just the framework was just about, how do I get started? But I was writing things down all the time. Then I would say, okay, this goes with that point that I wrote down 2 years ago. It took me easily 8 years to write this book. Wow. Because I started a long time ago, but it wasn't until I retired from corporate America that I actually had time to finish the book, to write it. Because when you're writing a book, when are you going to do it? On the weekend? And you've got 3 hours, 2 hours. By the time you get into the book, it's time to cook dinner or it's time to do something else. So it was really tough. But when I retired, that's when I was able to do it. But you also need to have friends. When I talk about having allies and people around you that are in your corner, I had ghostwriters who helped me. Okay. I had somebody who would help me just make sure that my points were solid and that I was thinking logically, and that, what's the hook? What's the catch? And so they would coach me as well. So don't try to do things by yourself. Always find somebody who has done it before. They say, if you want to be a millionaire, take a millionaire out to lunch and then shut up. Because that millionaire will tell you how to be a millionaire. If you want to write a book, go to people who have written a book and be quiet or ask them questions, obviously. And that's basically what I did. I had to go to people that had written books and how did you do it? Who was your publisher? Can you introduce me to your publisher? So you're not by yourself, and never think that you are, because there's always a ton of people who want to help you to win.
Yeah, a ton of people out there that want to help you to win.
Yes.
Let's stay there on winning. What does winning look like you now, past the accolades and past the titles?
It's part of a legacy question that I've been asked before, and if I was to die tomorrow and my gravestone was going to say something, I would want it to say, "Here's Daphne. She made us better." And so winning to me is not money anymore, because part of when you all go through your life, there's 3 stages of life. There's where you learn all you can, you earn all you can, and you return all you can. So we start out as young people learning all we can. We're going to school, we're learning, history and math and all that. And then because you know all that, you trade it in for money. So that's when you start earning all you can. I know finance, I can be your CPA. I know finance, I can be, CFO. So now you've learned it, now you're earning. And then at some point you have that for a long period of time, then till you figure out, what's my number? I think I want to make $5 million before I retire, or whatever the number is. You've earned all you can. Then when you're done earning all you can, you take what you've learned and what you've earned, and now you start returning all you can to people who want to win. You help them to learn. You go back and say, well, I'm going to help you learn. I'm going to help you earn. And that's the return. So right now for me, I'm in the return phase of my life. But you never stop learning. Don't get me wrong. You never stop earning. Thank God. But I'm more skewed to the returning all I can phase. So for me, winning is where people say, there goes Daphne. She made me better. She returned things to me. She gave me something I never had. She gave me something I never knew. She made me better.
She made me better. And I've never thought about what I wanted on my tombstone. Now Daphne has me thinking.
Well, I'm older. I'm an OG. I'm an OG, so I'm older than you. So you don't have to worry about it yet.
All right. If you could rewrite the narrative for women who feel overlooked, underestimated, or unseen, what would that new story be?
If I could rewrite the narrative of women who are overlooked, undervalued, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm going to break into my Harvey Coleman, who I love to death. It's about pie. Pie, my mom told me, Daphne, when you do your job, do it well, they're going to notice you and promote you and all that. Mm-hmm. And performance is important, but it isn't sufficient. Mm-hmm. And so the P in pie is your performance. So you got to perform. When you're overlooked and undervalued, just perform. Show up early. Deliver more than was expected. Deliver sooner than was expected. Save more money than you promised. Make more money than you said you would. So that is performance. That's the P. But then it doesn't stop there. What goes on there is for you to make sure that your image, your I, is the image, is what I stands for, is image. When you do that, it's not only, again, how you look, but you need to look a certain way. How do the most successful people in my industry look? Yeah. How do they dress, right? You have to make sure that you fit in, get in that sense. But it's also your brand. Are you collaborative? Are you always complaining? Are you always late? Do you help other people all the time? Are you funny? Are you helpful to others? That's your image. That when you're invited to a meeting, your image shows up before you do. Oh, yes. Daphne's coming to the meeting tomorrow. Oh, I'm calling in sick tomorrow because I can't stand her. Or Daphne's coming to the meeting tomorrow. Oh, she is so great. She helps me all the time. That's your image. And so even if you are overlooked, bring that image forward that is going to help other people win. When they talk about Daphne, they're going to talk about her in a positive way. But it doesn't stop there. It stops at the E in pie, which is exposure. And it's not only what you know, it's who you know and who knows you. So when there are people that are senior vice presidents and you're a VP or you're a director and you want them to speak for you, you have to get to know them. They have to know that you exist. Because if you're not in the room and you're not on Zoom and they don't know you, you will never be considered for that opportunity. And so when you feel like you're overlooked, get exposed to the right people who can be your mentor, who can be your sponsor, who can be your accountability buddy, who can be your coach. who could be all these things for you. And then when they can speak on your behalf and say, you know what, we got to start up that new manufacturing center in Brazil. Oh my, Susan knows, she knows Spanish. She understands supply chain and distribution. Let's send her. But Susan's not in the room when they're saying that, but they know Susan because they're exposed to her. So I suggest that everyone think about performance. Yes, you got to perform, but know your image and how you're perceived, your 360s, your Johari's windows. Get those things to be clear as to how you are being perceived, and then make sure people know who you are so that they can recommend you for when you're not in the room.
Indeed. I as an image consultant as well, I always talk to my clients about putting on that armor, right? What does it look like? You are your brand, right? And that thing that's, don't judge a book by a cover. They're judging you.
Yeah, they really are.
As you walk into the room, they're judging you. So make sure that you are putting out the best of you, right?
Absolutely.
So that image is very, very, very important.
Now there's a question about assimilate or authenticate. Can I be authentic, or do I have to assimilate? Because so you got to know the rules of engagement. The basketball players, they have to dress a certain way when they're coming into the stadium. The Knicks or whoever, they either have to wear a suit or they got to wear designer or whatever. They can't come any sort of way, but they choose to play the game. And there's the point of being playing the game, which is understanding what your image needs to be. And apparently the NBA wants the image of the players to be a certain way. So you have to assimilate in that sense. But there are some times when you can wear braids and you may have to be authentic. Take Martin Luther King birthday off. That's being your authentic self, but it also tells people what your values are as well. So you have to understand, are you going to be authentic, or are you going to have to assimilate, or do you do both?
Now, the Top 100 Women Summit is about community. That's my understanding, building community around women in business. How important is community in your space?
Community is extremely important, and my space is varied. As an author, as a pastor's wife, as a CEO of a startup, as a board member, but as somebody who just wants to help women to win. We're not here by ourselves or for ourselves. And when I know a little bit, but when I come together with my community, I know everything. We can change the world if we would just work together and not be either afraid or jealous or what have you, because we all bring something to the table. And the community is powerful. When women win, the world wins. When Black women win, the world times two win. So I believe community is important, and we don't do enough of it. No, I don't think we do.
We don't. And I think also because there has been this pitting.
Yeah, one's against another.
One another. But I think when we move past that and we're able to have that conversation, like I don't know Daphne from anywhere, but I know that she's somebody I can get down with. She's someone I would absolutely want in my corner. And so when we realize that, look, we shouldn't be working against each other, but together, right? When we work together, we win.
We do.
We win.
Absolutely do. And I may have something that you're weak in will be my strength. And there'll be something that I'm weak in that is your strength. And that's cool, because that's how we were made. But the one thing that I see that does happen is when you're the only person of color in the room, and another person of color walks in, sometimes people just get they feel some kind of way. Well, I was the special one, and now you walked in, and now I'm not so special anymore. We got to get rid of that.
Yeah, because it's about, how about come in, let's work together.
Please.
Let's work together to move this thing forward.
There's 8 of them and 2 of us, and we got a problem with that? Yes. But with there being with being 2 of us, so we have to make sure that community becomes who we are and what we're about.
Complete this sentence. The moment you stop doubting yourself is the moment you
soared. The brakes came off. I stopped being afraid because I knew that I could lean back and somebody would catch me. My community, my friends, my church, my husband, so the minute that I soared. Yeah.
And that's what we want for all of us. We all want to soar, whether you are a coach, whether you are a stay-at-home mom, a startup, whatever it is. We want to soar, right? We don't just want to. I don't want to hear I'm striving or I'm doing okay. I want us all to soar,
right. That's
to live a beautiful life.
That's exactly right.
Right.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
And we can do that. Life be lifing.
Look, life is living right now. Okay?
I had breast cancer 5 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't talk. We have so much we have to talk about. So yeah, 5 years ago, and that in the last chapter in my book is where I talk about the experience. And I almost had to say to myself, should I write this book? I got breast cancer. Well, what do I do? But it wasn't about me. It was really about helping other women to win and to soar, because I was able to soar in corporate America. And this is not about you working for another company. It's about you building your own business. This is about you starting your own company. It's also about you working for somebody. It's about being a better mother, being a better wife, learning how to be a scuba diver, whatever it is you want to do to win. I had to write the book to tell you, you can do it. If you envision where you want to go, design what the plan is, iterate and test and measure and learn, then you will transform into something. Will it be exactly what you wanted? But it'll be something that God has for you, and it'll be better than when you started out. So I had to say to myself, am I going to write this book? Even though I had that, and I said, no, the women have to soar. I need to give them wings. I need to give them lift. And this is my way of trying to say, here's the lift for you.
Let's talk about health.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it's something that we have to live with. You know, I am a woman in entering this perimenopause phase, and I'm just like, wait, no one said to me that I was going to have this. Yes. No one said anything,
girl.
You know, so I'm just like, and I'm looking for. I'm going down the rabbit hole of trying to figure out what is all of this about. You know, and you having survived breast cancer and what that looked like for you at that time. There's someone out here that's going through that right now. And they have no way to turn. They don't know what to do. They feel the world is devastated. Give them some hope.
Well, first of all, even if you don't, or if you do, go to your doctor. So there are women who say, I'm not going, I'm fine. And you may not be fine. So before, not talking to those that necessarily have breast cancer, but those that don't or don't know, go to your doctor and make sure that you get the mammogram or the ultrasounds or the MRIs or whatever you need to make sure. You need to get a baseline established of where you are. Because, you know, whether it's a cavity in your mouth, if you don't mess with that cavity and you leave it alone, your tooth will come out. So you need to make sure that your body is being checked at on a regular basis. If you do have it, the amount of lives that are saved because of the advancement of medicine is incredible, right? Breast cancer is not the leading contributor of women's death at all, by any means. And so when you have it, you just need to make sure that you are going through what you have to go through, whether it's surgery, whether it's, medicines that you have to take, radiation, whatever. I had lumpectomy. I'll just be honest. I had a lumpectomy. I found it at stage 0. Okay. So cancer goes in stages: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure if it goes up to 5. People would congratulate me at being at stage 0. I said, I'm not the hero. The women who are at stage 3 and stage 4, and they're making it, that is to me who the heroes are. But I was fortunate that I got it at stage 0 because I went to the doctor every year for the exam. So I want everyone who's listening, go to your doctor, listen to them, understand the statistics. There's statistics, there's a lifespan that is possible. So I had mine 5 years ago. My doctor jokingly says that I will die of something else. So what is that going to be? Of course, he can't tell me because, nobody knows, but thank God for that. But you have hope. God is good. And I have to remember the name of the minister. She does a 30-minute prayer. And I'm going to try to remember, and I'll try to get back to you guys. Yeah. She's a pastor. She's also a doctor. And she does a 30-minute prayer that covers every part of your body. She prays for your eyes, your brain, your heart, your breast. And I sat at home and laid down every night listening to her, and that sent me to sleep. And when you're hearing the word of God, when you're being prayed over, it's just an amazing feeling that you know God is with you. Yeah. And if he is for you, who can be against you? Yes. No one can be against you. No one can win in this but God. So I will try to remember her name, but I've given the YouTube video to so many people, and that has helped them and blessed them.
Yeah, well, and if this is you, find that community, go out there, and if through all of the ladders, the rungs to go to all of these C-suites and sitting on boards like that. Yeah. I'm sure your faith was tested.
Absolutely. And thank God I married an inside man. He's a pastor. So he has an inside scoop with God. And so he would always say, Daphne, what's our prayer? Be anxious for nothing. But in all things, through prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be known unto God. And so I would have to say that. But then at some point, you got to believe it.
Yeah. Yes.
Because you have to, act like it depends on you, but you also have to act like it depends on God. Yeah. And so having that faith and that ability to speak life to myself, physician, heal thyself. Yeah. Right. So my ability to speak life to myself was really important. And having my husband pray over me and others pray with me and praying for myself, of course, was really important.
Really what would 16-year-old Daphne say to herself looking back now? 16-year-old Daphne.
16-year-old Daphne. So if I was 6.
No, what would you look back and tell 16-year-old
Oh,
Daphne?
I see. Don't allow limits or labels in your life. Never, and I'll tell you this is my winner's mantra, if I can say it.
Yes, please.
Never accept no.
Never accept.
Never settle for the status quo.
Yep.
If there are followers, you must lead. If there's a gap, you've got to fill it. If there is hunger, please feed it. If there's an illness, I hope you'll cure it. If there is prosperity, I hope you'll find it. If there is a record, you need to beat it. If there is wisdom, I pray that you will receive it. Always find a way to win. That's what I would tell my 16-year-old self. Always find a way to win.
Yeah, always find a way to win. All right, we are going to pivot now. We want to talk about boards.
Okay.
And board leadership.
Yep.
And what that looks like. Can you give us an idea of your background as a board member and what that experience has looked like across different organizations?
Sure. I retired from GE. By the way, I'm 69.
Look amazing.
I gotta say that.
She looks amazing. Yes, like what?
So you talk about menopause and stuff. And a real quick joke. My husband and I would be laying in bed and I would have the windows open. It would be, December. And he's like this. Right. And I'm like, whew. And so, I'm not sure if you've gone through that yet, but get ready. So I'd have the fan on and everything, because as you get older, this stuff happens. So I retired from GE about 7 or 8 years ago. Mm-hmm. So I was in corporate America since 1979. Wow. And so I've had 40 some years or some number of years in business. But I had an opportunity to present to boards when I was an SVP at GE and SVP at some other companies. And I'm like, what do these people do? They say, Daphne, you can come in now. And these people dressed in their St. John's and their Brook Brothers suit. And I said, they look really smart and rich. And I'm like, what do they really do? I didn't really know, but I know I had to report how I was doing with my technology work and have them ask me some questions, and I had to be ready for every possible answer that I could give. And then I realized that, I found out what they did, and I said, I'm finding the more. After I retire from being a senior vice president at this company, the next thing I can do is become a board member. There. I found it. And so I realized that's what I wanted to do. And so I started I did ask my boss if I could join a board. Somebody had asked me to join a paying board. And he said, no, you can't join that board because we don't let people join boards that are paying boards, because what'll happen is there could be a meeting that he's doing and there's a meeting that the board is doing at the same time, and I would have to pick which meeting I'd go to and all that. And so one of them would lose. I'd probably be the one that would lose. So they would not let me do that. So I ended up, after I retired, I started talking to people and learning that I wanted to be on a paying board. So there's different kind of boards.
Yes.
There's the paying boards. There's the public corporate boards. So if you're on the board of Delta Airlines, if you're on the board of ExxonMobil, you're on the board of Tesla, you're on the board of Regeneron, all of those boards pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to help them to manage risk, to make sure that the shareholders are getting their money's worth, the value of the company is going up, and to make sure that the strategy is sound. And so there's the paying boards that are private and public. So when you go on New York Stock Exchange or you go on NASDAQ, those are publicly traded companies, and you can buy stock in them, and then you will get your dividends and whatever, or hopefully the company will continue to do well and you can sell the stock whenever you want to. But as a board member, we get shares and we also get cash. And that's for a public or private company. There are not-for-profit boards that will not give you money. They'll be asking you for money.
Right.
So usually I was on the board of Thurgood Marshall, we had to give $100,000 a year. Thank goodness I represented GE. So GE gave me $100,000 to give to them. But some cases you end up having to get it or give it out of your own pocket. And so that's the not-for-profit. They are very similar because they both deal with governance. They deal with doing things that's right for the company, that's doing right for the constituents that they serve. But one is managed by the SEC and the other Securities and Exchange Commission, and the other is not. The not-for-profit board doesn't really do anything with regulatory kinds of things in a large sense. And so I was on a public board. I was on 3 public boards. One board was a door company. We made 89,000 doors a day. It was called Masonite. I never knew the importance of doors, but yeah, that was what I learned. I joined the board of an aerospace company called the Barnes Group. We made aerospace engines for Boeing, for Airbus, and companies like that. And then I'm still on the board of AMN Healthcare. We provide nurses and doctors to the hospital systems around the country. And of the 3 boards that I was on, we sold 2 of them. And so I'm no longer on those boards because we sold the company to a buyer, and I'm still on the one board.
Talk to us about board of directors. What do they actually do?
Yeah. The board of directors actually are responsible for providing governance and oversight. So if you can just think of a management team does the work, a board holds them accountable for it. And so we make sure that the strategy is sound, because the shareholders want to know that you all have a strategy of how you're going to get through DEI or whatever is going on in the world today. Strategy, the board of directors has to make sure that the risks that the company is taking are thought through and are being mitigated in the right way. You can't just have a reputational risk, or you're going to buy a company for $3 billion when you only make $1 billion yourself. You have to have the risks that are thought through. So we kind of put the brakes on them if we ever have to, about if they're doing things that are too risky. And then it's about shareholder value. At the end of the day, if I'm a shareholder of Boeing, I need to make sure that the company is doing well and is making money as a shareholder. So we partner with the management team. We lead on some things and we stay out of the way. We do not manage the business at all. The CEO reports to us. We report to the shareholders of the corporation. And our job is really to ask amazing questions. We have a fiduciary responsibility that whatever is going on in the company, that we don't profit from it, like insider trading. And if there's anything that's material going on, we can't share that with the public and or benefit from it. So we have a fiduciary that the needs of the company and the needs of the shareholders come before our needs. So we have to basically behave ourselves. But we do tell the CEO and the management team pretty much how we want them to run the company.
What types of boards have the largest board seat opportunities for people to consider?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are people that, public companies, there's only about 3,000 public companies that have boards. And I'm talking about $100 million on up companies, 3,000. But if you think about private companies, like Chick-fil-A is a private company, as an example. You cannot buy Chick-fil-A stock on Wall Street. So, but they still have a board and they still pay their board money, but you just can't go on Wall Street and buy their shares. There's about 30,000 of those kinds of board seats or those companies available. So 3,000 public companies, Boeing, Airbus, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, all of those are public companies, about 3,000 of those. And of those 3,000, there's about 8 or 9 board seats for each one. But for a private company, like State Farm or Chick-fil-A, et cetera, there's about 30,000. So I would say people gravitate to the public boards because they're a little sexy and they sound, they're the brand names. But there's a lot more opportunity on the private sector side.
Let's talk about paid versus not paid board members or seats. What does that look like?
So public company or private company, you're paid. So the average amount of money that a person might make is $200,000 a year per board. And that is broken up usually into 2 buckets. One bucket is just pure cash. So they will give you 90,000 or 100,000 of cash. And then they would give you another $100,000 in stock. The reason why they do that is so that you will have a long-term interest in the company. So if they give you stock today and that stock is worth $100, it won't make $100 a share. It won't make much sense to sell it today. But if 2 years from now, that $100 that you got per share, that tranche of stock is now worth $300 a share, you just make $200 a share. And every year you get stock like that. And every year your job is to make sure that your stock value is going up in the company. That keeps you interested in making the right decisions for the company, so you don't make inappropriate risks, that you make sure there's a clear and compelling strategy, and that the team is doing their best to achieve that strategy. Now, the challenge that people may not realize about getting paid on boards is when you get stock, that is a taxable event. And so if you, let's say, got 100 grand of shares, $100,000 worth of shares, whatever your tax bracket is, let's say it's 30%, you have to find $30,000 because you can't sell those shares, because the companies make you hold on to that share so that you maintain a long-term view, right, of the company's direction. But you have to take now maybe that other 100,000 that they gave you in cash. Now 30,000 of that needs to go to Uncle Sam because you've got to pay taxes on that stock. Now, when it's time, when that stock becomes $300 a share, okay, so you get the gain, but then you pay dividends, capital gains on that. And so you don't get into being on a board only for the money. You don't get rich, but you do generate intergenerational wealth. So I've got stock from years and years ago that I will probably give to my son. And I may use it to buy a house or whatever, but you don't, every year that you get that money, you have to pay taxes on it. I mean, when you get that stock, you have to pay taxes on it.
What other benefits or perks are there sitting on a board?
Flying first class, staying in the best hotels in the world. It gives you bragging rights. Just to say, I wanted to join the board of Royal Caribbean, and I found out that the Royal Caribbean board members have to take 1 week per year on the cruise. so that they can understand what the product is,
makes
right?
sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's a perk to me. And, then they don't have to pay.
Especially if you love cruising.
You love cruising, right? So, but of course they don't pay. That's a perk that you get by being on the board. So you have things like that. You get to join a country club, some cases. Some companies have private planes that you fly. So, but your job is never to act like that's really what's attracting you.
Right.
Your job is to show that you really want to return all you can and you want to help the shareholders with achieving value. But I think it also makes you a better leader. If you are currently the head of HR at a company and now you join a board and you're still the head of HR at this company, you will now look at the opportunities from a different vantage point. You'll be looking at it like, you'll be thinking like a board member does. And when you think like a board member does, that only helps the company do better. So it's also a beneficial opportunity for people to join a board, not only for the pay and the perks, but also it'll make you a better leader.
Let's talk about misconceptions.
That we tell the CEO everything that they have to do, because we don't. Misconception is that we get rich. I think I told you that. You really intergenerational wealth. Misconceptions are that you don't have much time that you spend on boards, on meetings. When we had COVID, we met every week.
Wow.
When we have an M&A, a merger and acquisition transaction trying to happen, sometimes you meet every week. We have activist investors that come after a board because they don't like what we're doing. You got to meet every week. So there's a lot of time that is spent in board meetings. And so you have to make sure that whatever board you're going to join, that you like the people.
Yeah.
Because you're going to spend a lot of time with them. You're going to have dinner. You're going to have breakfast with them at 7 a.m. You're going to have dinner with them until 10 o'clock that night. Yeah. And then there'll be times when you'll be on the phone call with them every Friday talking about the George Floyd murder or something like that. So you have to make sure that you like the people that you're going to be working with.
What are the demographics of boards today versus 50 years ago?
There's more women of color. There's more men of color. So I'd say certainly much better than it ever was. The percentage of Black women serving on boards is only about 4%. The number and percentage of Black men serving on boards is a little higher, believe it or not. It's like 5 or 6%. The number of women of color is somewhere around 8 or 9%. The numbers of women and Black women on boards is declining. DEI. It's a bad name. And people don't understand that or they don't believe, or they choose not to believe that when you have a diverse board, if you could fill in the blank, right? You have fewer misstatements, financial misstatements. You understand the customer base, because the customer base looks a little bit like some of us, right? And so the decisions that are being made about serving on a board or having people of color, it does a disservice. And then when you have a person of color like myself on a board, you best believe that when it's time for them to hire a new CFO or new head of HR, I'm going to say, where's the diverse slate? Show me the slate that shows that there are people of color that you're looking at. So a diverse board gives you a diverse management team. And if you have a diverse management team, it's likely you'll have a diverse organization. And when you do that, the company wins.
Representation, it seems to be under attack, especially for persons of color, women of color. How important is representation on a board?
It is, but just know that there's a lot of things that a board has to have. Just the color alone is not sufficient, right?
Well, yes.
I mean, just whether you're white, you're Indian, whatever it happens to be, but representing the world is important, because I'll never forget this story about somebody who, he was not on a board, but he was Hispanic, and he was the one that was in R&D, and they brought somebody in into R&D who was Hispanic, and he invented the nacho cheese flavored Doritos. Or the guacamole, one of those, the guacamole flavored Doritos. And because he understood what his people would want, they of course have highly sought after, very, very popular flavors that he had. So I think that very same thing comes to fruition when I'm looking, we serve hospitals, and we look at hospitals, and a lot of people are women, nurses that are women, that serve in the hospitals, not as many men nurses, right? So we tend to have more women on our board right now because our population of who we put in the hospitals happen to be women. And so I think representation is good because it helps you with empathy. It helps you relate to who your customers are. And that's what it's about. It's about your employees. It's about your shareholders. It's about your customers. And it's about the communities in which we live and work. And if we can work with all of them together, given our differences, it'll be a better place.
Let's talk about the skills. What skills or experiences does one need to have to sit on a board?
It depends on the board, but without question, you have to understand finance. And when I say understanding finance, there's something called a QFE, a qualified financial expert. You don't have to be an expert. And that's governed by the SEC, has these rules about what an expert must be. I am not a qualified financial expert. I'm financially literate. So you have to at least be literate, know how to read a balance sheet, understand what cash flow means, understand what is an enterprise value and how's it different from your market cap, understand the finances of the business, because you guys we're going to spend hours talking about the cash flow statement or income statement or whatever. So that's a very important skill that if anybody's watching, well, all of those that are watching, if you want to join a board, make sure that you learn as much as you can about finance. So one of the things that I did was I went to my CFO and I said, can you spend some time with me showing me, give me a balance sheet. Tell me that there's 5 things wrong with it. Help me find out what those things are, so that when I see a balance sheet, when I get on a board, that I will know what am I looking for. And so find a way to buddy up with your CFO or your financial analyst if you guys work with them. But so finance is one, but you also need to understand business process. There's R&D, there's sales, there's marketing, there's manufacturing, there's distribution, there's post-market sales. Somewhere in there, you have to have some knowledge of some of that. Because if you don't know how the business runs, then you won't be able to help ask the right kinds of questions. So you got to have that kind of skill. You need to have, my skill that I brought to the table was my digital expertise. So I'm called a QTE, a qualified technology expert, but I don't lead with that. I don't lead with, I'm the only person in the room that knows technology. I know business process. I understand because I had to put technology in, and what technology does is it helps automate business process. So I understand business process. So you have to be able to not be that person that's the only person in the room that understands that one thing. But business process, I'm technology, understanding risk, understanding M&A. If you want to drive, help the company acquire a company or be acquired by a company, understanding how companies get bought and sold. So those are some of the skills, but you may also have an industry skill. Are you good at aerospace? Are you good at transportation? Are you good at oil and gas? So it all depends on what the company is. So if you go after a company or they're coming after you, you have to look and see, well, what are they needing? What do they look for? What is that scarce skill that is not on the board right now that I can offer them? Because if you offer them a scarce skill, you got them.
Yeah.
But if everybody else has the same skill you do, you're not differentiating. And so, so it's industry, it's business process, it's finance, it's risk, it's compliance, it's those kinds of things.
Now, you founded the Board Curators a few years ago. Why did you start that organization? Tell us about it.
Yeah, the Board Curators, our job is, you asked the question about undervalued, overlooked. There are people who are undervalued, overlooked, underappreciated, underpaid, that are sitting at senior levels in the corporations and in society, but they only seem to go after the CFO and the CEO. That's all you'll see, not all, that's what you will see a lot of, is those people who are CFOs and CEOs. Now, so I started the board curators because as a CIO, they weren't always looking for me. But now the technology is so important, and digital and AI and cybersecurity and all that. Okay, it's pretty popular, right? But I'm not the only one that they should be looking at, or the only technology. I should not only be the technology they're looking for. And so I started the board curators to say, if you are a chief marketing officer, if you are HR expert, if you are any of these other experts that are not finance or the CEO, we will help you get ready, because usually those people do not sit in boardrooms. Only the CEO and CFO sit in the boardroom with the board. But if you're the IT leader like I was, I never sat in the board except when I had to present to them for 20 minutes or something. So we teach you how to do that. How I started it was I got accepted to join one board, and I'm like, how did I do that? I keep hearing people don't know how to get on boards. How did I just get on that board? I didn't remember. So I did a reverse engineer and say, well, what did I first do? I first had to understand what a board did. And so when you do that kind of a thing, a reverse engineer, I had created a 4D framework that helped them. Okay, I had to demystify what a board is. And then I had to say, well, you got to decide what it is that, do you want to be on a board or no? What kind of board do you want to be on? You got to make some decisions. And then what do you have to do to be discoverable? You got to get on LinkedIn, you got to get on social media, whatever. And then you have to do your due diligence to get ready for the interview. And so when I reverse engineered how I went through it, then I said, everybody needs to know this. And I want to democratize board service. I want them to understand what it is, and I want to make it accessible to everybody who wants to do it.
Accessible and attainable, because I don't think a lot of people don't think that sitting on a board, they think it's so high up in the castle, they don't even realize it's something that they can do. And then with the benefits and the perks and the things that they can be afforded to them, and how they can help.
Absolutely. It absolutely is attainable. You just have to, it's like playing a game. You have to know the game. And if you look at a pyramid, it's really fat at the bottom, but it's skinny at the top. Well, the boards are kind of up here. So you have to have that special skill and an elevator speech that gets somebody's attention. Elevator speech is, 25 seconds or 30 seconds that you say that gets their attention. And they say, tell me more about you. And you just have to. And so what we teach you is how to think about getting ready to serve on boards and knowing all the tricks of the trade.
4D framework. You create a 4D framework teaching leaders about service. How did you develop that? Talk to us about it.
Yeah, the 4D framework, it's literally 4Ds. First, you have to know what a board is. People say, well, they tell me they want to be on a board. I said, what does a board do? They run the company. No. So you have to understand, where did boards first start? They started in the 1600s. Wow. Believe it or not, the Bank of England was one of the first boards that ever existed. And then over time, it became more and more, the president of the company kind of ran the board. Now, because of Enron and other things that have happened in the past, there's a separation of independent directors and the CEO. And the CEO may be on the board, but they're called an inside director. We are outside directors. So the demystify is the first D. What is a board? What happens during a 3-day board meeting? What are the committees that boards have? Audit committee, NomGov, compensation committee, et cetera. And so that's the first D. The second D is, now that I understand what a board is and how many hours a year it's going to take up my time, I have some decisions to make. Do I want to be on a board? What kind of board do I want to be on? And that kind of thing. So the decide is really important. Do I have the right skills for that? Do I have the right support? Will my boss support me in giving me a recommendation to serve on that board? So that's the decide. The third D is, what do I have to do? Now that I know I want to be on a board, what do I need to do to be discoverable? How are they going to find me? Do I need to work with search firms like Korn Ferry or Egon Zehnder? Or do I have to just tell my friends? Yes, you have to do both. You got to tell everybody that you know that you want to be on a board. You have to tell your friends, tell your boss, tell the lady who gives you your towels when you go to the restroom. The person who parks your car, tell everybody. And that is but you also have to make sure that you're connected with your search firms. Make sure they know that you want to be on a board. So that's the do of, and then the fourth thing is you got to do your due diligence. When they invite you to talk to them and ask them, or they ask you questions, you ask them questions, you got to be ready. Yeah. They might ask you, why our board? Or tell us what bothers you when you did research about our board. And so you have to do research, whether it be annual reports, whether it be the analyst calls that happen on a quarterly basis. You have to be ready to be able to either ask good questions, because it's an interview. Right. So you got to ask them great questions, but they are going to also ask you some tough questions. So that's the 4D framework. And that's how we get you ready to be on a board.
Now, our listening audience, what should they do right now to start preparing themselves to be a potential board candidate?
Well, I would say read some books. One book that I love is Betsy Atkins' Being Board Ready, because she talks about what a board is and all that. There's another board called Boards That Lead. They help you to understand there's things that boards lead in. There's things that boards partner in with the management team, and there are things that boards don't get involved in at all. That's another good book, Boards That Lead. And there's another book by an African-American woman. I forgot her name. I want to say Dambayo. I may not get her name right. But it's another one about boards. So those are three things. I would also, if you work for a company, look at your company's annual statement. Look at your company's proxy statement. Read what is being said about your company. So you have to understand what boards do, understand what your company is all about as it relates to board service, and what is it all about. But then understand your skills. What are your superpowers? Because you have them. As we talked about earlier, you've got a proclivity for something that, whether it's what you work on every day or whatever, but make sure that you can talk about how you turn that superpower into a competitive advantage for the company. So read books, read about your company, and understand what the skills are that you bring to the table and how you might be able to use those going forward. And then meet people, join organizations, join NACD. NACD stands for National Association of Corporate Directors. There are tons of people that serve on not-for-profit boards, private boards, public boards, all kinds of boards, mutual fund boards, REIT boards, and they are part of NACD. And these are like a birds of a feather kind of a gathering as well. So those are some of the things that you need to do. Read about your company. Tell people that you know that you're interested in board service, and then, come to board curators. Yeah. We'll help you. Come to board curators.
Lord, I can't see.
Oh, Andrea is coming to join us. Andrea is waiting for us. That's great.
48-year-old eyes. All right, Daphne. How can people successfully prepare for a board interview? Are they extensive?
They can be. A board may have all of them interviewing you at the same time. That's a possibility. First thing you do is, who is on the board? Know their name. Yeah. John Smith. Let me do a LinkedIn on John Smith. Yeah. Let me do a LinkedIn on Sharon. And so you find out who they are. Where do they go to school? Do they know people you know? Are you connected? So when you get ready for the interview, you will talk to somebody who might have gone to school with John or Sharon. And you say, I'm meeting with John or Sharon tomorrow. What is it that I should know? So that's the first thing. The second thing is industry research. What is, where does this company rank in terms of other, companies in that same industry? Are they in trouble? Is the company in a turnaround situation? Did they fail and went bankrupt and now they're rebuilding? Or are they just doing really super well and they're maintaining success? And because it's a different feeling when you're on a failing company board versus when you're on a highly successful company board. So understand the dynamics of what's going on. Who are the company's customers? So you have to do the research about that company. And then you want to be able to do what I call a persona-based interview. If you're interviewing somebody that sits on the audit committee, they're going to want to know that you know what an audit committee does. Right. And so you want to ask some questions about the audit committee, was there a material weakness? Who is your external auditor? Is it Ernst & Young? Is it KPMG? So you want to ask questions that connect with that person that is interviewing you. Compensation committee chair. So you want to ask the questions that make the sense that they say, okay, she understands compensation as well as audit and all that. So you want to have, I call it persona based, because you got to know who the person is and what they're going to be interested in. But the toughest part is being ready for their questions that'll come out of left field. You never know what they're going to say. We read your background and we saw that, you know, you have been part of this organization for 25 years or whatever. I mean, they can ask you any kind of question, and you have to be ready for it. So what I always do is I will write down all the questions that I think they'll ask me, all the questions. And then I'll go back and I'll say, well, what are my answers to these questions? And then you have a chance, because your interview is not for 3 weeks. You have a chance now to either ask AI to help you answer the questions better, or do some research and say, okay, here's how I'm going to answer that question if they should ask me. So it takes a lot of preparation to get ready for a board interview.
Being discoverable. What are the top three things, if I wanted to join a board, what do I need to do to be discoverable?
First of all, get on LinkedIn, get on social media, and have the right keywords that reflect your superpower and what you're looking for. So if you are a finance expert, if you're an M&A person, if you're a regulatory expert, if you're government, people that deal with the government all the time, they may want to join a government board. So get on social media. Number 2, join organizations. I'm a member of the ELC. I'm a member of ITSMF, which stands for Information Technology Senior Management Forum. There are a bunch of people that are IT that are serving on boards, and we come together and we talk. And, you know, I just got a call from Shelly Archambault. She said, Daphne, there's a company that is interested in, you know, you as a board member. Are you interested? So when you get part of these communities that we're talking about, then they will help you. They'll help feed you to the beast, you know, the board beast. That's the second thing. And I would say the third thing is get on the phone with the recruiters. Only 30% of board seats that are filled come through recruiters. It's really about your network. So your network is top, but there's still that 30%. And so I would still meet with the Egon Zenders and the Korn Ferries and the Heidrich Struggles of the world. And, you know, even if you're not ready for a board role right now, they might even have another role for you as whatever role you're playing today, as a vice president. If you're a director, get on their calendar, get in their book. So they say, boy, Sin is amazing. I mean, I have 5 opportunities, and you never know, you might get promoted out of it. Even if it's not a board seat just yet, you may get promoted, but now they know you're in their database. And then when it's time and you say you're ready, that person who's been working with you from that search firm will say, I've got somebody who's now ready to get ready to join a board. Her name is Sin, and this is what her superpowers are. And then now they transfer you in a way they to the board section of the search firm, because some, you know, search firms don't have it all in one group. Some deal with senior vice presidents, some deal with board members. So they would then turn you over to that organization that deals with board members. So that's what I would say. Get to know your search firms, because they're invaluable. And then they'll invite you to their different events. I got a chance to meet Jamie Dimon a couple of months ago from JP Morgan, because people invited me to an event. So your networking is really important.
A wealth of knowledge, a wealth of knowledge. Now, the book is Win When They Say You Won't. Break through barriers and keep leveling up your success. We all want to be leveling up our success. Daphne E. Jones is the best-selling author. Are we bringing up, yes, we're bringing up Andrea Smith.
Andrea.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Joining us. She's live.
Hopefully you can hear me.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Enjoying this discussion, so insightful.
I see her, not hearing her.
I'm talking my end.
In the meantime, while we get the audio, tell everybody where they can get the book.
Yeah. It's an audio book, and you can get it though at Barnes and Noble, and you can get it on Amazon. So any place that you want to, anywhere that you can get Amazon, you can get the book.
And this is not just about the business of being in business, but any aspect of life. There's something in here you can apply.
Yes. Whether you want to understand where you are, learn all you can, earn all you can, return all you can. If you want to learn how to decide what your purpose is, I talk about that. If you want to understand about what your SWOT analysis is, you know what a SWOT analysis is? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your opportunities? What are your threats? If you want to understand how to think about that. So it's a business book, but it also has stories about times when I failed and times when I won, and other people that have also, other women, it's all women in the book, that how they've won and how they haven't won. So it's, if you want to do anything in your life, this is the template for how you do it.
All right, I just opened the book to page 133, and I guess this chapter is your headwinds and tailwinds affect your outcomes. Talk to us about that.
That's right. Hang on one second.
Yes.
So when you think about an airplane, when you're going from New York to California, what do you all encounter? We encounter headwinds. And that headwind is here, and you're trying to go this way, but something is pushing you back. Yep. But then when you go from California to New York, you're encountering tailwinds. And that tailwind is pushing you forward. Yep. So it is in your life. So it is in your corporate role. So it is in your trying to build your own business. So it is in going to school. There's going to be times when you're going to do well on the test and times when you're not going to do so well. But you have to understand that tailwinds will accelerate your victory and headwinds can slow your victory down. So when you're making a plan of action, a plan of attack, you have to make sure that you count in the fact that life might happen. So you risk adjust your plan based on the fact that you might have headwinds that will slow you down. So what you thought would take 3 months, girl, you better put like it's going to take 4 months because it just might happen that a headwind might slow you down. You might get breast cancer. You might have something that happens to your child, or you might lose a job. So you have to make sure that you build in those possible headwinds.
Headwinds, yeah.
And tailwinds, because tailwinds accelerate. Yeah.
All right, one last thing. Well, until we get Andrea up. I see her up. Is her order there?
I do.
I'm hoping
you hear us.
Yeah, hi.
Hello there.
We're not hearing her in here.
I can hear I can't hear me.
You're out there, I think.
All right, until we can hear, because I know she can hear us from out there, but we need to hear her in here. Listening, hearing, and improving your plan to win. Listening and hearing.
What is that?
And I'm hoping that you guys are listening and hearing and improving your plan to win, okay?
Yeah.
But before we go to Andrea, just a quick synopsis of that.
Yeah, that's great. So it's funny because you would think they're the same thing when you listen and when you hear. So when you hearing is a natural function of your ears. When sound happens and it reverberates and it comes into your head and you hear things. But it's one thing to hear something and something else to have listened. So it's hear me today, listen to me tomorrow. You will understand what I'm saying tomorrow. And so there are times when somebody will give you feedback and you may not like it, but you heard it.
Yeah.
But then when you reflect on it and think about it, you know what? They were right. I get what they were saying now. Yeah. So there are times when you're going through, and this happens when you're going through the iterate process, where you're testing and you're measuring and you're getting feedback and you're learning, and you say, okay, I get what I did wrong now. And you take that feedback, not personally. A lot of us cry.
Yes.
We got to take it strategically, like data.
Yeah. Yes.
Get the emotion out of it. Because when a company loses a customer sale, they don't cry.
Right.
They take that, they ask, well, why did you leave us? Right. And they take that data and then they take that data and then they actually just figure out how they're going to change their next move.
Yeah.
What's their next move going to be?
Yeah.
So take that data that feedback as information, not personally. Take it strategically.
Take it, because a lot of us get caught up in this emotion. Oh, they attack
feeling
me.
some kind of way.
God, yes, we in our feelings.
Take that home.
Take it as information to better ourselves, to correct ourselves, to move ourselves forward. Right? I think that's right. Guys, win when they say you won't. Win when they say you won't. Daphne E. Jones is Barnes and Nobles, Amazon, all the places.
Yes, it's Kindle. Yes. All those places.
All the places. Audible, all the places. Do we have audio? We were hearing something. Hi, Audrey. Andrea, excuse me.
Hi there. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yay! Yay!
How are you?
Hi.
I am well, thank you. Enjoying this discussion. So many great nuggets and tips and insights that have been shared today. It's amazing.
Thank you. Great to meet you.
Thank you. So I did have a question that I hope we'll have time for. I will keep it short because I know we're running over. Now, I've been in board roles now for around almost 10 years.
Been in what?
I've covered a lot of industries within that capacity. So FMCG mostly, retail, hospitality, spent a hot minute in tech, and then landed in manufacturing. And although those are all very different industries, what they all had in common was that as a HR professional, my operational expertise was what I would have to lead with to then sit at the strategic board level. So how I could actually present my strategic value, my starting point would always be through my operational expertise as a HR, human resources professional. So what I'd like to ask is, how can I, from day one, ensure that I set the right boundaries and I set the right scene to actually portray my strategic value that's leading versus my operational expertise?
Okay, so if I can repeat it, hang on, there's an echo. Okay, so can you hear me okay, Andrea? Okay, so if I can sort of repeat the question, it's, I'm an HR expert. How do I then go to a board on day one and not be, that's all I am, is an HR expert? Sort of. Correct. Got that? Okay, so it's not even on day one, Andrea. I would recommend it starts when you're going through the interview process. When they even find you in the first place, you start to then set up your capability as being a business leader. So you don't lead with HR. You say, I happen to be I understand business process. I understand how to drive market share. I understand how to be able to drive competitive capabilities within the corporation. And as a result of the work that I did, my company made another $30 million last year. And here's how we did it. And I just happen to be somebody who also understands, human capital. So it doesn't become your leading card, it becomes your trailing card, because and I've gone through this as well. So I'm speaking from my own experience. Is that as the IT person in the room, I cannot go in there and say, talk to me about digital, talk to me about, JCL or large mainframes or whatever. It has to be, when I look at my role as a leader in IT, I had to automate R&D. I helped automate supply chain. I helped automate manufacturing and post-market services. So as a result of that, when you know those things, you can talk about them and you can add value in a meeting. So I think that's the first thing that I would consider. Don't wait until the day one. Do it in your setup of you as a candidate when you're interviewing. I'd say number two would be picky about the committees that you join, because naturally, on day one or before day one, they're going to pigeonhole you potentially into a comp committee chair role or comp committee member role. And I would say maybe you want to be on NomGov and you want to be in or the audit committee. And it might be hard for you to decide that right away because you don't really pick your committees, but you could say, I have so much passion about whatever committee, audit, or I have so much passion about the risk committee. I have so much passion about the technology committee, whatever it happens to be. I would really love to be on that. And maybe you can be on two, so you're not pigeonholed, into that. And I think those would be my two pieces of advice.
Thank you.
Before you get on the board, and then make sure that you're picky about your committee.
No, that's really useful. I think in terms of establishing boundaries, what can also happen, just to unpack it a little bit more, is that there's scope creep. So you're strategically delivering and you're also an operational expert. So you end up doing both rather than actually putting a line to say, I'm just contributing strategically. I'm not taking on that operational responsibility.
Yeah. But not when you're on a board, though, you're not, unless it's okay. If there's a private, not for profit board, maybe. But I'm referring to when you're looking to get on a paying board that is a private board, it's for profit. I'm talking about for profit boards. If you find yourself dealing with operational and strategy, and if you're the only one, then that's a challenge. I think you have precedence that says that you shouldn't be then if you're the only one doing that. But if everyone is doing it, then that might just be how the not-for-profit is playing. But if you are in a for-profit board, you would not be doing much operational work unless something happened to the HR person and they had you step in temporarily while they found the new HR person. That has happened. I was on the board of Barnes, and Tom Hook, who was a board member, very smart, brilliant guy. He became the CEO of the company because the CEO had to step down due to family issues. And Tom Hook, who was a board member, actually became the CEO of the corporation. So sometimes you do have that where you have that expertise and they call on you to help them get through a tough time.
Sure.
Did that help?
It does. And that for me translates into being quite clear around expectations. So what is the expectation of me sitting on this board versus the reality, and making sure that everybody is aware what the role is supposed to deliver.
Yeah. And be flexible too, because you may not take the long view. You may not be able to say, okay, I'm not going to be a committee person at all. Well, maybe you should do it for a year or 2 years, because they rotate, committees rotate, or your expectations can change. But if you are a team player, because your corporate responsibility is you have duty of care and duty of loyalty. And your duty of care as a fiduciary is to make sure that whatever is necessary and needed for that board, you are there to provide. You're a board, you serve at the pleasure of the board. And that's how you may have to look at it. So you may not get all that you want right away. I'm the only IT person on my board, but now we're hiring another board member, thank goodness. So it's going to be 2 of us, but I had to live with that for a little while I also talked strategy. I also had to talk tech. It happens, but at least you get on a board.
Yeah, for sure.
And nobody can take you off, right? And unless you do something really bad.
Are there terms?
There can be. Sometimes a board has a term limit of 75 years old. Age limit of 75 years old. And some have term limits of 10 years. I'm coming up on 9 or 8.5 years with one of my boards that we haven't quite, I'm not sure if we're going to do that or not. And there are times when you have a special skill because you have an expertise in something special, Andrea, that they may say, you know what? The term limit for Andrea should have been 10, or she should have gotten off at 72 or 70, but we need her. So let's re-up her until she's 75. So the board can make that decision if they want to keep people on for extended period of time. It's up to the board to decide that.
Yeah, I think demonstrating your flexibility helps a lot as well.
What is she?
Demonstrating flexibility, I think, will also help your position.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Just showing that you're flexible. So being quite flexible in terms of what you'll get involved in at board level will also help to elongate the role for longer than maybe expected.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about you. You have to think systemically and not departmentally. You think, wing to wing or left to, horizontal. And you say, I will do whatever this board needs. because they're bringing you on for a reason. So one of your questions is, I always ask this question, okay, so Daphne's been on the board for 18 months. What has my presence done to this board? How have I added value? And this is where they give you their wish list. You know, Daphne, if you could come on and da. So when they tell you these things, that's when you can say, okay, now I understand. So now you're going in it with your eyes wide open. But it is about you serve at their pleasure. So you don't want to be that, you can't be too rough and tough. You have to show some flexibility.
Servant leadership.
Servant leadership. Yeah, you serve while you lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. Any other questions you might have? And
I think in terms of the discussion, the other two questions I had, they've been covered. So that was it. That was my main question that I wanted to ask.
Well, fantastic.
Thank you for having
me. Thank you so much, Andrea, for joining us. And let me say thank you to Daphne E. Jones, bestselling author of Win When They Say You Won't, Break Through Barriers and Keep Leveling Up Your Success. Get the book. Get the book. A lot of gems, a lot of nuggets. We sat for over an hour.
Yes.
I mean, I can go on.
And by the way, are we going to talk about my office hours, or is that I'm doing something with you? Huh? We're going to take a little commercial break and then come back. Okay, perfect.
All righty.
Let's take you off. Bye, everybody.
This is the House of Loren, a place where the woman comes first, before the brand, before the strategy, before the next move. Here, you get to reflect, to breathe, to reconnect with your creativity, and build with clarity again. This is where ideas feel exciting, where strategy feels steady, where your work finally supports you. You don't have to perform here. You definitely don't have to figure it out alone. This house holds reflection, wellness, creation, deep work, visibility, legacy, and community. And at the center of it all, there's room for you. Inside the Top 100 Summit,
if there's a win, then go get it. What I call winning. If your goal is to be a better mother, if your goal is to get promoted, if there's a life, you've got to live it. So don't hide your superpower. Don't If there's a win, then go get it. What I call winning. If your goal is to be a better mother, if your goal is to get promoted, if there's a life, you've got to live it. So don't hide your superpower. Don't drop your mic. Don't lower your voice. Don't hide who you are. If there
No. Okay. Right, ladies. So I just wanted to come at you real quick. Daphne is going to be coming back with us. She's just getting some water. She's going to be back with us, and she's going to be talking about her office hours. She's going to be talking about her new book and her edit system. I have dropped the link in the chat, by the way. Okay, so I've dropped the link into the chat that gives all the information about Daphne's office hours. Princess, if you can hear me, let's drop the link in again. The QR code above my head, that is going to take you to Daphne's office hours. Guys, it's only been done just for today. Daphne Jones is our sponsor as of today. And what she's done for us, which is absolutely amazing. Daphne is a very well accomplished woman. She has done loads. Her time is quite limited. And for Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit, what she's done is put together office hours with her and her digital strategist. You know, when you want to get to where you want to get to, and you want to get to that 6 figures and above, and you want to play big, you have to make yourself visible. So Daphne's put together an office hours where herself, her digital strategist, Rashawn, are going to be opening up and really, you know, helping you to become visible. So the QR code above me, please make sure that you scan it right now. There's going to be limited slots available. And once you sign up, you're actually going to get the introduction to Daphne's book. Okay, you're going to be able to sample that introduction. So if you haven't done it already, the QR code above me, please make sure that you sign up for office hours. Okay, Daphne Jones has kindly sponsored today the summit, and it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Like we've been saying this morning, you know, there's a lot of women who are very well accomplished that have come in and made it possible for this to happen. So please, please, please make sure that you sign up. Right. While Daphne is getting the water, that was an absolutely amazing interview with herself and Sin. I'm just going to get set up. So sound engineer, I'm going to swap over sound engineer to your screen. So you should now all be able to see me. I'm just on another camera. Right, absolutely perfect. So I think you're here because I'm looking at a camera just here. So Daphne is literally just getting ready to come back in here. Why am I echoing? Bear with me, people.
and if they don't know who you are. And so we got to make sure that we get you the right level of exposure so you're not underexposed, but you're exposed at the right level.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Just to let you know, engineering, we've got an echo in here. I tell you what, I'm going to come off. I've left.
Oh, she was telling us it's no sound. She said it's back.
Ah, right. Okay, we're back. We're back into action. Thank you, Rashawn.
Is it okay now, Rashawn?
Yeah. Oh, is that better? Ah, brilliant.
Okay.
Right, we're back up and running. I'm going to do a quick recap. So everybody, the QR code above my head is going to take you to office hours. Daphne Jones is sponsoring today, and she's giving you the greatest gift by having an office hours with her digital strategist and herself to really help make sure that you can get ahead, have digital presence, and be able to be seen and win. So Daphne, that brings me into what I was saying. You've just got this boss aura. So I'm in awe of you. So the other ladies are laughing because everybody sees me as this like Terminator or Margaret Thatcher. And they're like, and I was just like, yeah, I find Daphne intimidating. Oh, but in a good way. Like I want to be you. And I'm being deadly serious. So everyone was in there and they was like, am I having some type of reminder? I was like, no, you've just got this energy of like stand tall, stand straight, stand proud. I come from Jamaican heritage and I've very much been brought up. Stand tall, stand proud. And I've very much grown up like that. But I want to talk about winning because I know we haven't got you here for too long. And while you was on with Sin, you might not be aware, but you can see the chat. Everybody was asking questions about your book. So I actually want to start there if that's okay.
Sure, absolutely.
They were asking about the title, where to get it. So I want to cover that. I want to cover office hours, and then we'll see what else we can squeeze
Okay. So what, and this is the cover, and I'm going to be giving you this book, but I didn't sign it yet. But because right here is where I put Natalia's name, but I didn't do that yet. So I will do that before I leave for sure, because she is a boss lady. She had me at hello. And you guys, I'm just excited to be here. I'm honored, whether it's a room of 100 people or 10,000 people virtually. There's a lot of untapped talent that is in each of you. And because of you all existing, you have that talent to be able to change communities, to build businesses, to create capabilities that other people don't have. And still at the same time, some of you, all of you, many of you, one of you might have been told, no, you're not ready for this job right now. This role might be too big for you. You need to get a few more gray hairs before you can get the senior vice president job. Not just yet. And sometimes you all tell yourselves that. And this book is here to confront that. I'm here to confront that. I'm going to do a masterclass in a few weeks. I want to make sure we confront that, because when you know that what you can do is more than performance, when you know that you can know yourself and grow yourself and show yourself, you can do anything. And I want you all to have that confidence and that boss lady, shoulder straight kind of perspective, because you all can do it. You all can do it.
Absolutely amazing. So as I keep telling you, ladies, we was on silent before. So like I said, make sure you do sign up for office hours, because when you do, when you get to the thank you page, they're actually going to get the intro of your book.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So once they opt in, you're going to be taken to another page, ladies. And on that page, you're actually going to get a complimentary introduction to the book. In terms of where they can get the book, there's another question that kept coming up on the chat.
Yeah, she had said it. Sin mentioned it. Okay. Yeah, Amazon and Barnes & Noble.
Brilliant. Team, can you make sure that you put that in the chat, because there was a question. So Daphne, the win strategy and framework, I want to talk about that.
Sure.
So I know that when you was at school, they told you that you wouldn't be no more than a secretary. And it really resonated with me, by the way.
Yeah.
Because I was told that I'd be lucky if I'd be a social worker. And if I was a social worker, I should be grateful for that.
Yes, exactly.
And it was growing up in a different time. But just in terms of you going against the grain and the amount of success that you got, and just about winning, does that make sense? And just kind of telling us, like, what did that look like? Like, what was it that motivated you to know that I'm going to be bigger, better, and badder?
Right. Well, you know what? I knew it was true, but I don't know if I believed it. And so there's something I call, you have to suspend disbelief. If you take a piece of paper and you ball it up, and let's say this is disbelief, and you throw it as high in the air onto a shelf so you can't reach it, because we're comfortable with feeling bad. We're comfortable saying, okay, you know what? I can't do it. I told you I couldn't do it anyway. But when you suspend disbelief and throw it away, there's nothing that you can't do. And so I did not believe that I could do it, but I knew that I could. My mom told me, and I didn't know what the more was, because when I was sitting there, I worked for Women's Day magazine, and believe it or not, there was all white men that were running the magazine. I said, how do men know about running a women's magazine? But anyway, I digress. So when I saw that they were doing what they were doing, I said, I can do that. And so I didn't know, though, that I didn't mean literally I could be behind their desk doing their demographics and stuff for the magazine, but I just knew that I could be more. And something Sid and I were talking about earlier was my job is to find the more. I want you all to find the more. So I wanted to know what more could I do? And I didn't know I was going to be where I am, but I just knew that I could do more.
I completely get that. And what was that big leap? Like, there's always a transformation. As you know, I build funnels. And there was that one funnel, Daphne, that kind of elevated me and it brought me into a different space. Like, what was that moment for you that made you realize I'm getting there? It's happening.
Well, it's happening. When I went to college, I graduated with an MBA in a total of 4 years. I got my my bachelor's degree I got in 3 years, and my MBA I got in 1. And it was that moment when I realized he said I couldn't do it. He said I was done for. You know, there's something about a seed. And, you know, they say when they try to bury you, remember that you're a seed. And what do seeds love? They love to be buried, because when they're buried, they dig down and they get their seed legs. They find the soot and the soil and the nutrients, and the sun is coming through. And then next thing you know, they've got these legs and they're coming up above ground and they're saying, I'm back. And so he didn't let me, he caused me not to feel like I had faith in myself. And so having this seed being buried, you have to know that you're going to bloom. So when you come back up, you're going to throw shade on whoever buried you, right? You're going to throw shade on them, and then you're going to deliver fruit. You're going to do more than throwing shade. You're going to actually deliver something. And I think that was what I realized that I had to do when I just had to make sure that he was trying to bury me, but I'm a seed.
And I love that. So one of the things that I connected with Daphne on, and before we wrap this up, I just want to go through it. So I'm also from a digital and tech background.
Yes.
So that whole ideation process,
edit,
especially if you're in tech, you know what I'm speaking about. It's always about the problem. Before we come to ideate and we can come to a prototype, we've always got to make sure that we're focused on understanding like all the different elements of what the problem is before we get a solution. So I just want to speak about the edit framework.
Yeah.
We have got it on the screen. Engineer, if you could get the edit framework up, you're going to see there's a PDF. If you could just show it on the screen, we would really appreciate that.
So while they're bringing it up, let me share with you, because this talk is called Know Yourself, Grow Yourself, and Show Yourself. And you need to, just as you think about, you know, if you want to lose weight or be healthier, the doctor always says, you know, eat better foods and move your body, work out. So knowing yourself, growing yourself, showing yourself is how you think about your life. That in order for you to win, you got to know who you are, you got to grow yourself, and you got to show yourself. Well, how do you do that? That's what the edit framework is.
Got it.
And I don't think they're going to have it on here.
They don't. So it's in the queue, guys. It's a PDF file. So it's actually queued up, ready to go. The file name of it, and then we're going to get it up on the screen because I'm going to tell you what the file name is called. It's called Slides for the Top 100 Black Women. So it's a PDF. And if you'll see it in the waiting area, you just got to add it to stage. Add it to stage.
This is the boss lady right here.
It's called Slides for 100 Top Black Women.
She conceives it, she produces it, she directs it. That's you.
Is that me?
That's you, mommy. That's you, mommy, all day long.
It's definitely there, guys. All right. I know we got minutes left, so
no,
I'm actually going to quickly.
We're good until.
I'm going to dive back
3:25.
Daphne is right. I'm a multitasker. So I'm actually going to go into StreamYard myself. I'm going to quickly get it up on the screen because you guys are absolutely going to love this. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, so I'm entering into the studio right now. See, this is the beauty of tech.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
This is the beauty of tech. Right, I'm going to add it to the stage. Actually, guys, it wasn't. You guys must have taken it off.
Ah, there we go.
The reason why I'm not talking, everyone, is because there's feedback. Right, I'm going to leave. Right, guys, when I left, I think it's come off the screen. Can you put it back on the screen for me, please? If you put it back for me. Okay, but if I do it on my end, the only problem is that if I do it on my end, there's an echo. I feel like I'm losing.
I can come back later this week.
No problem. Oh, brilliant.
Just think about that.
Yep, I most definitely will do. We're going to start going through it anyway,
Yeah,
guys, because I think we can still, I mean, this is what Daphne does, and she knows this inside and out. So you're going to have to use your imaginations when it comes to the actual framework, but it's absolutely brilliant. So Daphne's going to talk through it anyway, because we don't want to lose any more time. I can see them sign language at me. I'm not sure what they're sign language in, but I'm going to give me 10 more seconds.
On your end, you're going to mute your lips.
Okay. Right, so I'm uploading the files. Right. There's still an echo.
Okay, do you want to?
There's still an echo, guys. Okay, Daphne, we're going to go with it. There we go.
Okay. So as Natalia was saying, when you think about your phone, do you know what version this phone is on right now, iOS is?
I actually have no idea.
It's actually at 26. We're at version 26. And when you think about how do iOSs and how does SAP and other applications that are on your phone, how do they get to where they are? How do they get better over time? That is what the edit process is. Edit means to change. As we mentioned before when I was talking with Sin, edit means to change. And EDIT actually stands for envision, design, iterate, and transform. That's exactly how they make apps. So if you can make an app get better over time, and you can say to yourself, would I rather have a 2015 version of this? Or would I rather have a 2026 version of this? Well, if we don't advance ourselves and continually level up, we're going to expire like a carton of milk. We're going to have a use by date. And so what the edit process allows you to do is to take the same process that developers use, and it's called the program development lifecycle. This is called the personal development lifecycle. You envision, you design your plan, just like you design your app. You iterate, you test it and make sure the app works. And then you transform the lives of millions of people who have come across your app. And so that's what edit is. So we won't go into a lot of detail, but this is how you know yourself. When you envision where you're trying to go, you envision and you understand your strengths, your superpowers, you understand your values, you understand what winning looks like. You decide that. And that's how you know yourself deeply. But then you have to grow yourself. When you know that you're trying to do something, you need to grow yourself intentionally. And that is when you do your design. You design your plan, you put together your framework, you have your objectives that are clear. You put together who was on my team, because not everybody that's in your circle, as we know, is in your corner. So who is going to be on your team? And so when you do that, then you put together your plan of action, then you got your design. Now you got to just not go from there by itself. You have to now do the design. You have to test it. I want to learn how to be a better speaker. Well, I'm going to go and join, Toastmasters, and then I'm going to start doing some talks. And that is how you start iterating and testing to see if my design and my plan is working. Then after you join Toastmasters and you've done 12 speeches, you have now transformed and you are now at the T level, where you're showing yourself to the world. You're taking your value that you had, and you're extracting that value and you're giving it to the world as now a new public speaker. And then, but the thing that's funny about that is you don't stop there. You go right back to the E and say, okay, what's my next vision? What's my next goal? And that's what leveling up is all about. You don't stop, you find the more. When you find the more is when you go back to the next E and say, okay, I learned how to be a public speaker with Toastmasters. Now I think I'm going to be a speech coach. Oh my God. 2 years ago, you would never thought you could have been a speech coach. You were afraid to talk to people. But now you've gotten through Toastmasters. Now you're going to the next level up. And you keep going and you keep going and you keep going. And girl, y'all will have it going on as a result of that. And that is my secret that I proudly share with all of you guys. Okay.
Oh, right, guys, we have to get Daphne out here. Daphne out of here, sorry. For those of you that know, there's all sorts going on at LaGuardia, JFK, and we don't want to make sure she gets stranded. But the edit framework is just really, really powerful. So, ladies, I can't stress enough. I've been told that their spaces are almost over. Those of you that watch this on demand, we have left some spaces over, but don't waste any time. Please make sure that you sign up for the office hours. You've got access to Daphne's digital strategist. We all know from this summit how important it is to be visible. Daphne, thank you for blessing us with your presence, with your grace. I absolutely love your presence. I just want to soak your aura up. It's like I literally am. Like today is like, I want to be like you when I grow up.
Thank you. Thank you. To God be the glory.
That was a brilliant interview that you did with Sin. And I think maybe, just maybe, ladies, Daphne might be able to come back this week.
I will.
Which will be, everyone outside is like, yay, which would be absolutely amazing.
Just let me know when. Not tomorrow, but let me know
we
when.
would love to have you back. Okay. You've been absolute, it's just been a bomb having you here. So I'm going to wrap up because I want to get you out here at home. But thank you. And it's been lovely to meet you in person, because since I met you, I definitely have felt connected. When we first spoke, and you said you had me at hello, me too. Like, I just knew this woman, I need this woman in the summit. And we've had you here. So
I'm on your team. I am on your team. And I'm in your corner.
Thank you, Daphne. Right, we're going to let
Bless you all. Thank you all.
I think we've got Tiana coming in. So I'm going to, guys, get you to take us off the stage and add Tiana. Tiana, good luck.
mic.
All right, let's see. Is this mic? Hello, hello. Hello. Can't hear you either. Refresh. Hello. All right. Is this working? Now they can't see me. All right. Engineer, can you help put me back on the screen? All right. Yes, I'm back. Thank you. Look at that. Technology. We just got to love it. And I've been so impressed by the work that everyone has been doing behind the scenes and in front of the camera, because no matter what's happened today, it has been a fix and we move forward. That is the resilience of us Black women and the fabulous Black men that I saw behind the scenes. Thank you so much. So let's kick us back off. No problem. Here we go. The deed. The deed. I am Tiana Simmons. I am the founder of Ask Tiana Solutions, and by trade and by calling, let me tell you, I'm a leadership architect. All my peoples are like architect, engineer, all this stuff you've put into this environment. Yeah, I have. But I want to be clear. I don't design physical buildings. I once wanted to, but I don't. I design ecosystems. And my superpower is stepping into the fear of chaos and architecting order. I help high-achieving Black women stop acting as tactical executors of someone else's vision and start consciously designing their own future. Yes, we can do it. And just as we heard today, just now, we heard about the EDIT framework. What? Listen, we can design our own futures. And ultimately, for the women in this room, how y'all doing? I am the architect of sovereignty, and I am here to help. I'm here to empower. I am here to ensure that we all build what we want to leave for our legacies. But I want to share, before I was an architect, I was an investment. I am the first generation of my family born in the States by ways of Barbados and St. Lucia. So you may hear my accent come out a little bit here and there. Don't be surprised. I was born in Brooklyn, New York. You should also hear that too. By an amazing lineage, an incredible lineage of powerful women. My mother moved to the States with a full ride to Mary Baldwin College. She was a passionate social worker who dedicated her life to foster children and to students in special education. My grandmother actually moved to the States to transition her career and help raise her grandchildren. These two remarkable women shaped my core values of resilience, kindness, and an unwavering commitment to others. Trust this, I miss them both dearly. So because of where I am from and whom I'm from, I know exactly what it means to carry legacy. I call it the inherited responsibility. For many of us, we know it as work, work, work. That's the mandate that has been set. And that is hard for us to shake. We all have that memory, that one memory that defined our relationship with work. One of mine was the fourth car of the number 4 train. Hello, New Yorkers. Yes, I'm talking to us. Growing up in Brooklyn, I spent my time riding that fourth car every day to the Bronx from Brooklyn for high school. Metaphorically, we spent our whole lives carrying those heavy book bags squeezed in with the exhaustion of the commute because our parents and grandparents sacrificed everything, uprooting their lives, pouring their souls into their communities so we could get a what? I'm going to show my age now, a token for that train. Yeah. And okay, for the youngins on the line, the Metro card for that train. We were their investments. And we are carrying those book bags, working twice as hard, trying to be the perfect dividend payment on the investment or the immense sacrifice that they made. But I'm going to tell you this, standing in that train car, feeling the heavy weight of that expectation, I realized something. We were pouring all of our brilliance and our exhaustion into a system that would never, ever treat us as landlords. They only see us as tenants. We were building the corporate machine, but would never hold the deed. So I spent the next 30 plus years trying to outrun that train car. I earned 3 degrees. I built a corporate career in the high stakes trenches of global organizations like Amazon, Hewlett Packard, General Electric. And then, I spent my due leading in K-12 education. I became the indispensable one. I gathered the titles, the salary, the respect. And I'm going to tell you this, I am grateful for all the experience. But 18 months ago, there's always a but. 18 months ago, I sat in the glow of my laptop, probably around 3 o'clock in the morning, and audited my own life. I found a terrifying number, 967. 967. You're like, what is that? That's how many hours I left on the table, unused, unpaid time off left on the table. Some of you must be like, but didn't you cash that out? Yeah, not at the organization I was at. That was going bye-bye. And I want to be clear. Some people actually believe, oh, well, that's just dedication in your work. No, it's not. That's actually operational liquidation. I was subsidizing a multi-million-dollar corporation with my own nervous system. Let's do that math. 967 hours. Divide that by 40 hours per week. Who's doing the math with me? Anyone doing the math with me? Yo, that was 24 weeks. 24 weeks. Now divide that by 4 weeks per month. 6 months left on the table. So I carry that heavy weight. And I don't want that for anybody else. So I looked around my beautiful life and realized, I've been living in a corner office cage. I've become a high-paid maintenance manager, fixing the plumbing in someone else's estate. Even though I had the view, I didn't have the deed. My income was tied to my attendance, not my equity. If I handed in my badge, I couldn't take the structure with me. And when my role was eliminated, that happened, October 2024. That's exactly what occurred. I didn't own a thing that I worked hard to build and maintain. And those 6 months I lost, let's be real. In the Caribbean, we don't talk about no burnout, work mandate. But let's be real. It took time and a half for my body to recover from the injustice I put it through, for my mind to receive the truth of what was next for me, and for my spirit to take action towards that, what it was, unknowingly, faithfully. That's why we're here today, to move from tenant to landlord, to go from the fourth car to the driver's seat. And all I'm asking, do not repeat my error. Just learn from it. As those who know me who are listening, I always tell you the kettle is on. And what that means is to come on in, have a cup of tea, sit at the table. And I know we're virtual, so I'm asking those who may have this on in the background, doing something else, yo, just take a pause for a second. Stop what you're doing. Let's fully engage, because we're about to have a real conversation. Because when you're in my circle, welcome. I'm inviting you if you didn't get that already. I'm telling you all my business. I'm inviting you into the circle. Relationships come before we renovate. So being here today, you're in it. And connection comes before the build. So make no mistake, once we sit down and we sip on our tea or whatever it is else you want to pour, we are getting to work. So have a seat. Let's go. And we're going to start with this. I'm going to give us a little test and a little diagnosis. Because if we're moving from tenant to landlord, we first need to know exactly what kind of house we're currently building. What is it we're trying to build for our legacy? What are we building today? So I want to give you the 30-day litmus test. Ask yourself right now, if you stopped working for 30 days, would the structure you built continue to generate value for you? Or would it collapse? I know you're thinking about it. So let me clear some things up. If your income stops the very second you're out of the office message goes on, you don't own your career. You actually own a high-stress subscription service. Yeah, I said it. You own a subscription service to you. You are trading your physical time for a flat fee. If your ecosystem collapses without your daily physical labor, you are renting your success. So I need you to ask yourself right now, once again, if you stopped working for 30 days, would the structure you've built continue to generate value for you, or would it collapse? Not saying anything is wrong, but I'm saying we just need to know the facts and look in the mirror. And I know some of you out there right now are like sitting there thinking, Tiana, I already quit the corporate world. I'm already in my W-2 freedom season. My name is on the LLC. I am the landlord. Yeah, that's why we got this mirror up. Because guess what? We can be a tenant in our own company. So I want us to run what I now call the yarn and wire diagnostic. And the reason I do that, or I call it yarn and wire, they're just two different materials, two different things. And typically, we're paid for the wire. But you know what? People count on us for the yarn. So many a times what we do in that yarn state, we will never be paid for. So we got to understand it and know how to differentiate it. So let me start. Yarn, the yarn, especially for my business owners out there, hello, doing great things. Yarn is the hustle. Yarn is I'm hand holding my client through their situation. Yarn is you're over delivering out of guilt. Yarn is answering every client's text at 9 p.m. at night. Yarn is doing your own administrative busy work because you want it done right. Are we clear on the yarn? All right. Now let's run to the wire. The wire is structure. It's codifying your intellectual property. It is building the automated sales system, like the loop in the revenue room that Natalia talked about this morning. Get yours. You better get in that room. It's automating your sales system. It is securing the contracts that pay you wherever you are, whether you're at your desk or on a beach. That's the wire. We clear on the wire? Here's why I wanted to explain those to you, because we're going to do a quick exercise. I want to give you a minute. Go look at your calendar from last week, just last week, and ask yourself 2 questions. 1, how many hours did you spend on yarn labor, hustling, hand-holding, over-delivering? 2, how many hours did you spend on wire equity, codifying your IP, building automation, securing the contracts? How much? 1 minute. Take a look. All right, you got the numbers? It's all right. If you didn't get it yet, I want to get this to you, make this clear. Based on your ratio of yarn to wire, you fall into certain archetypes. I'm just going to go through a couple right now so that you have clarity of how you're showing up for yourself, for your families. Why did you leave that W-2? Why did you start your own? Let's make sure we're not repeating what we did in that environment in our own. So, for example, if your calendar shows that you were 90% yarn and 10% wire, you've actually built a 24/7 job where you are the most demanding, unforgiving boss you have ever worked for. You are just a glorified freelancer renting your time directly to your clients. If you close your laptop for 30 days, the lights go out. Just saying. Now, if you had a 70-30 split, you're what I call a bottleneck founder. You are making money. Don't get me wrong, you're doing your thing. But every single decision has to cross your desk. You have become the ceiling in your own empire. We don't want that for you, because we got to keep growing, right? And as we just heard, we got to edit. You can't do that if you're the ceiling. But as a sovereign CEO, a sovereign architect, CEO of your business, of your life, you need to operate at 20% yard, 80% wire. 80% of your time should be building, classifying, claiming that intellectual property, and owning the load-bearing strategy. That 20% of yarn you still utilize for the intentional high-level relationship building. A glorified freelancer hustles, a bottleneck founder executes, but a sovereign CEO, they own the blueprint. They own the deed. They are getting it done not only for themselves, their life force, their energy, for their time, but also for their legacy. Now, many of us, right, we've been taught, it's been embedded in us to do this independence thing, do it by ourselves. And usually we hide this type of imbalance because we already got it. We're supposed to know it all. We sometimes even wear our exhaustion and our helpfulness as a badge of honor. But we got to fix this. And we got to do so by operating as a susu. For all of those out there who know what a susu is, please go ahead in the chat. Let us know where you're from. Because typically that's my Caribbean and African sisters. Say hello. Share it. But for those of you who don't know what a susu is, it's a traditional collective savings club. It is how our mothers and grandmothers pooled their money to buy homes, to start businesses when the traditional banks told them no. It was an economic safety net built entirely on trust. I'm not here to talk about the traditional way because I've reclaimed the susu. If you don't mind, please don't mind. I've reclaimed the susu for the modern architect. In our circle, we're not pooling financial capital to survive. We're pooling our genius to build. We are exchanging our intellectual property, our lived experiences, and our strategic weight to support the exponential growth of our chosen community. But a susu of genius only works on one currency, and that's radical truth. You cannot pool resources if you lie about your capacity, if you pretend your foundation isn't cracking. The circle cannot hold you up. I share this so that you look at your yawn score. Be true to yourself. Look at how much of yourself you are giving away for free. That deficit is not a secret shame. That's a deposit into this room, into this space. We put our deficits on the table so that someone else's genius can step in and secure the perimeter. We hold this deficit together because we are no longer building alone. 100 starts today. And to all of you all looking, you are not looking and engaging in what's happening this week. You are not building alone. So we are going to use the DEED protocol to fix this foundation. DEED, D-E-E-D. Yes, it's a framework. Let's do it. And if you don't have one, we got to build one. And if you need help building one, just holler. But I want to introduce you to a client of mine. As I promised, I'm going to go through the DEED protocol. But in this instance, I'm going to go through it based off one of my successful clients. Her name is Jasmine. Jasmine is a brilliant founder, currently sitting in the active cohort of my accelerator program called the Architect Circle. You've heard me say circle so much time, I live it. I literally live it every single day. My accelerator program, the Architect Circle. When Jasmine came into the circle, she had her own business on paper. Girl, it was great. But in reality, she was caught in the inheritance of no rest. Y'all are like, what? Yes, work mandate, inheritance of no rest. Yes, that's what she was caught in, that part. She was caught in the inheritance of no rest with her biggest client. She was actually functioning entirely as an internal employee instead of the contractor that she was. They even had her evaluated on their internal staff scorecard. She thought she was the landlord. I told y'all earlier, yeah, you got the LLC, you doing the thing, you got it all worked out. But in this instance, she was a glorified freelancer. Here is exactly how, working together, we use the 4 steps of the DEED protocol to help her reclaim her deed. Okay? DEED, I want to be clear, stands for decouple, elevate, engineer, and defend. All right? Decouple, elevate, engineer, defend. And we're going to go through those steps and see how she transitioned from tenant to landlord. So step 1, D for decouple. You must ruthlessly separate your custom, emotional client hand-holding from your scalable intellectual property. It's got to be 2 separate things. We talked about it, 20% yarn, 80% wire. When we ran the math of truth, that's what I call it, the math of truth for Jasmine, we found her hidden hourly rate. Adding up her contracted hours, her unpaid prep time, her weekend email check-in, her random Slack message, her emotional labor, and so much more. Her hidden hourly rate calculated to be $35 an hour. She's working for a client. That's not what she was expecting. You want to see shock? Shock. She was literally not only working for $35 an hour, she also bartered her valuable IP in her delivery of workshops for a discount for her child's tuition. Now, I ain't mad about that, but there's a way to set it up so that you have clear separation. So we decoupled. She explicitly, these words, resigned from doing their operational busy work, because that's what she ended up doing, which cost her to dwindle down her per hour rate. We stopped the emotional bartering and engineered a clean B2B invoice exchange for the tuition. They invoiced her for the tuition. She invoiced them for the parent workshops. It ended up being a wash. Why do we do this? And not just say, oh, we're just going to exchange. No, put it in writing. We do this because a clean business transaction ensures there is never a favor for anyone to hold over you later. Clean equals sovereign. That's what we decoupled in Jasmine's situation. The second step is elevate. E for elevate. You must stop using freelancer language and shift to outcome language of a strategic partner. Jasmine stopped acting like an internal coach, which is basically what they classified her as with this company. And we elevated her posture to CEO of a turnkey division. I want to make this clear. She was operating singularly as a coach, doing operational work, supporting this organization on the side. And we elevated, E for elevate, and put forth a proposal for her to own and run an isolated division in support of the company. But I'm going to tell you this, elevation is just not overnight. It requires the work and it requires nerve. So during the contract renegotiations, the client pushed back on her and said, I can't do any more than that. Meaning he wasn't willing to pay her her worth. So when she came to me, I asked her, are you fully being compensated for what you're bringing to the table? She realized she wasn't. So using the ultimate execution tool, silence, she stated her number and told him, if you don't want to move forward on the numbers, I'll just step away after the next cohort. You see that silence? That's all she said. That was it. And he flipped the script. Oh, no. We're going to work this out. We're going to work this out because she already showed her value. You do not discount your value just to feel quiet on a sales call. Let me be clear. And because of that, Jasmine heard and saw in writing what she actually wanted to have happen. Later on, Jasmine told me that if she hadn't had me in her corner pushing her through that moment, she would have folded. She actually said, I don't want to be on the other side of the negotiation table with Tiana. She's hardcore. And you know what? She's right. And that's not tooting my horn. Because when it comes to protecting your value, when it comes to protecting the value of the people in my circle, you have to be hardcore. We don't discount our value. We own it, and we never fill the quiet. So step 3. We're moving on to step 3. We're moving on to the second E, and the second E stands for engineer. So now we've negotiated. We are clear. We've elevated our outcomes. Now we have to engineer all of this in writing. We move from a customized, exhausting service provider to an architect who owns a scalable asset. So we engineered Jasmine's package using a 3-tiered framework. She pitched to them a turnkey division, which she is the owner of, and negotiated a massive 70% revenue split in her favor. So under their company, she owns a division where she is bringing home 70% of the revenue for that division. Not only did she do that, but for the work she was doing before, which was more of a student coaching, let me tell you, she shifted from that hourly trap to an arrangement with minimum and maximum parameters, securing a guaranteed floor income just to protect her availability. Because once again, after the next cohort, she can go. That's what she did. So then the last letter, D, defend. We have to make sure we defend it and protect what now we've negotiated and shifted in her and her business and this relationship with this client. So D is for defend. You must build the fortress blueprint and do it around your business, or else your clients will constantly come in and try to create scope creep. We all know it. We've all seen it, and some of us have done it. If you don't try, you don't get. If you don't ask, you don't get. But here we go. With this client, we literally drafted a step away clause. Jasmine attends some of the meetings in the business, and we had to be intentional about this, because here's why. This step away clause allows Jasmine to leave meetings when conversations shift to out of her scope. The CEO, the client, casually tried to extract free consulting from her by asking to brainstorm her proprietary curriculum. So Jasmine held the line. She told him, nope, I'm not brainstorming with you no more. You can license the curriculum, but I'm not going to be in those conversations. And by holding that boundary, she forced the company to come back and to discuss licensing her program at a premium fee. So that's still coming. We're still working on that part. But I just want to share with you, by using the D protocol, Jasmine's baseline projected revenue from this one single client jumped from a cap of, remember, it was 4,000. Did I even tell y'all? It was $35 an hour. It was $4,000 a month. So it jumped from $48,000 a year to over $130,000 annually. Let's be clear, without working a single extra hour. She reclaimed her time. She shed the employee mindset. And when the contracts were signed, here's the 3 words she shared with me. She was elated, excited, and naturally a little bit nervous. But we welcome that nervousness. I'm like, get those butterflies all day, because it's simply a feeling of a sovereign CEO expanding into her full power. So I just want to thank Jasmine for, 1, allowing me on her journey, and 2, allowing me to share it with you, because she now owns the deed. And I want the same for all of you. All of you. So I'm not going to let you leave the table empty-handed. I want to give you the exact map of escape. So my gift to you, thank you for being here. Thank you for giving of your time. My gift to you is to turn your job into a client blueprint. For those of you who are like, but Tiana, we already told you we left the job. I get that. Turn the 1099 into a partnership. or like Jasmine, turns in 1099 into her own division. The same framework can be used. It teaches you how to transform your current state into a relationship you design, you negotiate, and you control your own terms. I want you to go to job, J-O-B, T-O, client, CLIENT.com right now. Go download it. Get it. It is yours. But I also want you to know, because I believe in the work that Natalia and her team and the House of Lauren and everyone, what they're all doing, everyone from this conference, I will also be sending to you at the end of this week a complete sample proposal. This is the exact language and formatting you can use to slide across the desk when you are ready to engineer your new structure. So not only am I giving you the steps, I'm also taking the next step and providing you a sample proposal that you can use. So please do so. And while you're there, when you download the blueprint, don't close the page. Right below the offering and the download is an opportunity to book a complimentary 30-minute clarity call with me. Most high achieving women don't fail because they lack information or knowledge. We're brilliant. They fail because when the tension hits and the stuff takes over, as Jasmine told our circle after signing her contract, if it was just me there, I would have been like, I'm just getting breadcrumbs and walk away. It's okay. You don't need another how-to guide. You need an architect to help you stop accepting breadcrumbs. So once again, go to jobtoclient.com, grab the blueprint, grab the proposal, book your clarity call. Take the first steps towards your employer-funded freedom. That's how I see it. You can do it. I'm just hopefully giving this offering and it helps you take those steps. So I want to leave you with the truth. We started with my story, but I want you to know heavily what guides my life. Not to pull at heartstrings, but I want to share with you why I'm here, why I'm doing this work. You remember that fourth core? We spend our whole lives carrying those heavy book bags, trying to be the perfect dividend payment on our parents' sacrifice. Well, my mother, Susan Juanita Osborne Simmons, yes, I gave the full government. She was the one who taught me that work mandate. But in 2000, I always want to say 2010, 2000, it's not 2006, 2006, she decided to release me from that contract. So the year before she passed, she wrote a poem called My Sin. And I want to read it to you now. My other gift to you. Thinking. Wondering about the undone things that created this trap, this enemy. Caught up in a web of procrastination is my sin. To myself and those who love me. It's now too late with the should haves for me, but not for you, my friend. Time is on your side. Grab it, hug it, and use it fast. It doesn't wait, you know. I know now. For most of my life, I thought the only way to honor the women in my life and the crew from the fourth car was to keep riding the train, quote unquote. I thought my exhaustion was the required interest rate on their sacrifice. But listen to my mom's words. Her greatest regret wasn't that she didn't work hard enough for everyone else. Her greatest regret was the undone things, the time she deferred, the trap of giving herself away until it was too late. With this poem, my mother officially released me from the inheritance of no rest. She ain't tell me to go manage my time. She didn't tell me to earn my joy. She gave me a new mandate. She said, grab it. So I am, finally. And as your architect, I'm extending that exact same release to you today. The debt of that fourth card is paid in full. You do not owe the system another drop of your nervous system. You are no longer the investment. You are the investor. You are no longer the tenant. You are the landlord. You are the sovereign CEOs of your life. Your ancestors worked so you could have a choice. They did not work so you could be tired. So, ladies, the keys are in your hand. The table is set. The deed is waiting. Grab it, hug it, use it fast. The kettle is on. Let's get to work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and being present for the deed from tenant to landlord mindset. If you liked what you heard today, please follow me on LinkedIn, Substack, YouTube, whatever it is. My good friends are out there copying and pasting my information into the chat. If you had stuff in the chat, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to see it, but I'm here. I am going to see if there are any questions or if there's time, or hand it over back to the lovely folks in New York at Irie Jam to take things back over.
Hey, I think we're back. Are we back, engineer? Are we split screen? Tiana, don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere yet. That was absolutely amazing, and thank you. Elite Circle members are just coming back in again. One of the things I love about you, Tiana, is this your energy. Your energy is just mad crazy. Ladies, you've got some really well-accomplished speakers. You've had some amazing things being offered to you today. So please make sure. Tiana, what's the next steps of getting in contact with you? What's the next steps of working with you? Let's just walk us through that. And if there's a link, if you can drop it into the chat, that would be amazing.
Absolutely. First and foremost, go to jobtoclient.com. That's where you're going to get the details of the deed protocol that I shared with you today. Go there, plug in your email address. Because you've done so, you also then will have all access to me. There you can also schedule a clarity call. 30 minutes on me. Let's hang out. Let's figure it out. Let's address your current shift that you want to make. I'm here for it. Let's do it. Glass is fogging up. I'm hot.
And she's bringing the heat. That's why.
And guys, like seriously, ladies, guys, listen to me. I'm so used to saying it. It's ladies.
Oh.
Ladies, you know, these are really well accomplished speakers, coaches, and consultants that are giving up their time. They wouldn't usually give away free spaces and slots, and that's real talk. So for those of you that are listening and you really want to figure out how do I get down to the deed, going from that point of creation all the way into launch and selling and being successful. Am I correct in saying that, Tiana, where you're really going to work with someone from every single stage? You don't leave anybody and then they're wandering around thinking, what next? Or where's my transformation coming from? Not to throw shade, we know who those coaches are. We don't have them here at Top 100 most powerful women. But yeah, Tiana's going to take you from beginning all the way through to end. So if you want to have that clarity call, make sure you check the link in the chat out. Like I said, these ladies don't usually do this. This is really because of the summit and what we stand for and what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to lift you up. Okay, we're trying to empower you. We've got a table here and we want you to come and sit on our table. Tiana's sitting on our table and she's making her own table. So for anybody that was listening and what Tiana was speaking about resonated, and this is someone that you want to hang out with and have that clarity call, make sure that you book. Tiana's personality and vibration is just infectious.
I know everybody felt it. We felt it. 4 rooms away, Tiana. 4 rooms away, we felt it through walls and glasses. But everybody, the comments were amazing, right, Tiana? Everybody's loving you, and
thank you.
So happy.
And it's funny, yes. Daphne, myself, we all come from a tech background.
Yes.
We all come from a tech background, and there might be some of you out there that you're not just a coach or a consultant. Some of you out there might have an invention. Some of you out there might want to build an app. We are in the world of AI. There are many helps from VCs. There's many grants. There's a lot of money flying around when it comes to apps, software development, things that are new that the marketplace needs. We're in a time of AI, and AI isn't just about using it and building our businesses. It's also about figuring out how do we use AI and how do we use technology to actually be a creator of a product. Okay, we want to see more of our Black women, more of our Black girls at that level of manufacture. So again, can't stress it enough. These offers don't happen. If you happen to watching this on a replay on demand as well, 2 weeks from now, all this content is going to be actually available on a platform for everybody to be able to digest anything that you've missed. All those offers will still be available. But please know that if you are going to be watching this on demand, there's going to be less availability to what's being offered. So when I say get on and book calls and links, do it now.
And I just want to offer, I just try to share all that I can in every other avenue. So if you want to follow me on LinkedIn, if you're a Substacks person, if you love your YouTube, I'm there as well. Come hang out. There's always another framework or another tool that I am pulling out of the toolkit to share with you during any of those opportunities. So once again, not alone. And these beautiful women on this stage are continuously telling us this week that none of us are building alone. So definitely make sure that we are continuing to build this community larger and larger than ever. So thank you.
Nice. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Round of applause for Tiana. Round of applause. Right. So our next guest, ladies, is scheduled to be in about 15 minutes. And I know you've been missing the Elite Circle members.
Oh, have
By
they?
the way, ladies, we have to remember to talk to that camera because I keep looking at
the
screen.
What camera? That is why they tell us no TVs in the room.
We need to be looking at the camera here. So Tiana, engineering is going to take you off the stage. So have a wonderful, blessed evening. No doubt we're going to see you here again. And I'm going to switch it up a bit, if you don't mind. Oh. So we've been talking about some of the things that, we wanted to talk about this week. And whilst perimenopause is definitely a thing, Danielle, our next guest, I kind of want us to cover the food topic.
Oh.
And I know, Cheryl, this goes part in part with the whole education thing as well. Danielle, who's about to come up on stage, she's really going to be talking about us and Black women and our bodies. So I suppose the whole perimenopause conversation is going to come into it. But I'm interested to hear what everybody's got to say, and I'm going to keep it real. I am at this present moment in time.
She's giving us a hint, ladies.
I'm going to keep it real. And those of you that are listening, I want to hear it to you in the comments. I know the way that I eat is bad.
Yes.
And I'm an educated woman. So why am I still eating badly?
Ooh,
I don't
that's loaded.
Yeah. I also don't trust what they feed us anymore.
Absolutely.
Like I know that I almost feel like damned if I do and damned if I don't, if you actually really want to be honest with you. You've genetically modified all the fruits. You feed God knows what to the animals. So there's actually an element of me that it's almost like if they don't care about us, why should I care about myself? But I'm trying to break this cycle. Okay. I know I shouldn't say it out loud. But the food conversation is a big one. Food is it's a medicine.
Yes.
It was always some of the medicine that we just ate right.
Yeah.
You know, our eating is just off. Oftentimes when we talk about it,
Sometimes people talk about organic food, but if we think about our grandmothers and our grandfathers, they grew everything.
Yeah.
They had, that's probably how come they could eat pork and not really get sick unless it was not going along with their religion. However, they had the chickens, they had the hogs, they had the pigs, they had the greens. You know, you could ride down the street, people had bushels of vegetables that they were selling, and you sit on the porch with your grandparents and you exactly.
I was just talking last night. In Jamaica, right? One of my favorite memories is I don't know what you call it, pimento. It's pepper seeds, right? We would pick the tree and have it on a big crocus bag in the yard, and we would shell and pick, and then go and sell to market and sift. And those are like the fondest memories.
And they were the times that you got to spend with your family.
Yeah.
You know, you just sat and you just.
But here's the thing, you can still have those times.
Absolutely.
So one of the things that we did, my husband is a teacher, he's in STEM. And before 2020 and COVID hit, we saw at Christmas time at like Barnes and Noble, they had an aeroponic garden to grow basil. That was the first thing we used.
I love how you say basil.
Oh, say it again for her, Shy, please.
Basil.
You want to hear it again?
That's what it is. We have to make food as medicine sexy, okay? So maybe really fine.
Wait, that is actually a title of a book. We have ideas here, so right, yes.
But that's what we did. We started with that, and when we realized that we could grow, we moved into other spices. So then we started, because I was like, well, I won't grow vegetables. I grew vegetables a long time ago as a kid, but I was like, let me start off with some spices, things I know I'll use. We did rosemary, thyme, oregano.
Oregano. Not oregano? Courgette? What about the courgettes?
What do you guys call courgettes?
Eggplants, I think those are eggplants. Aubergine.
Yes.
So what is the courgette? Zucchini, right?
You say zucchini.
Don't worry, I don't do the squash family, so I'm good. But that's what we started growing, and then we moved into growing tomatoes, and we moved into cucumbers, and we grew all of those other things, but we felt better. We used the fresher ingredients, so we can still start some of that back at home. It's just how we choose to do it. So now I have a huge hydroponic thing with like 72 pods, and we have our lights and all of that, our grow lights, and I grow fresh kale, fresh bok choy, fresh lettuces. So I just walk over, pick it, throw it into my soups or my salad or whatever. We can do those things. Does it take time and dedication? Yes.
You definitely have to have dedication.
It's so much better as well, because I think I'm really bad on the food front because I'm time poor. And I'm not using that as an excuse, but I feel like I'm my microphone. I feel like a lot of times some of my bad habits come from being really time poor and being able to fit things into the day. But definitely over a period of time, I would definitely say I cook from scratch. I do cook from scratch, down to anything.
You still haven't made me my jerk chicken like you promised. I'm gonna let you slide on that.
I'm gonna pass that one over to my husband. He tries to think he's a better cook than me, even though I taught him everything he knows.
Nate said yes. But this is a conversation behind the scenes.
Conversation, but it is from being time poor. But it is those times where I'm peckish. Or I'm in the middle of doing something, I haven't eaten all day, and that's when I tend to eat crap, if I was to be honest with you.
Yes.
Because it's not like I'm really bad throughout the day. I do cook from scratch. I make sure the kids have a healthy and balanced diet. But as well, sometimes I'm just unpacking stuff, and I just don't trust it. The other day, I was peeling potatoes, and all my hands flared up in hives. What was that?
Well, have you ever have you ever had cut lettuce and it feels like plastic?
Yes.
Well, and I couldn't understand what I was experiencing, and they had this thing where if you try to burn it and it doesn't burn, it's plastic. So I tried it. I did, and it did not. So I threw it. It did not, and I threw it away. And I said, "Well, I don't know, but I'm not gonna eat it." But we have to think about too. It's not just what they're feeding the animals and injecting and doing all that kind of stuff. There's stuff in the air that's going into the soil. Right. So now, like you were saying, I understand, because now you're saying I'm buying healthy food, but is it really healthy? I'm trying to grow healthy food.
It's just the mind.
And organic doesn't always mean organic.
I know.
And we also have to prioritize.
States have different laws.
We have to just stop and prioritize it.
Yes.
Because we know that we are the largest for Black hair, kidney disease, heart attacks.
Yep.
All of those type of things.
Different cancers. Yep.
Exactly. Suicide.
Yes.
Because of the mental, that some of the things are in the food. So we have to really take time to prioritize.
You do. And
I just want to say this too, because that's also a very important conversation. It's part of self-care, right?
Absolutely.
And it's not a question of could I, it's exactly what Cheryl is saying, that you have to sit and you have to say to yourself, okay, now I have to do better because.
Yeah. So even with the whole perimenopause thing for me, I'm really conscious lately of these little twinges and stiffnesses that I get in the back of my mind. I'm like, treat your body better, Natalia, do better, Natalia. So I think for me, one of the things that I do want to walk away with from Danielle's session is just starting to take my health and my fitness a lot more seriously. Because the thing is, without health,
it's your temple.
Yeah, but there is no bringing this to the next level. There is no building schools. There is no doing all the things that we want to do. And I keep pushing it to the back, but this is something for me. I can put my hand up and say, I need some help.
All right. So October, we're going to check back in with you in October.
Oh, no.
Yes, we are. We're going to check back in.
Because I am joining a gym. I found my home.
Oh,
and
she
that's
did, guys.
Yeah, so I could do my Pilates and strength
I think we
training
need
and
to
such.
hold each other accountable for October. And I'm sure we all know who Dr. Sabi is. And the one thing that would always stick out for me, and Danielle, who's about to come on, she's almost like a female version of a Dr. Sabi, is when he turned around and he said they took us from Africa and they never bought our food. And it's also about understanding what type of food and vitamins do we even need to nourish our bodies, because am I even on the wrong journey of eating healthy, and that actual food isn't even for me,
you know what?
and the makeup of my body.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I told you about my experience with the functional health specialist and the whole perimenopausal thing. But one of the things that she said to me when I went in for testing, because I was having all these weird body feelings, she said, your blood is testing as pre-diabetic and as also, what's the other one? Hypoglycemic. And she goes, that is technically not possible, except because you're either one or the other. Your body's either taking in the sugar or it's. And she said the only way that happens is if your body is taking in food and doesn't know what to do with the nutrients. So part of my weight challenge was that it was holding on to the food. It was in a starvation mode, holding on to the food, and then it didn't know what to do. It wasn't dispersing the nutrients to my cells. So that was already zapping my energy on top of my autoimmune issues. So there's all these complicated things about the body, and I'm definitely not a doctor, but I just always share that because we think that when we're eating, we're nourishing ourselves. Even when we're eating our healthiest, we may not be, because our bodies may not be conditioned right now to absorb what it needs to absorb to be healthy. So we have to start somewhere, and that is starting by eating healthy, but also really getting to know our bodies. I will say, by having those fruits and vegetables in my home, even though I grew some outside, when I had them in my home, I would just reach over and grab. When they were outside, I was less likely to go outside. I would go outside and toil in the soil because it just felt good to my spirit. But then I was like, oh, now I got to go out there and I really got to go pick the tomatoes. And that means I got to deal with the caterpillars. And then I got to deal with the
Oh God, my husband takes it to the next level. He then makes me soak it in vinegar or baking soda.
Yes,
then I've got to soak it. Then I've got to rinse it. By the time I've done that whole supply chain, I'm 2 hours down.
But if you grow it truly growing it organically, you might have a quick rinse off and that's about it. So I go over, I pick my lettuce and stuff, I rinse it off, chop, tear, whatever the case may be, ready to go.
Brilliant. Well, that brings us on to Danielle. Like I said, everyone's going to enjoy this one. I did say to you ladies, it's not just about business. Like we've discussed and discovered a lot today. We've heard about the story of the summit. I spoke to you about finding customers and funnel, the whole visibility to revenue. We had Cheryl speaking about leadership and how to really be able to be disruptive and be a leader where you can lead from within and lead other people. We talk about creating schools. Cheryl and I now and the whole of the elite circle are talking about what schools we're going to be building next in Africa in the breaks that you haven't seen us. We had Daphne Jones, just speaking about how to become a board member, how to really level yourself up, how to be able to win and achieve and have the career that you want that's going to bring you into the 6-7 brackets. And we looked at the whole system that she's created called Edit. We had Tiana talking about the deed, and how do you go from wanting that you want something, it's in your gut, but how do you start to conceptualize that, bring it to life, and actually get to where you want? And now we're covering food.
Oh,
and this is just day
it's
one.
Just natural, right? It's
and now we're
natural
and it's not just about food.
While
it's about understanding.
By the way,
we're starving
while we're hungry.
But Danielle's really going to take us through, understanding our bodies as Black women.
Yes.
And understanding why we should be feeding it and nourishing it.
She's shaking her head. Yes, we see you. We see you. She's like, yes, I am.
I'm one of your advocates, Danielle. She's just
yes,
she's just amazing. So we're going to bring her onto the stage. We're going to come off. So engineer, you can kick us off the stage. We could bring Danielle on. You're looking gorgeous, by the way. I love the hair.
Yes.
And let's bring Danielle on stage, and you're in for a treat. Thank you, Danielle.
All right. All right. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. It's great to be able to be in this space with you all. And again, I know Natalia shared about being uncomfortable with some of the receiving of the flowers and the compliments, but again, what she has created is absolutely unique and phenomenal. And to be able to be in this space with all these other great women, words don't describe it. So I'm really grateful that she was able to create this community and this space for us to be here, and for all of you to be able to be poured into, essentially, because that's what's important. So if everyone can hear me okay, see me okay, and also see my slides, then I'll go ahead and get started. If my audio is all good. And of course, for those who are in the chat, hello. Great to see you all. For those who are in the chat, awesome. If I could just get confirmation that you all can see my screen and see me as well, then I will get going ahead so that I don't waste any time and we all get the information that we need for today. And so what I wanted to start off talking about is that what we're naming today is something that for most of us in the professional space is that it's not always said out loud. And that's the unfortunate part. Oh, not my screen yet. Briefly pause. I'm not able to see my screen. So I'll try again. Share screen. All right. Is the screen still not up yet? I apologize for the delay. Okay, great. There we go. All right, so let's get started. Stop yet? Oh, awesome. Thank you, Kia. Appreciate the confirmation. All right, so let's start over. All right, welcome everyone. Great to have you here. So what we are naming today is something that most professional spaces won't say out loud. And so we're talking about the hidden biological cost of being a high achieving Black Indigenous woman of color. And I call it the success tax. And it is the rate that your body pays that nobody else in the room sees. By the end of this talk, I'm hoping that you will understand exactly what it is, why everything you possibly have tried has not moved the needle for you, and what actually works. So let's dive into this. So raise your hand physically or mentally, because I know we're in a virtual space. How many of you have a success story that includes being promoted multiple times in a few years, earning multiple degrees or certifications? You're leading high stake projects, you're mentoring people, you're leading businesses, you're probably a caretaker, possibly in your family, you're starting a family, adding to the family, maintaining a business, all the above. And possibly silently managing where you're not sleeping as well, or having insomnia. You're possibly having digestive issues, maybe hormonal chaos. You probably Googled it, but have not actually been able to address it. Keep your hands up mentally or virtually. If a doctor has told you that your labs look fine to an extent, maybe one or two things may be slightly out of the normal range, but you don't feel fine in your body. That gap between what shows on paper and what registers in your body, that is what we are here to name. So like I said, I call it the success tax. If you are a high achieving Black, Indigenous woman of color, you are absolutely paying a rate no one else in the room sees. On the outside, super achiever, driving results, shattering ceilings, earning that income, but on the inside, you're running on fumes. Quietly managing chronic fatigue, unexplained weight shifts, anxiety-driven insomnia, digestive distress, hormonal imbalances that, depending on your doctor, possibly shrugs off, unfortunately. Every promotion, every milestone, and under the table health surcharge. That's what it is. The success tax is not in any employee handbook, but your body is absolutely keeping the receipts. So what makes this stress pattern distinct is not its intensity. It is actually an architecture. So this is not simply just about tight deadlines or long hours. It is a compound stack, and each layer compounds on the one underneath it. Excellence pressure, the demand to perform at over 100% in rooms where any slip gets read differently than it would for others. Not louder, different weight. Cultural code switching, the cognition load of adjusting language, tone, and presence to fit a dominant culture. It runs continuously. It generates fatigue you cannot always name. Representation burden. You're carrying your entire community in your performance. Every success feels magnified, and every mistake feels catastrophic. Neither should be that heavy. Vigilance fatigue, running with your antenna up, almost literally. You're scanning for biases, you're bracing for microaggressions. The nervous system stays elevated, not occasionally, constantly. Invisible labor, the unofficial work that disproportionately falls on Black, Indigenous women of color. Whether you're mentoring others, you're running diversity initiatives, you're carrying the psychological weight of fitting in, but also being told your strength means you do not need support. That last part is not a compliment, which we all know. It is a mechanism for ignoring a real need. None of this shows on a performance review, but it accumulates at the cellular level. Think of it as compound interest on a stress debt, and Black, Indigenous women of color pay at a steeper rate. So your body is keeping a scorecard, and it does not lie. Every late email answered after 10 p.m., that's a point. Every time you're not as hydrated, that's a point. Every biased comment absorbed without responding, a point. Every it'll get done later when I have time, that's a point. Every high pressure presentation where you performing and representing simultaneously, another point. Every quick because I'm short on time, overly processed meal, a point. Every I'm fine, that was not true, that's also a point. Over time, that scorecard shows up, I should say, as biomarkers. That's your cortisol levels, your inflammatory markers, your metabolic shifts. Those numbers on the lab panel that tell a very different story than your LinkedIn profile. So research shows that Black women who report high everyday discrimination carry markers of accelerated biological aging. The stress is measurable. It is not imagined. It is shortening lives. This is not about personal weakness. This is not just solely imposter syndrome. This is not just stress. It is a legitimate, measurable health crisis born from a sustained overdrive and chronic under support. Your body is running that scorecard right now. And for many of us, the balance is in the red. So cortisol, as we understand it from a basic biological standpoint, it is a primary stress hormone. In short bursts, it does exactly what it is supposed to. Under chronic strain, the system misfires. So in the early stage, cortisol runs elevated around the clock. You're feeling wired, probably not able to sleep. You're tired, but you're not able to feel rested. Later stage, the cortisol response burns out. So that means the morning reading, when you do your blood work, that reading flatlines. You wake up already depleted before the day makes a single demand. The downstream effect of that is very subtle. Persistently elevated cortisol spikes your blood sugar and blood pressure. It disrupts your menstrual cycle. Hello, perimenopause and other things that we talked about earlier that was discussed. It suppresses your immune function. It drives up insulin resistance, which sits upstream of type 2 diabetes. Cortisol dysregulation is a root cause pattern for most of the chronic conditions we see disproportionately in Black and brown women. Standard checkups often miss this entirely. Labs can come back normal, while subclinical dysfunction continues accumulating. By the time it registers on the standard panel, the damage has a head start. So the diagnostic question for the room, if you had a full cortisol map, an inflammatory panel, and metabolic markers run tomorrow, what do you think they would show you about the real costs of your current pace? Think about that for a minute. What would your blood work show you about the real cost of your current pace right now in this moment? Some of you may be thinking right now, I know I am stressed, but I am trying. You've got the yoga, the fitness, you're doing the journaling, you're going to the spa, you're getting things done, you're drinking your smoothies, you're eating more fruits and vegetables. So why am I still not better? That is the right question. You are not failing at self-care. The tools you were handed were built for a different body in a different context. And let's speak it plainly. Most of the data that comes from what pertains to self-care in the wellness industry was built on the white male, not on persons who stand in a Black and a brown body. And that burnout that we talk about or is heard a lot about, it persists between the intervention and was never matched to the mechanism. So that is what we're going to look at now. Standard wellness is built for a default person, and that default rarely, if ever, is for a Black Indigenous woman of color, managing the specific load we just described. A mindfulness webinar, a free yoga subscription. Meanwhile, you're the only Black woman in your division absorbing daily microaggressions, carrying a workload that would exhaust anyone. But you're showing up anyway. That yoga class is not a wellness strategy. It is actually a distraction from the actual wound. It does not even acknowledge your wound exists. If the wellness program never mentions code switching, never addresses the architecture of your specific stress that you're dealing with, it cannot reach your biology. It is treating symptoms essentially in a vacuum. You cannot meditate your way out of insulin resistance. You cannot yoga away a cortisol pattern that is inverted. You cannot lean in harder to solve a problem your body is actively warning you about. I'll say it again. You cannot meditate your way out of insulin resistance. You cannot yoga away a cortisol pattern that is inverted. and you cannot lean in harder to solve a problem your body is actively warning you about. Leaning in harder is what created this in the first place. That is not a message that makes it onto the company wellness poster. Let's keep going. So we've got lots of advice out there. Internet is full of it. But the generic advice fails for a specific reason. It does not account for your actual data or your actual context from your cultural and ethnic background either. You are not a generic person. Your physiology has a history, especially being from Black and brown background. We know that, and that history runs very deep, considering slavery. Your cultural background shapes your stressors, your lifestyle, your relationship with food and rest, and your community. No standard wellness protocol was built with any of that in mind. Personalized data means getting precise. So cortisol mapping shows you when your levels peak and crash. So you stop fighting your own biology. Biomarker panels reveal what is happening with inflammation, insulin, your thyroid function, and your nutrient status. Without that data, every intervention is a guess. Cultural context is not a nice to have. Nutrition protocols that tell you to eliminate heritage foods miss two things. Those foods carry significant nutritional value when understood properly, and cutting them out also cuts connection to community and psychological well-being. Both matter to your physiology. The missing piece is a framework that treats your data and your culture as equally essential inputs. When you address symptoms without diagnosing root causes, the symptoms come back. And they don't just come back, they come back every single time. So let me share a real case. Details will change for privacy, of course. So Tasha, we're going to call her Tasha. She was a VP at a marketing firm, one of two Black Indigenous women of color at her level. She came to me at 35, externally successful by every visible measure, and told me, I feel 20 years older on the inside. She had gained 20 pounds essentially in about a year, 4 to 5 broken hours of sleep a night. By mid-afternoon, she would have brain fog, not necessarily function as well cognitively. And that also she also started questioning her own cognitive function because, of course, being in her position, there was this understanding of needing to stay on point and be sharp. So she had done workplace wellness challenges, popular dieting app, meditation retreats. None of it stuck. So when we built a full picture through comprehensive testing, the data told a story that generic advice could not have reached. Her cortisol rhythm, her cortisol rhythm was completely inverted. She was in early stage insulin resistance. Inflammatory markers were elevated across the board. That explained why sleep more and yoga had not worked. Her biochemistry was locked in a stress response mode, and that was running alongside the real psychological weight of being one of two people in her entire division who looked like her. That last piece is not something a standard wellness pamphlet acknowledges. But after 6 months of working with me, her cortisol patterns normalized. Insulin sensitivity was restored. Her inflammation went down. 7 continuous hours of sleep most nights. No more 2 p.m. crashes. Her performance moved accordingly. Her team landed the target client account of the year, and she's being considered for senior vice president. What changed was the biology. That's what shifted everything else. So with almost a decade of working with women who look like you and me, what I did was I built a framework that does something most wellness programs don't. It marries the comprehensive biomarker testing data with practices that are grounded in culture and ethnicity. So this is not something that you can just simply Google. It is not a course or a template. So let me tell you what it is and what becomes possible when you have it. So this framework has 4 phases, and I'm going to walk through just a high-level idea of what it is, not from a secret standpoint, but because if I'm handing you a roadmap without the infrastructure and the personalized interpretation behind of it, it would be like handing you a blueprint with no architects, no contractors, and no materials, which doesn't serve you in the first place. So what this framework requires is clinical partnerships to run the diagnostics most physicians never order. We go beyond the standard blood work that is being ordered because we need to get the full picture. There's understanding the competency of your culture because we want to honor your heritage while optimizing your biology. There's expert guidance to interpret what your biomarkers are actually telling you. And there's ongoing support to navigate the obstacles that constantly derail people who try to do this alone. So here's what I can tell you. When precision, biomarker data, and culturally affirming support operate together, the outcomes stop being theoretical. They become predictable. So this is where science gets specific. Your practices connected to your ancestors are not just cultural artifacts. Several have documented physiological effects. So the herbs, your grandmother, great-grandmother that was kept in her kitchen, some of them carry measurable impacts on cortisol and inflammatory markers. The communal rituals, the spiritual practices you were raised with. Research now measures how they shift your autonomic nervous system. These are not soft benefits. They show up on your actual panel of work from your blood. But you cannot implement them blindly. You need to know which ones serve your particular biology. That requires the data. And in my work, we use things, for example, as like continuous glucose monitors to see exactly how the foods tied to your heritage and ethnicity move your specific metabolism. We use cortisol mapping to identify the precise windows where practices that are tied back to your ancestors and even some of the modern day ones would help to produce the most biological benefit for you. And what happens when data guides practice, it's not anecdotal. Wisdom from our ancestors operating with the biological precision produces results that generic protocols cannot reach. Without someone connecting your data to the right things, practices, structures, systems for your body, you are still guessing. And guessing carries a cost when it is at stake regarding your health specifically. So one more case to give you an understanding. So we're going to call her D. And she runs a successful consulting business. She came to me because she could see where she was headed. Constant travel, poor sleep, living on coffee and adrenaline. She described it as the fast track to a breakdown, and her assessment was accurate. We ran full diagnostics and built a personalized protocol just for her. And so for her, we integrated aspects from her culture, which was very specific. It was music and prayer, which were incorporated as measurable scheduled interventions, not general life advice. And 6 months out, for as an example from incorporating her cultural practices, her blood sugar moved from being in pre-diabetic stages to completely within normal range. Her cortisol curve shifted from being flatlined to a healthy rise and fall pattern, which is what it should be. And her business moved with her. She was free from brain fog and fatigue, and she negotiated 2 new contracts that doubled her revenue. She also became a different kind of leader, and she started building actual real restorative spaces within her team's rhythm. So for an example, one of her employees was able to share with her that it was good to see when they succeeded without them destroying themselves, and they wanted to work the way that she did. So this is the work. This is what the work is actually about. It's as a woman who heals herself and then changes the standard for everyone else who's also watching her, because you know where I'll be watching on a regular basis. So some direct questions I want you to sit with. We have named the different types of crises. and the different ways that we show up, not just ever so often, it's in the spaces and the places that we're in on a regular basis. And we have looked at why standard solutions miss it. We have seen what a precision approach produces. Now, I want you to ask yourself, what does it cost to do nothing different for the next 6 months, the next year, 3 years? What does it cost you to continue to do nothing? And that question is not whether this is actually real, because I'm sure your blood work will confirm it. The question is when you decide the receipt is too high. 6 months, we all know time flies, and it will move faster than it sounds when the schedule stays packed. So if your blood works and your biomarkers are already showing early stage cortisol dysfunction or borderline insulin resistance, 6 months without intervention is not neutral. Borderline prediabetes moves towards metabolic syndrome. Borderline high pressure becomes hypertension, requiring medication. Your body runs on credit. You carry stress debt for a period. Eventually, the bill is going to arrive, and it comes with interest. Professionally, 6 months of declining health tends to show up in ways you cannot fully contain. Your focus narrows. Your creativity stalls. Things start slipping. Nearly 40% of Black women have left positions they were good at because the conditions they were in became unsustainable. 6 more months of unaddressed burnout, which I call system depletion, moves a talented leader from thriving to seriously considering walking away. That cost is not only yours, it belongs to every organization that loses you as well. 3 years is long enough for patterns to become diagnoses. Chronic cortisol elevation over that window sets the stage for cardiac risk. Black Indigenous women of color in high stress careers carry heightened midlife cardiac risk. And 3 years of unaddressed stress dysregulation is not a small input into that picture. Research on weathering shows that by midlife, Black women are biologically several years older than their chronological age due to cumulative stress exposure. This is not a metaphor. It is a measurable gap. So professionally, 3 years in either direction moves fast. The difference between seizing the next level of leadership and hitting a wall is often sustained energy and biological resilience. So the opportunities are real. That was a part of the conversations that was happening. Board seats, C-suite roles, positions that have historically excluded Black Indigenous women of color are opening and becoming more accessible. Burnout does not position you to take them. The next generation is watching to see whether it is possible to succeed without paying this price. So what you do with the next 3 years is also their data point. So this is not only about you. Chronic stress does not stay contained to one body or one generation. We know through epigenetic research that chronic stress alters how genes are expressed, and those alterations transfer to your children, both male and female. The cortisol reactivity you carry right now is not only your biology, it is potentially your daughter's and son's starting point. Sit with that for a moment. The same mechanism runs in reverse. When you address and reduce your chronic stress load, you are not only preparing your own physiology, you are potentially interrupting a cycle that has been running for generations. Again, consider the context of we're descendants of slaves and what they experienced. And if that has not been addressed over the generations, you better believe that is in your genes. Many of us carry the health patterns of mothers who were strong in ways that cost them. Think about that. We inherited not only their genetics, but their coping strategies, their stress behaviors, and their cortisol profiles. Part of why I do this work is what it produces beyond just the individual. Every young Black Indigenous woman of color watching you navigate success is collecting data on whether it is possible to be accomplished and well at the same time. The question is not whether you can afford to dress it. The question is, what is your current approach costing you in health, longevity, and sustainable capacity, and whether you are willing to keep paying that price? So take 30 seconds here. What does it feel like to lead from vitality instead of survival mode? To wake up on a Monday genuinely ready to embrace the day? To walk into a high stakes meeting with biological backup, not biological resistance? Your nervous system supporting your performance instead of working against it. What does it mean to be the woman others point to and ask, how does she do this and still show up the way she does? This is not a fancy version of someone else's life. It is actually a biological outcome. It is what precision wellness produces. So again, sit with that again. What does it feel like to lead from vitality instead of survival mode? And if you're not able to answer that question, that's something to ponder on and to begin to visualize and get to the point where you can see that for yourself and begin moving in that direction. So I work with a small number of women each year, individually and through select corporate partnerships or group cohorts, who are done guessing and ready to measure. So the first step is a strategic wellness consultation, and this is a minimum of 60 minutes. Sometimes you can go up to 2 hours, but at minimum a 60-minute diagnostic deep dive. And this is not a sales conversation. In this session, we are assessing 3 things: whether comprehensive blood work and biomarker testing is likely to benefit you, what your unique stress profile shows, including the overabundance of cortisol, adrenaline overdrive, potential thyroid involvement, and how your cultural and work environment, along with your lifestyle factor in, and whether you are a fit for the work I do, because this is a two-way evaluation. It is not just me evaluating you, you're also evaluating me. And this consultation is for going for the price of $250. And I charge because it establishes that we are both serious and valuing our time. However, that same 250 credits towards any other program or any other offer that you are enrolled in with me. So if we confirm you're ready for a full engagement, we design a customized 6-month or 13-month protocol. And that includes coordinating your blood work testing, collaborating with the clinical team if it's necessary, building the integrations from your culture and the strategies applicable from that, and also providing ongoing support throughout the entire time of this implementation. Because results are 10% insight and 90% execution. So I stay with you through the entire implementation, adjusting the protocol as new data comes in or as life demands a recalibration. This may not be for everyone, and that's okay. This is for women who are finished running on formulas that equate achievement with self-depletion. Women who are ready for a sustainable path to the next level. So I will close with this. The success tax is not the price of admission for being an accomplished Black Indigenous woman of color. That story is absolutely not true. There is another version, one where success and health compound each other instead of competing. You have already proven you can and will always succeed. That question is settled. The question now is whether you are ready to succeed in a way that does not cost you your health. If the answer is yes, the consultation is open. And I also do offer free consultations as well, outside of the strategic deep dive clinical strategy session. Clinical strategy session. So what I'm offering is not a shortcut to more success. Absolutely not. It is a biology to enjoy the success you have already built. for decades to come with the energy and clarity intact. Your future self is watching. So are a lot of other women. So I want you to take this as your opportunity to lead into making sure that, again, you're compounding your health and your success together. Thank you for spending your time with me today. All set. So I hope it ended up being a lot shorter in time for the presentation. But if any of you have any questions in the chat about anything that was shared, thank you all for being here, because again, I wanted to make sure that you all understand that as women, we're beautiful creatures and nothing about you is broken. We just want to optimize and understand what would work best for you so that you can continue being the shining light that you are out there, so that you can continue to do the excellence that you're doing, because that's what's important.
Am I back in the studio? I am, and I'm standing there and I didn't realize. Danielle, oh, my mic. Thank you. Yep. Sorry. Danielle, that was absolutely amazing. I know for a fact that you all got value out of that. Danielle, before you go, I just want you to stress and reiterate where people can find you and how they can work with you. I just want to stress that point. I want to make sure that you put the link into the chat. Yes. I've been speaking to the Elite Circle members, and we was even talking about, okay, we've got to sign up. We got to get it right. We've got to start looking after ourselves. This is one of those things that we do not put things like this as a priority. We are so busy trying to make the money, make the success, that we're forgetting about ourselves. Without your health, you have nothing. So I just want you to be able to reiterate, Danielle, like how people work with you. Oh, I think we've gone to a wrong video by mistake. Okay, am I good? Okay. Yeah. No problem. Okay. I'm good. Yeah, I just want you to reiterate, everyone, how they can find you, how they can work with you, and just put that link in the chat.
Yep. So what I'm starting this year, because I didn't have it before, because I was doing more of an hourly rate standpoint, so now I'm doing either a 6-month program, and that is going to be starting in April. And I'm keeping it small because it needs to be intimate on purpose with working with women. So it's either going to be a 6-month cohort or a 13-month one-on-one intensive. And in that 13 months, and again, it's flexible. So it starts off at 13 months. I build the entire protocol and your entire wellness plan for 13 months, but it is dependent on the first phase, which is the foundation, being set. And if that needs more time, we extend the program. So it's not stuck to just being 13 months. I will absolutely extend it, because the goal is, out of both of those options, whether it's a 6-month cohort or the 13 months, the goal is that you have transformation and that it sticks, so that regardless of what you go through in life and whatever transitions you're having in life, that you're able to come back to the root of what it is that you want to be able to do to take care of yourself, regardless. So that will be accessible on my website, which is noyanworldwide.mikekajabi.com. I will also share my free consultation link as well too in the chat for persons who want to be able to book that. And that's where you get to talk about whatever you want to talk about in that session. So if you do come with prior health conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, whatever that is, yes, those programs still work for you. This is not just for people who don't have a prior health issue. So if you do have prior health issues, those programs are applicable for you as well. And like I said, I'll share that in the chat, but you definitely found me on noyanworldwide.mikekajabi.com, and it will be either the 6-month program or the 13-month one-on-one intensive.
Absolutely love it. And ladies, remember what I said. These speakers are very well accomplished within their profession. And because of Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit, there's a lot of offers that you are being given for absolutely of no charge, as well as the entry into the summit. Please make sure you share. Spaces are going to be limited, so please make sure that you book that call. We've got to look after ourselves. Danielle, it's been an absolute pleasure, as it always is with you. You just always leave everybody feeling informed. You educate us well. Your knowledge just has no bounds. You are definitely an expert and a master in what you do. And it's just been fantastic having you here. Thank you.
And thank you for having me. And again, the space that you created for this, absolutely necessary.
Thank you. And you were one of the diehards. So I know that you're going to be back in October.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You're one of our residents. So Danielle, thank you so much. Right, what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be wrapping up today. We're going to have the Elite Circle panel back with us. Savannah, who couldn't be here with us, who's also a part of the Elite Circle panel, is going to be joining us virtually tomorrow. In case you are watching Savannah, we're going to get a new date. We had some technical hiccups this morning. So we're going to do a recap of the day. The Elite Circle women are going to come back. But before we do, we're just going to have a bit more of an educational we're just going to have a bit more of an educational segment from myself again, actually, and just really looking at exactly what the user journey is. Sometimes practice makes permanent, and I really want to see all of you succeed. This event is for Black female entrepreneurs, and I want to see you grow your businesses, grow your own tables, be able to become aware, get leads, get sales, so we can grow to one another. We can grow with one another. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have a brilliant video. I run a show every single Tuesday. It's called the Queen of Funnels Show. This is an introduction into it, understanding, giving you all an understanding, should I say, of exactly what a funnel is. So this is really going to get you to understand what a funnel is. And for those of you who are interested, at the end of this week, I'll be giving information on how you can be a guest on the Queen of Funnel shows, which will be broadcasted every single Tuesday from the 13th of April, 2026. So let me explain to you exactly what a funnel is, and then we're going to wrap up with the Elite Circle. Sound engineer, if we could bring the video up, and I will see you guys in about the next 15 minutes. And there's going to be a QR code, by the way, on the screen. Please make sure you click it. That is going to be the link to our revenue rooms, which is all about understanding how you're going to go from visibility to revenue and build your own funnel.
Hi, I'm Natalia Nicholson, founder of Women in Digital Business, where we empower underrepresented women to thrive in the digital world. So welcome to the Queen of Funnel show. Let's get you unstuck. So the problem, why is your business not growing? Okay, why is your business, what is the likely reasons why it's not growing as fast as it should be? That's the problem we're looking at. And some are in anything in marketing, whether it's your business or looking at it from a marketing point of view, okay, you always want to make sure that, you're being intentional. So one of the problems, and you always want to be looking at the problem, the more we understand the problem is the more that we can implement a solution. So one of the problems is just that it's unpredictable. I don't know if you're in a place where sometimes it's like, oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. I have, thank you, Creator, depending on where you're coming from. I have got enough clients this month to do X, Y, and Z. Another month, there's just nothing coming in. It's unpredictable. You haven't got that consistency. And that can be a problem for many of us. The second problem is, being too pushy, that sales tactic. For many of us, especially Black female entrepreneurs, it doesn't feel natural to sell. For many of us, it feels like, we're having to beg or really put yourself out there. And then when the rejection comes, it's not nice. And sometimes we can be pushy because we want the sales to hurry up and come in. So we can end up being pushy with our sales and how we go about things because we just want to get the sales in. So, being too pushy can sometimes be a problem, or not being pushy enough, actually. Like I said, many of us as Black female entrepreneurs don't like selling. Selling's like a swear word. But when you learn how to sell authentically, that's when you start to see a big result. Another problem is just burning through cash. I'm going to do a podcast. By the time you've got to set up getting some equipment, you've got to get the software in. you know, going on programs, buying into software, freelancers, advertising, trying everything that you can to make sure that you've got some form of marketing system where you can be visible in this digital age, but also where you can get people to make aware of you, get leads, get calls, turn that into actual clients, turn that into money. And in your bid of doing that and trying all these different things, you're just burning through cash. Okay. So, you know, what's our objective? Where do we want to go to? What do we do when we are feeling stuck? We are feeling frustrated. All we're doing is spending. We're not seeing the return on investment. Our business is making money, but it's just not where we went to be. We didn't come here to play small. Okay. We came here to go large or go home and really get to that 7 figures. Okay, so where do we go from here? We want some predictable sales. We want to understand, you know, what are our objectives? What are our KPIs? What are we bringing every month? We want it to be more predictable, not just flying in the dark at the night and 1 month doing really well, another month doing not so well. Okay, we want to have trusted relationships and partnerships with our potential clients and our clients. Okay, once people trust you, they buy from you. In marketing, your whole objective to have a successful marketing campaign is for your end user and your prospect to get to know, like, and trust you. Okay, we want to make sure that we're profitable. You know, sometimes we're not really running our books and our accounts the way that we should be. What do I mean by that? You know, do we know how much it costs to run our business? What is the burn rate? Do we understand what is the cost associated with acquiring a customer? You know, your CPA, cost per acquisition. We've got to get to that point of being profitable. Some of us who even think we're profitable, we're actually sometimes not. We're at break even, or worse still, actually we're in a deficit because we're not thinking about all the costs, all the work, all the sweat, blood and tears, and what that looks like as a value, and then comparing that to what your income is. So we want some profit. So the goal is today to really give you a formula and framework for predictable growth and put you on a 90-day path to doubling your sales. Okay, we've got 2026 around the corner. It's time to do it now, ladies. Okay, so the agenda for today, we're going to get to know one another a little bit better, share framework and processes, and just decide if there is a fit, and discuss like what are your next steps in terms of how you're going to actually implement what it is that you're going to learn today. Most of you know who I am. If you don't, my name is Natalia Nicholson. I'm a certified digital marketing coach and consultant. I have been for well over 2 decades. I think it's coming up to 3. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've had multiple businesses. I'm the founder of e-commerce. I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business, which is a community business where it's our mission to empower 1 million Black female entrepreneurs so we can start building our own systems, our own content, and have ownership for that next generation. I've been featured in multiple places. At 47 years of age, I've got my proof of work. So I'm not a novice. I'm not just spouting scripts from you of saying I'm an expert. This is how I position myself. Sometimes the amount of events that I go to, and there'll be other coaches selling these high ticket programs where you can sell anything to anyone. And many times the people that attend these programs haven't been in the game for very long. They end up selling to people when they've only been in the business a year themselves and don't have proof of work. Okay, I've got my badges, I've got proof of work. So a lot of what I'm saying, I'm speaking from experience of running my own community and e-commerce store, and experience of working with small to medium to corporate organizations with big budgets. So I get to see it from all different points of view. Okay, so it wasn't always this way. Proof of work takes a while. So when I really think about it, I quit my job coming up to probably nearly 30 years ago. And, you know, I founded multiple businesses. Sometimes we get distracted by wanting all these streams of revenue and income, which is great. But if you can't even get one business to work, to be open at 1, 2, 3, 4 is madness. However, as an entrepreneur, we just can't help ourselves. It runs through our veins. We literally can't help ourselves. I'm like that all the time, making partnerships, wanting to start another business. You've got to be able to reach the objectives and KPIs in your main business of what you're working on now. You know, I went through a lot of costly mistakes. I struggled to get sales. I struggled to build out marketing and sales systems that's really converted. And at the same time, I'm doing more and more and more, expanding and expanding and expanding, but I'm not making the money. Okay, so, you know, where I am now, I wasn't always there. You know, I had to learn how to be strategic. It's really important that you analyze where you are at this moment. You've got to identify those half-built bridges that keep you stuck. Half-built bridges is when you say, oh, I'm going to do a podcast. I know I'm going to swap software. If I swap to this software, the automation is so much better. It's going to give me what I need. I'm going to start my own newsletter, my blog. I'm going to go to StackStuff. I'm going to try SEO. I'm going to revamp my website. And you're trying all these different things. And what you do is you start them. When you don't see the results, you tend to, you end up in the valley of despair. And once you're in the valley of despair, you get really down, and then you just pick something new. And then you just keep staying in that cycle of being stuck. Okay, so it's really important to identify what are the half-built bridges, what are the things that you've done, but actually you haven't followed all the way through. Have you been tracking it and looking at the data? Because that half-built bridge you was on could have been the bridge that's going to get you there. But, you know, we left it and decided to go to something else before we really figured out this bridge could have been the one. And data is something that's going to pull you through. If you're tracking what you're doing, you can see that, okay, this bridge is building out well. Actually, if I just keep optimizing and change some things, I'm going to get to my KPIs. Okay, you've got to determine and understand how you're going to optimize your marketing efforts. You know, you've got to audit your assets. You've got to look at what have you done so far? What worked? What didn't work? You know, am I connecting with other people? Do I have the same messaging that my audience has? Who is my audience? What are the segments within my audience? Does my offer really resonate with them? Okay, over the years, I've really had to learn how to develop a growth plan that's going to really work and build a future-proof funnel and scale okay, and withstand those customer influxes. So strategy and you're having a blueprint is absolutely key. Until I did that, I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't get to where I want. Okay, so for me, I love working with underrepresented women, diversity, technology, digital marketing. That's what I do. It's really important for me to be able to help Black female entrepreneurs get unstuck, because I was stuck for years, for over a decade. You know, within that time, like I said, I've got my proof of work. I have spoken on stages for Google, Vodafone, JP Morgan, hosted a number of events. I'm a certified partner for Digital Marketeer, ClickFunnels, Kajabi, Go High Level, Graphy. You know, I've coached and consulted in corporate organizations, from the BBC to Penguin Publishing to the Financial Times to small architecture firms and advertising agencies. So I've been able to, over the years, develop experience of seeing what works and what doesn't work in multiple sectors. You know, I built a social media following, you know, an engaged one. We built a community online and being featured across many media platforms. So I just want to be able to pass on to you what I've gone through, so you can build that 7-figure business and get unstuck. Okay, so let's talk about you, enough about me. So we're going to do a growth audit right now. If you haven't got a pen and paper, please go and get one. If you need your phone, you want to print screen, whatever it is that you want to do, make sure, and we're going to send this recording out. Let's do some work, okay? We've got 10 more minutes and let's do some work. So I want you to take some time out, and I want you to really think about, within my business right now, right, let me move this floating bar, by the way. It's just kind of there, isn't it? I don't know if you can see it. Hide floating me. There we go, all gone. So this is a growth audit. I want you to think about, what do you do to make people aware of you? How do your prospects even know you exist? What is it that you do? I want you to jot it all down. Okay, what is it that you do in your business right now at this moment to actually make people aware that you exist, and not just any people, your target audience? Okay, I want you to think about, what is it that you do to engage? What do you do to engage with your audience? Do you ask them to call you? Have they got to pick up the phone? Do you ask them to email you? In this day and age, we don't always want to have communication till we found out more. Have you got a YouTube channel? Is there a social media channel that you use to give information more about who you are, what you stand for, that people go to? What channels are you using for engagement? If someone has been made aware of you and they want to engage with you because they're considering buying from you or considering opting into something with you, where do they go? Is it a traditional source of communication? Is it a social media platform? Because like I said, depending on your business model, not everybody wants to pick up a phone or send an email. Sometimes we want more information before we take it to that step. So what are your engagement channels? Okay, what are you doing for lead generation? Have you got anything in your business right now that people can opt into and it's going into a CRM so you can nurture those leads through email or texting or text and messaging? Works just as well on a Facebook or Instagram Messenger using something like ManyChat. Maybe it's a text list, but the most popular one is an email list. What are you doing for lead generation? What are you offering to people where they can opt in, leave their name, leave their email address, possibly their telephone number, depending on what the offer is, that you can now build out an email list to be able to contact your prospects? What are you doing? I want you to write this down. I want you to see this all in black and white and copy what you can see on the screen. Do it in a star shape. That's meant to be a star, by the way. Not that great at drawing. What are you doing for lead generation? You know, how do you convert? Where do you convert? Where are you picking up your business? Write it all down. Where are you picking up all your business? What you're going to find from doing this and answering this should give you some aha moments. And if you're having some aha moments, let us know what they are. So again, what are you doing for awareness? How are people even knowing you exist or know who you are? And it's very well saying something like a website, but if your website's not discoverable, that's not awareness. It's got to be something that you're actively doing where there is some form of content popping up when someone's either looking for you or they're on social media being social and somebody's talking about you or you're talking about yourself. But think about it. How do you make yourself aware to people? Are you picking up the phone and doing cold calling? Okay, are you on social media talking about what you do and how what you do can solve a problem and then pushing people to somewhere to find out more? And then you're inviting people maybe to follow you on social media, on that social media channel, sorry. Okay, are you doing paid advertising? There's 3 sources of traffic: paid, borrowed, and owned. You can never have an awareness problem because if you need to, you can pay for traffic from one of the digital channels. Okay, borrowed traffic is where you're going to somebody else's community. Maybe your awareness is being a guest on their podcast. Maybe it's writing blogs for another community. So borrowed traffic is where you would go into somebody else's community, somebody else's email list, and you would be able to promote your services. You'll be able to promote your services within that community, and if they're interested, they will move over to follow you. Okay, sorry, I am just hiding some floating controls here. There we go, they're hidden. So think about it again. What do you do to make people aware that you exist? Engagement, the consideration page, stage. When people are considering you, they're going to want to go and find out more information about you. So that engagement could be phone, email, a chat box. It could also be a social media channel. Maybe they're going to watch a video about you on YouTube to learn more. That's going to help to get them to know, like, and trust you. So what are you doing for engagement? How are you engaging with your prospects to find so that you can give them more information after they've found you? What are you doing for opt-in? What are you doing for lead generation? Do you have a lead magnet? Do you have something that your prospect can opt into? Name, email address, telephone number, so you can build out a list. So you've got a list, it means that you can nurture that list and have conversion, which is more predictable sales. What are you doing to convert at the moment? Are you converting from an email list? Are you converting because you go and do webinars and talks? Maybe like you're a guest somewhere, then after that you've got a QR code. I want you to really think about, what do you do? The customers that you've got, where have they converted? Okay. A lot of this is going to start painting the picture of not only you seeing what you should be doing, but also seeing what works and doesn't work so you can adjust things. It's going to bring out some aha moments. So again, please feel free to share those aha moments. Once you've done this side of the audit, the next thing I want you to look at is the ascension, expansion, and retention. ACV, I call it. So the ascension is the ascension ladder of, okay, once you've converted, what is the next stage in the customer life cycle of what it is that you're going to offer them? You would have converted just on one product or service. So where do we go here next? What is the ascension? What are you going to upsell them to? You know, fast food does this really well. Go to McDonald's, You know, do you want to upsell that? Do you want a large fries, a large drink? Do you want to downsell? Do you want something from the saver menu? Do you want to buy one, get one half price, which is a cross sell? So it's all about that ascension ladder, and, you know, really thinking, what am I upselling? How are you going to expand? How are you going to retain customers to repeat buy from you? You know, what are you doing at the moment to get reviews and testimonials, if anything at all? And how are you generating referrals? If you've delivered really, really great service, naturally people will tell other people about you. What are you doing? Have you got a system in place to generate referrals from the business that you are doing? Okay, so you're going to get this back on a replay. Make sure you print screen at the moment, and make sure, you know, you do this exercise. As I'm speaking through, continue to do it, continue to write it down, because you're going to get a lot of answers and direction from doing this. Okay, so this is the framework. Just so you know you're on the right track or not, the framework is all about the growth triad. Okay, the growth triad is just a way of you understanding all the ingredients that you're going to need to get unstuck. You're going to need a documented journey. You're going to need some type of strategy, a funnel map, a user journey. You need something that documents exactly how you're going to get a prospect to be made aware of you, buy from you, continue to buy from you, become a brand ambassador, advocate you, create content for you, and understand exactly how you're going to make that happen. Okay, you're also going to need tools and tactics. What software are you going to use? What automation are you going to use? How are you going to give people the information that they need at the exact time that they need it? Okay, without racking up a big staff or freelance bill. So in this day and age, what tools you're going to use, down to your website builder, your membership platform, if you're a course creator, your course platform, your community platform, how are you going to put, you know, your content out? It's all a system that's all got tools and tactics. And in this day and age, that's software. So what's the tech you're going to use? You know, and how are you going to manage everything? Manage everything? How are you going to measure everything? You need actionable metrics. So you need to be able, on that documented journey, that user journey, make sure that you've got the data set up, that you are tracking your whole user journey, also known as the funnel. If we're tracking it, it means that we're going to understand what we're doing really well at and what we're not doing so great at. Okay, if you can get people to be made aware of you, you can get them to engage with you, they opt in, but they're not converting. Well, there's something wrong between that touch point of opting in and actually converting. Maybe it's your offer, maybe it's the design, your design. It can be the smallest thing, but if you're tracking everything, it's going to give you more insight. But it's really important that you have all of these three things to have predictable growth. If you just have one or two, it doesn't work. And I could give you so many case studies, but I haven't got time. But if you're the type of person that's got a documented journey, you understand all the technology and the automation, so you know you've got that, but then you're not tracking everything, you're not in tune with the data. You know, that's what's called a bull in the china shop, the documented journey and the tools and tactics. I'm laughing because that's me. Okay, you might understand the software, you understand all about data, but you don't have that funnel map, you don't have that documented journey, you don't have your strategy laid out. And what often tends to happen in this situation is your business is a one-hit wonder, because you're following the structure of the tech and not your end user, which is that human to human connection. And that's what the documented journey does. It's a customer journey. So it's based on our human ability to make connections. Maybe you're someone that loves data, you've got the documented journey, but the tech, the software, it just overwhelms you, and that's not your focus. And that's where you tend to get stuck in the mud, because you've got a plan, you're tracking it, but without the software, you're doing everything manually, which just means it's a nightmare. You know, you get stuck because you can't see past where you're at. Okay, so this is what we call the growth triad, and you want to do all three of these things to be able to win. Not two, not one by itself, but you need to be doing all three in unison. So the documented journey is just that customer journey. It's how do we make our audience aware? How and where are we going to engage with them? And you see the arrows on this document? Each arrow is your call to action. So it's awareness, engagement, which is the consideration stage. What am I going to do here? Also, what are the KPIs? What are the objectives that I need to hit in each one of these touch points? What's the software I'm going to use in each one of these softwares? This is the tracking I need to set up to measure that I'm going in the right direction in each one of these touch points. So, you want to make people aware. You want them to consider you. They need somewhere to go to engage and find out more about you. Then they need to subscribe or opt in, so you've got their name, email address, possibly cell number. You want to be able to nurture them through an email or a messaging list. From there, you're going to convert. Once you've converted, you want to really excite your audience. Maybe it's a survey, maybe it's onboarding. You want to make them feel like they're so happy that they made the right decision. The ascension ladder. What are you going to do to upsell? Advocacy. What are you going to do to get, more people like this? What are you going to do to get them to talk about how great your service or your product is? How can you get them to create some content that now you can use in the excite stage and that engage and consideration stage? How will you get maybe?
Oh, we're back. We are back. Hope you enjoyed that video, guys. Don't forget the link is in the chat. If you want to get more customers, you've got a better understanding what a funnel is, please do drop it into the chat. Please book a call. So we're going to wrap up for the day. But before we wrap up for the day, I'm going to pass you over to the wonderful, the lovely, the saltiest voice. Miss Maria Loren.
What else?
Right.
Basil and Basil.
Basil. The soundtrack of the top 100. It's like her voice is like chocolate.
Make you go to sleep. Stay awake, ladies. Stay awake.
Wasn't thinking sleep, actually. But
there are men in the room.
I'm thinking food.
Right. Engineer, let's do this.
Okay.
So are you gonna bring Maria on? There we go.
There, guys, fantastic. So you remember, guys, we were speaking about clarity before, right?
Yes.
And we were speaking about how important clarity is in life and in business. Somebody loves chocolate. Yes, Christina. So we're going to get clear on some things today. And this is your introduction to the Mirror Suite. And what is the Mirror Suite, you ask? Everybody. Ooh. But listen, here is what we're going to tell you. The mirror doesn't lie. And we're back on, I think, okay. You guys see? Okay, very good. So the mirror doesn't lie. What do we mean about that? See with me here. I'm going to try to go. Okay. So I'm going to ask you guys to do something really quickly. Not that. Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at yourselves, right? Not your LinkedIn, not your website, not your brand photo. Take a look at yourselves. So if you have your phone, grab your phone. You ladies, don't grab your phone. I have something special for you. I like giving gifts.
Oh, okay. Right. I like accepting gifts.
Gift for you.
Okay.
Gift for you.
Wow.
This is beautiful.
Gift for you.
Oh, wow. Stunning.
Okay. I feel so bad.
Guys,
Get you anything.
What did I give the ladies? Ladies, show them what you got.
Ooh, a mirror.
A mirror has two faces.
Oh, so there's a reason I gave these ladies a mirror. You guys grab your phone. You ladies grab your mirrors, okay? I want you to take a look at yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to look at your LinkedIn or your website or your brand photos. You're going to look at yourself. And in that mirror, what's the one word that reflects the woman you are today? So take a moment and think about that. The one word that reflects the woman you are today. Give yourself a second. You're going to hold that word privately. You don't have to type it or share it. Just think about that word, okay? Everybody got their word?
I'm extra. I got two.
To be honest, I couldn't think of my one word either, but all right. Okay, so if everybody has their word, we're going to move on, okay? So hold on to that word. When you have your mirror, what do you usually do in the mirror? You scan for your flaws. You scan for alignment, right? Whether your clothes are on you straight, your bra strap is not hanging out, making sure your clothes are tucked in. You scan for flaws, right? Most of us, we always tend to look at our imperfections, right? That's the truth. So we can't look in the mirror and say, some of us say, oh man, I'm beautiful. Most of the time we say, ooh, is there a new wrinkle? Oh, is there a gray hair? We tend to look for the things that are wrong, right?
Right.
We also scan for presentation, right? I'm going on a big meeting today. I'm in a board meeting. I'm presenting to my class. I'm presenting to, my colleagues, what do I look like? Am I together? Right? So those are the things that we usually do when we look in the mirror. We're trying to fix things. We're trying to adjust things. We're trying to, unfortunately, compare. Sometimes we compare ourselves when we see that mirror to what does she look like in life and business? What kind of mother is she? What kind of entrepreneur? How come she makes so much money? That's what we tend to do, right? Also, we look in the mirror to evaluate. We evaluate what we look like, right? We evaluate what can change. We evaluate things that can be corrected, right? So the mirror is used for more than one thing. The mirror is also used to do something else. Can you guys think about what else? You can't because you can see my slides, but I'll tell you.
I was just about to say, so get a brownie point.
The mirror reveals, the mirror reflects, the mirror shows you what other people already see. Have you guys ever thought about that aspect of the mirror?
No.
Right? Mm-hmm. It shows you what other people already see. So what we're going to do right now is talk about our brand, right? So when you look at the mirror for adjustment, it's the equivalent of fixing your lipstick, right? You do it, you have, lipstick on your teeth, right? Or it's not on straight. But when you ask about brand clarity, most women are asking about fonts, colors, typography, right? Mm-hmm. Images, aesthetics, their messaging, their layout. That is presentation. That is not what brand identity is. If you have brand identity-led branding, that is the reflection. That is what other people see, not what you want to present to the world. So that is what we're going to be talking about briefly today, is identity-led branding. So before you touch any color, and this is for everyone out there who is trying to take their journey into maybe changing their website, or if you have, a new brand, or if you have a brand that you're trying to refresh, this is for you to listen into. These are things that you have to keep in mind, because we are all founders and entrepreneurs here, and we want to look our best. Remember what I told you before? There's no reason why we can't look like a million bucks. Okay. So listen, when we talk about this, we have to think about this in this way. Before you touch any color palettes and copy, you have to answer certain questions. Who is the woman? You guys all think about this now. This is for everybody, right?
Okay.
Who is the woman behind the brand? Yep. You have a journey. Everybody has a story, right? What does this woman value? What does she refuse? What does she no longer tolerate in life and in business? What kind of room does she belong in? What standards does she hold? What has she survived? These are things that have to be answered before you even think about touching the color palette or the visuals. And there's a reason for that. If you are not working of a place of clarity, your brand is always going to feel fragmented, forced, and detached from who you really are. And if you skip that foundational layer, your brand is always going to be a constant state of rebuilding. So think about it. If you don't know who you are, and you wake up today and you feel I do this, I'm very guilty, and I'm feeling this is why I put this photo. I'm feeling very flowery and colorful today and vibrant, right? That's today. Tomorrow, I might be in business mind where I'm serious and it's no time for all of this, rose-colored glasses stuff. Who are you building from truly inside? Are you building from how tired you are today, how much of an attitude you have today, if people are giving you problems, the kids are getting on you? Who are you building from? It has to be from the person inside. The foundation has to be set, and it has to be strong. If you don't, you can actually redesign and go on an endless path of redesigning your aesthetics, right? But if your identity is unclear, your clarity is never, ever, and I have to repeat it, it's never, ever, ever, ever going to feel stabilized. And I see this so often in business. There are so many brilliant women who have beautiful, I like to call them big and beautiful brands, who don't feel like their brand is home for them. So I'm going to ask all of our panelists individually, do you feel like your brand is home for you, Cheryl?
I believe so.
That's fantastic. Why? Tell them why.
Because it's authentic. It brings a message that is mine. So I get to tell my own story. No one gets to tell it for me. I get to fill in the blanks. And it also focuses on things that are passion.
See?
My passion.
And what does it speak to? Who you are internally, right? You are very, very confident. You're very clear on who you are as a person, your journey, and what you want to project and give out and present and reflect to the world, right? And that's why Cheryl's brand feels like home for her. Now, when she's building, now her aesthetics, now her fonts, now her images can reflect the person who she is inside what she wants the world to know. And what about you, Shine?
I would say mine is about 90% there. And that's mainly because I chose to go into a different direction eventually from where I started. My colors are perfect. My fonts are perfect. My aesthetics, I would say, are perfect. The content, some of the content I have on my site, I want to adjust and change to be more reflective of where I am, because all those other things are truly authentically me. They're my pictures of how I really am. They're my favorite colors. As you can see, I'll be wearing purple all week.
Purple's her color.
And I love the font because I wanted something simple that was clean and clear and easy to read and understand.
Thank you. And notice the key word that you mentioned there, reflective of who you are, right?
Yeah.
Notice, ladies, again, that mirror, reflective, right? Natalia, what about all your big, beautiful brand? What do you feel about that? You're not off the hook, Natalia.
I feel like my brand reflects me really well. I'm quite direct and to the point. Women in digital business. There's no frills, there's no fanciness about it. It is what it says on the tin. And I feel that is reflective of me, actually, because I say what I say and I say what I mean. I like to be very clear in communication.
So notice this was an exercise.
I see your husband laughing at that.
This was an exercise in clarity, and Nathan knows, right? This right here was an exercise in clarity, ladies. So if you are not able to answer those questions in the way that these ladies did, it simply means that you have a little bit of work to do on getting clear of who that inner person is, the lady behind the beautiful brand, right? So what's the most common identity fracture questions I see? Is it over accommodation? Is it underpricing tied to worth? Raise your hands as I go through these and tell me if you suffer from any of these things, right? So over accommodation, do you know what I mean by that? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
I can do that one more thing. I can do it.
And then we're up till 5 a.m. in the morning.
Oh gosh, I do things, right? Is it underpricing tied to worth?
Definitely.
All of us raised hands in the studio. And that's a big one. We will not get into it today, but it's a huge problem. And I personally suffer from that issue because I don't know why yet. Maybe we'll have somebody on the panel, dive into that with me. But it's a thing, that I suffer from. And it's like, but they, maybe they can't, or maybe, but no, we have to know our worth and appreciate our value. And my, Shantae, my business partner, is always telling me that, right? And it's something that you have to ingrain in your head to try to change that. Is it playing smaller than capacity? I'm going to pause on that one. Who in here is playing smaller than they know that they should be?
Whether by choice or force.
Right. Okay. And is it building from survival? Okay. Confusing visibility with value. Right? Just because you're not seen, does that mean you don't have something valuable to offer? Do you know how many of you top 100 speakers, plus those who are listening now and on the replay, you have gold. You guys are gold, right? And because you're not seen, does it mean that you're not valuable? Who can give me that? We need the Irie Jam. Right. Right? Intellectual brilliance, but emotional avoidance. Ooh. Maybe you just don't want to get tied down. I think you brought up that question earlier. Maybe you don't want to be an entrepreneur.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So I see all of these symptoms in high achieving women. I see them all. And some of us suffer from multiple, right?
You're going to drive me back to my therapist.
Oh, no. What's the root cause, we ask? What's the root cause? Well, the root cause is that we're brilliant women with fragmented self. Okay? You have power, you have talent, you have receipts. Dr. Cheryl, you have receipts upon receipts upon receipts. Natalia, you have your receipt is right here in this summit, right?
Right.
In the funnel, I'd like to think.
Join her program, no. Right? But your internal identity has not been consolidated. So you have all of these amazing things going on, but your internal identity is working from different parts of you. Okay? So think about that out there, ladies, right? So are you operating at a high capacity but multiple internal identities? So in one room, are you the people pleaser? But then you enter into another room, you have the overachiever self, the overachieving part of you, okay? Then you're the visionary when you're in private. I have all these great ideas and this and when you're in private. But when you're in public, it's the safe version of you. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to be quiet and I'm going to watch other people go. So which version of you are you operating from? Okay. So now, ladies, I want you to take back that mirror and then we're going to look at the word that you chose. If you guys want to share any of your words, you can. If you don't, you don't have to. Anybody want to share a word?
Like I said, I'm extra.
She has
so
two.
I had two. Mine was happy and peace.
Okay. Dr. Cheryl, you wanted to share your
Determined.
word? Determined. Love it.
Was that yours?
Yeah. Do you know, like, peace was my word and like joy was mine? I have more, but see? All right. So ladies, do you guys have your words out there?
That was my word as well, determined.
Look at this. So now we're going to look at your word through two lenses. First, is that word from your survival identity, your performance identity, or your core identity?
I'd say my core.
My
I would say my core.
for sure.
Loving it, loving it.
For sure.
So now we're going to ask you the second time, is that word embedded into your brand?
I believe so.
Is it embedded into your pricing? Your boundaries, your messages, your offers, your content tone. If those aren't embedded, it's not new colors or new pictures you need. You're going to need alignment. That is what you need if you cannot take those words and embed them into your brand, ladies. Okay? So branding is, and I want you guys to remember that, it's not what you design. I love design, but that's not branding. Branding is what you consistently embody. It is your identity. Branding is you. So identity-led branding is, who am I as a person? What do I want to show the world? And what do I want the world to see of me? So when you are thinking about your brand and your colors and your type and your messaging and your offers, you have to think about who you are as a person. Your values, your standards, and your expression. Not your aesthetic, not your content, not your visibility, and most importantly, not your burnout. I will repeat that again, not your burnout. Okay? Very good. So ladies, the mirror doesn't lie. Okay, I can't even read my own thing here. If you're scattered, your brand is going to be scattered. If you're divided, your message is going to be divided. But when you're whole, your brand thrives. So in the Mirror Suite, ladies, this is what we do. Clarity is the strategy in the Mirror Suite. We need to get clear on who we are as a person, who we stand for. And when we're in the House of Loren, the Mirror Suite, guess what we're going to be doing? Things like this. So ladies, scan the QR code there. And that's going to take you.
Let's just remove. There's a QR code on there.
Oh.
And let's remove it. So there's no
dual. Okay.
Let's go back to your presentation. Is that okay? Can we do that?
Well, absolutely. Here.
This one.
This one down here.
Oh, it's actually on. Oh.
Guys, can you see the QR code? There we go. Beautiful. All right, ladies. So please scan the QR code, and that's going to take you to the Mirror Suite. And in the Mirror Suite, we have a surprise for you. You get to do some identity work on your own time in the Mirror Suite with your own, in your own space, right? And take some time to do those things. And it's just one of the many beautiful things that we have waiting for you in the community. All right. So on that note, we're going to wrap up this little session. But do you guys have anything you would like to speak on when it comes to clarity and identity?
Yeah, I think identity is at the core, ladies, of what you do. You've got to be able to identify who you are and identify who your audience is. Without those first two parts of the ingredients, you're going to start building a business on a house of cards.
Foundation, again, if your foundation is not right, if your foundation is not strong, you can build the most beautiful, beautiful home. But what's going to happen to it?
It's not going to stand for long.
Absolutely not, right? So it's just surface stuff. And one more point. We share, Instagram, social media, we have numbers and metrics and, views and likes. They're nice, but they're vanity metrics, guys. We need to go deeper, right? We need to make connections with the people who are meant to be with you in your own business, in your own community. So please don't take those numbers and think that they are the end all and be all, okay?
The one thing that I would like to add and say briefly, so I know we're almost done, is it's okay if you don't have this right now. You're walking through the exercise, you're trying to figure some things out. Some of us are in a period of transition. Some of us are in one season of life going into another one. It could be any number of things. So one of the other pieces of advice I'll throw out there too is one of my business mentors gave me, especially if you're just starting out and you're just founding your business and becoming an entrepreneur. Your first year, you might do all the things that Maria just said not to do because you're chasing the money. And then he said, second year, you're going to be like, what am I doing and why am I doing it? And by the time you get to years 3 to 5 is when you really figure out what you're supposed to be doing. Some people automatically start that way. Some of us have start and stops, and we start in different ways and we have different streams. But by the time we get to that years 3 through 5, we really figured out what we're supposed to be doing. And I think that's when a lot of this clarity ends up coming. Maria is trying to help us to get there before we have to go through those steps I just mentioned. But if you're not there yet and you're trying to get there, don't get discouraged.
That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
Exactly.
Right? So that's good. And Dr. Cheryl?
First, I'd like to say thank you for this beautiful mirror.
You're welcome.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you. Because you guys are just beautiful.
The second thing is that the beauty of a mirror is that you can always get some Windex. If you don't necessarily know, sometimes you get little blotches on there. And you can just get some Windex. And you can wipe it off.
Yeah. Did you hear that?
And you can continue to build it and build it and build it, because you may not completely get there, but you continue to build and build. We accidentally touch things, and sometimes we,
get this little smudge on it, right?
Yeah.
Yes. That's beautiful. That's very beautiful. I love that. Thank you. So, ladies, that is the Mirror Suite, and that is our session for today. Tomorrow, join us. We are going to be going into the garden tomorrow. So I think we're going to
bring
the
your
garden.
suntan lotion, your mosquito bite repellent.
I don't know where we're going tomorrow, actually. We'll think about it. We'll let you know. But thank you so much. And we're going to kick it back over to Natalia.
Well, not just me. We've got a treat, ladies. So as you know, the Elite Circle members, there should have been 6 of us. Michelle is hopefully Sleeping Beauty. Michelle, who is a wealth and finance coach, unfortunately just had the worst time getting into New York City, but she's here now and she'll be with us tomorrow. And Savannah was always joining us virtually, and we had some technical issues this morning, and Savannah wasn't able to deliver her session. But guess who we've got in the waiting room?
Oh, Savannah.
Is she here? Yeah. So we're going to bring Savannah on, where
Savannah.
I'm going to be
there.
Doesn't mind. We're all going to kind of pitch in, and we want to spend some time really getting to know Savannah. Savannah is an incredible human being. She really is. She's just got a grit and a tenacity and a determination that I just admire her, and she just does it really flawlessly. Just in a way, I don't think she even really thinks that she does anything big. She just sees herself as doing what she's doing. I don't think she even really pennies or thinks to her or takes on board actually what I've achieved with against all odds and limitations, is nothing. And I think a lot of us have got limitations. And we was having a conversation on Saturday, and we was talking about the summit, and we were just talking. It's so funny. Savannah, I do love your sense of humor, by the way. I know people can't figure out whether I'm joking or not sometimes, because I can be quite dry sense of humor and I can be quite flippant. And she turned around, she said to me, "So Natalia, you want me to put my business out there?" And I was like, "Ooh."
Let's say business on Front Street.
And it's like, well, actually, yeah. And I did, because I feel like one of the things as Black women, we do make things look really easy. And it kept coming up today, how we just do things, we make it look easy. We don't give ourselves enough grace. And I just felt, and I was saying to her, I just feel like many of us have got all different types of limitations, whether that is neurodivergent, whether that's a chronic illness, whether that is, dealing with something emotional or trauma that we've gone through. A lot of us have got different things that do give us limitations, but we don't give ourselves grace because of those limitations.
Right. Right.
And you can achieve anything. You can do or be whatever you want to be, regardless of limitation. But just to not really acknowledge it and understand that you've got to the level that you are with the limitation that you've got, because we're all limited in one way or another. So absolutely. I just want to recognize Savannah. So I think this is a beautiful way to close the show off. So Savannah, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you good.
Okay.
I can hear you good.
First of all, I said Front Street. You want me to put my business on Front Street?
Say it again for her, Savannah. Say it again.
She wants me to put my business on Front Street.
See, in the UK, we call it the front line.
Yes.
My bad. I'm sorry.
No, you fine. I just want to get that clear.
I absolutely love it. So what we're going to do, Savannah, I'm going to kind of kick off with an interview style, and Elite Circle panel, feel free to chime in. And we're going to have a really kind of unfiltered session where we're just going to dive into what Savannah does and her story. So I'm actually going to start it with what Savannah does, because your limitation doesn't define you, in my opinion. So we're not going to be talking about any of that stuff just yet. So what I want to talk about, Savannah, is just that translation gap. We had a really great conversation on Saturday, and we was talking about that translation gap and the space between what you know and your ability to express and execute that knowledge. So can you just walk us through a specific moment where you personally felt that gap most acutely?
The better question is, when haven't I felt that gap? But I'll say the first time I felt the gap and I know that it was the gap, now that I have experience, is when I was in high school and I should have been studying for an AP exam. I was writing fan fiction about the Backstreet Boys. In that moment, I said I wanted to be an author. I didn't know how I was going to do it. I didn't know if I would be able to do it, but I knew that's where I wanted to go. So there was the gap. I'm 16, 17. I don't have an agent. I don't even have an actual original story. But on the other side of what I don't have is what I know I'm going to get. So that's the first time I can say that there was a translation gap between what I knew and how I was going to execute it.
Love it, love it.
So you categorize knowledge as learned, instinctive, and energetic. How do we begin to recognize which type of knowledge we're working with, especially when we're in the middle of a challenge?
You already know. So if you know, but you don't know how you know, that's probably either intuition or epigenetics. Like you've received a download that you didn't know that you had received. So the knowledge that people are most familiar with is learned. Like I went to school, I studied this, I read a book, I learned that. But I think we have been taught to either downplay or completely ignore the instinctive knowledge of basically, I guess, what I was saying in the first example of I'm going to be an author. I don't know how, I don't know when, I don't know the logistics of that, but that's what's going to happen. So that was instinctive. That wasn't necessarily epigenetic. But then there's some things that you just know because that's in your line. I can't think of anything obvious, but I guess it's kind of annoying. Like, well, my grandma did it, so I'm doing it, even though grandma made it, never told you how to do it, or there's an understanding that you know just because that was put in you, and that one I think at least it's kind of like those memes that you'll see on social media about when Black people look at each other, we know what we're saying. Like we didn't get a manual for that. We didn't, we didn't go to a class. But it's kind of like that joke of if I see a Black person running, we all running. Like it's that kind of epigenetic knowing of like I don't need to be here. I don't know why, but I don't need to be here because I see somebody else is leaving and we going together. And I'll ask later. It's stuff like that. So epigenetic. But most people are comfortable and familiar with the learned. It's those other two that tend to work either automatically or there's a reason why they call it a gut feeling or the energy don't feel right or whatever. And we don't really give that the same amount of weight, or not the same amount of weight, but I don't think we give it the weight that it should be given because we've been taught not to. So I wanted to acknowledge those three knowledges because I think especially when you're at the beginning of your entrepreneurial journey, a lot of your knowledge is probably instinctive.
I love that. And you say the entrepreneurial's role is a bridge, is a bridge between what a client doesn't have and what they want or need. But what happens when the entrepreneur herself hasn't yet closed her own gaps? Just in terms of like when you're working with entrepreneurs and you're working on that, translation.
I'm sorry, ask that again.
Yeah, no problem. So you say the entrepreneurial's role is to bridge the gap between what a client doesn't have and what they want or need. But what happens when the entrepreneur herself hasn't yet closed her own gap?
That's when you get a coach.
That's exactly what I wanted you to say, by the way.
That's when you get somebody who can help you close it. One thing I think folks don't understand is that coaches have coaches.
Yes.
Because when you're in your gap, you can't see the bridge, or you can't see the way to get to the bridge, or you think you're so deep in the gap that you can't even climb up to get on the other side, or either side. It doesn't matter the side you left or the side you're trying to go to. But that's what a coach is for. And a coach can be a friend, but sometimes you need that communicated in a way, in a specific way. And I'm not saying that other entrepreneurial coaches will know how to do it, but there's a reason why people can say the same thing and it will only resonate with you in a certain voice, in a certain register from a certain person. Because I know what I do know is that with over 100 presentations, many of these presentations are going to have the same flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody is saying it in strawberry, and you don't like strawberry, but somebody else said it in butter pecan, and that's your jam. Then you're going to understand the same concept in butter pecan, and that's fine. Sometimes you need 100 different ways to get to the same thing.
I'm gonna start calling you the analogy queen.
We like it.
Seriously, I absolutely love your analogies.
And she's talking about food when we're hungry.
I know, right? Right?
What was it? Butter pecan?
Yeah.
There was strawberry, butter pecan. Remember, I got it all, but you're right. There's different topics, but there's different flavors. Not everybody's got a like you.
Someone said the previous top 100s, they listened to a bunch of masterclasses and, one particular voice resonated with them. So they heard, and that was the voice that helped them to make a move, right? And it doesn't mean that what anybody else is saying is wrong at all. It just means that some people need to hear a voice from a certain type of person, right?
Exactly. Not everybody's gonna like you.
Everybody's cup of tea, as you say for the people.
It's not even about like. I mean, I write romance and women's fiction. Lord knows, romance is very formulaic. People have their tropes. But guess what? People will read the same trope from different authors because they're getting something different from each of those authors. Nobody is saying, well, we already read a Cinderella story. Like, nobody's saying that. People are like, how are you executing this Cinderella story? I want to read that, how you're doing it. Nobody says, I don't want to read another Enemies to Lovers. They say, oh, how are you doing this Enemies to Lovers?
The analogy.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It took me a while to figure that out. Now, I didn't come out the womb knowing that, but after 20 some odd years, I figured that out. Like, I'll read all of these. I might love some more than others, but that it's the same thing. It's okay if you're a presenter and you hear somebody else giving a talk on the same thing. Don't think, well, it's already been said. I don't need to say it. I'm being redundant. No, you're not. You're going to say it for somebody else who needs to hear it in your register.
Yeah, absolutely love it. And I think this is very relevant to all the women that are listening this week and who will be listening afterwards. It's okay to listen to different workshops, masterclasses that might be similar or have overlap, because the voices are going to be all different and mean different things to you. Savannah, I just want to touch on your journey. You've navigated an extraordinary number of health crises, diagnosis and personal losses while still building your career. At what point did you stop seeing those experiences as interruptions and just start seeing them as a part of your story?
I could lie and say early, but the reason why I'm pausing is because what you said earlier of just I have to keep going. That's kind of how I've been. Sorry, give me a second.
No problem.
That's how I've been operating. But recently, I very recently, knowing what I have survived and what I'm currently going through now, has definitely shown me that this is not just part of the story. In a lot of ways, this had to happen so I could get here.
Yeah.
I get that. And just so many accomplishments that you've got. You hit the USA Today bestseller list and began freelancing, editing for top 5 publishers. Yet you still didn't leave your office job at 35. What was you holding back? And what would you say to someone sitting in that same hesitation as you right now?
I wasn't making enough money. Just because you hit a list doesn't mean you make a lot of money. That's the gag. But I also made the list in a box set. So I had to share that wealth, which was great. I'm happy that I was able to hit the list with I think it was like 20 other authors at the very least. And the special thing about that was apparently it was the first box set of interracial romances independently published that hit the USA Today bestseller list. And when I learned that I did, I was at work incidentally, and I kind of just sat there. I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me. What do you mean my name is on this list? And then I went to the bathroom, and then I called, and it's a private bathroom. I called my sister. Of course, she didn't answer. And then when I finally got her, she was like, okay. I'm like, what do you mean, okay? She's like, haven't you already hit a list? I said, no. She's like, oh, congrats. I'm like, so like my experience of hitting such a milestone was I don't want to say I was ambivalent, but I will say that it did not hit me for a long time that it was a milestone I had hit, primarily because it was not a milestone I was going for, if that makes sense. I was not trying to hit a list. I was just trying to publish books that I thought other people wanted to read. That I hit this milestone that I know a lot of other people kind of built their career around. And then also dealing with a trauma of when I have made achievements in the past, those achievements were not celebrated by my family. And so therefore I learned that it's more of a, okay, you did this thing, what about it? Instead of, girl, you hit a list. That is not a thing that people do often. Like, get it together. And I didn't get that part until maybe a few months later, like when my first book came out and I independently published it and I got the box of books, I just kind of looked at the box like, okay, what am I supposed to do with this now? And I honestly think that I am a Black woman from the United States that comes with a certain historical context. We are not either taught or told that we are allowed to be that girl. And that has been a constant lesson of, girl, own what you have done.
Yes.
It's not just that it's not normal, but like this is, or that, how do I want to say this? It's okay that you did something extraordinary. Not only is it okay, you should celebrate it.
Yes, and with that,
congratulations.
Ladies in the chat, congratulate Savannah.
Yes, the chat. Let's put some emojis. You fully deserve that. I'm proud of you. You should be proud of you, and we definitely. We're going to be showing you your flowers this week because you deserve. You're just beautiful inside and out. You mentioned experiencing burnout at 38, which led you to take the Clifton Strengths Assessment. What did the assessment reveal that you didn't already know about yourself?
There was nothing wrong with me.
That part.
I love how she said that.
I mean, because you're told like this is the way you are successful. This is the way you have to be a leader. This is the way you do this. This is the way you do that. And I'm like, I'm not any of those things. And yet I'm still able to do the things that I've been told I'm not supposed to be able to do. Or the real thing was, this is why I've not been understood growing up. Because my family operates in one way. I did not operate in that way at all. Like one of the talents in Clifton Strengths is competition. My sister has that in her top 10. That for me is like in the bottom third. And so when she would get an A-, I'm like, girl, why are you tripping? It's an A. It's an A. It's an A. It just has a -5, but it's an A. And she's like, it's not an A. It's an A-. Blah, 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 blah. And when I took the test and she took the test and we saw the results, we're like, oh, we were not speaking the same language at all. We were not understanding each other at an innate place of you need competition to have data about where you are and where you need to be. And that is perfectly valid. I don't need that. That is not what I need. And so therefore, if I do well, for me, I've done well. It's the same thing with my uncle would be like, oh, you need to make all A's and what have you, and you need to be in all the top classes, and I would, and somehow I would get in them. And one of my classes was math and calculus, and I'm like, I don't got it. And I kept telling him, and he would be like, well, you just believe that because the stereotypes of girls aren't good at math. I said, no. I said, I'm not good at math. This is not a thing for me. I'm good at English. I'm good at words. I'm not good at math. And I'm okay with that. I need you to be okay with that. Actually, I don't need you to be okay with that. I need you to be okay with that. I'm okay with that.
You know,
and he didn't get it. He could not get it. And I did not know how to explain it to you. And I understand why he thought I needed to be the best at everything, because that's what Black people in this country in particular, you had to be twice as good to be considered average.
Amen.
Which is probably another reason why my perception of accomplishments is skewed. But he finally got it when I graduated and I was third in my class and all this stuff that I didn't particularly super care about, but he did. And it's like, are you happy? Because I'm good. Like, I'm good. I'm good that math is not my thing. It is fine. It does not need to be my thing. The level of math I needed was algebra, so I can know how much I need to earn when I get older. That's all. That's it. I don't need calculus. I don't need integers. I don't need interval. I don't need all that.
Well, you know very well though, Savannah. So maybe you
but it was that, and he hasn't taken the assessment, and he probably won't. But seeing that how I have been operating was how I should have been operating was a confirmation I did not know I needed. and I received it at the right time. And that helped me understand why I was in burnout. And by that, the way that my burnout manifested was I was telling myself I don't want to be an author anymore, which I knew that was not true. But I did not like how the publishing industry, I just did not like how I felt in it. And so taking this test or this assessment showed me, oh, I want people to feel the way I did, as in I have everything I need to accomplish what I want to accomplish. I don't need to change a thing about me. The only thing I need to do is work in alignment with it. And so that means if an expert is telling you, you need to do group coaching because that's how you scale, and inside you're like, but I don't want to do group coaching. That's not where I'm going to be good at it.
If I
You
may
can stand in that and be firm in it and know that their words are valid, but your knowing, again, that instinctive knowing, you don't have any stats or evidence to prove it, but you know inside that's not going to work. You can stand in that firmly and keep going, even though you don't have that gap of, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but you know that you're on the right path.
Exactly. Savannah, one thing I wanted to say, which I think is really important to point out for everybody watching and listening, is multiple times you talked about how you defined success for yourself, how you defined achievement for yourself. You set certain boundaries that said, no, you're not going to define it for me. This is how I view it. And if you view it that way, great. If not, that's on you, not on me. And I think that's really important because a lot of times we get told what measures we should live up to, what standards we should live up to, especially as Black women, what standards we should live up to in order to be considered successful. And a lot of times we get burnt out because we're fighting so hard to get through this whole list of standards rather than defining them for ourselves. So thank you for standing in your own true voice, for being the woman that you are, and sharing that insight with all of us, because I guarantee you there are women out there right now listening to us who have been trying to define success or have been fighting against other people's definitions of success for them. And you just helped all of us to see we can not only define it, we can set it for ourselves. And whether some, as one quote from Tu Wong Fu says, your approval is neither desired nor required. Simple as that.
That part, I love it. That part. And Clifton Strength Finders, for those of you that know who it is, Savannah's going to be dropping a link in after this, and it's something that she can do. And I was even saying to Savannah, I'm going to be definitely redoing it, and I want Nathan, my husband, to do it as well. So make sure you watch out for the link, Savannah. Even if at some point during this you want to drop the link in the chat, please do. At the end, please drop it in. Oh, the mic. I'm being told the mic. Sorry, my voice is usually so loud. I'm not used to having a mic, but yeah. I want you to drop it in the chat. It'll be dropped in the chat at the end. Christian Strengths Finder is sometimes a great way to confirm what you already know. Sometimes you can surprise yourself with your strengths. Like, I remember thinking I had my strengths come back. Is that it? I wanted to be analytical. I wanted to be more intelligent. I couldn't understand that.
She found out she was a creative.
I just didn't get it. I was a creative. I had empathy.
And
I had woo. What the hell's woo? I wanted the more intelligent ones. You know, I couldn't fathom it.
Are you still mad at that?
Yeah.
Could you tell?
But it played out. But I want to move on next, Savannah, as we wrap up for today. Because remember, we got 20 hours. But I want to ask my next question is, after the liver transplant, you said physical recovery came more easier than mental recovery. What does mental recovery actually look like for a high achieving woman who's used to pushing through?
Well, let me back up a bit. So I lost my liver 2 months after I lost my father, and the doctors do not know why my liver failed. So that's the context of where I entered 2024. The first time I actually cried for myself about what had happened to me was when I had to tell a client who was a traditional publisher, one of the top 5 traditional publishers, that I could not do the work that they had hired me to do, because I could not think. And by that I mean I would have a train of thought and then a gap, a literal gap. And whatever I was trying to say or think fell into the gap, and sometimes I'd be able to pull it out, and then sometimes I wouldn't. Other times is at the beginning I knew there was a better word than what I wanted to say, and I couldn't figure it out. And the funnier part was that the word that I had was usually a higher level of vocabulary than the word that I wanted. Mm-hmm. So I would be like, what is it? I can't remember the word that would always come that I wanted to say in particular, but I would be like, this is an SAT word. Why do I know that word and not the simpler word? But I had to go to speech therapy to learn how to, they call it word recall, how to recall words, how to remember how to put sentences together. And my biggest question was, why is my brain failing me when it was my liver that failed? And then in the course of a year, learned that I have MS and I have functional neurological disorder, which basically means my nerves are shot. I cannot hold things. I cannot absorb things. I cannot swallow things the way that I used to. You can hear my speech kind of faltering because I'm having to think more, because what I'm talking about is I'll just say not easy. I'm not sad about it, but it is difficult. And so I can't process things as smoothly as I used to. And I get tired. And what I learned was the mental work that I had been doing was actually more physical than I thought. I get tired quicker the more I have to use my brain, especially in a way that I don't naturally want to do it. So part of why my screen is off is because I've been having shudders, which is another manifestation of the F&D. And one of the big diagnoses with F&D is PTSD, which on one hand is like, duh, you lost liver and you don't know why. But what I have been told is like, no, it's not because you lost the liver. This is PTSD from long ago. You have not been processing things that you should have been processing for most of your life. And I can't remember whose presentation it was, but their presentation was basically saying you need to be healthy in order to do what you need to do. So I was happy to see that because it's true. Working over capacity has been taught to us as a I don't want to say strength, that's not the word I want. A noble quality or something to aspire to.
Yeah.
Yes. Badge of honor. Yeah.
And I lost the liver because of it.
Oh,
wow.
Guys, please listen to that.
It's a reliable brain capacity because of it.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive.
Slipping back into that pattern because I've been in that pattern for 30 years. I can't do that anymore.
But what you did do, Savannah, is you've identified.
I would have tried to be in New York. I would have tried. I would have gotten on a plane. But post having somebody else's liver in me now, I said I cannot do that. You don't have to make a way out of no way. Sometimes there's no way.
And sometimes there's many different routes to the same destination.
Exactly.
I'm a firm believer of that, because what you have done, Savannah, is you've identified 6 common gaps: distraction, exhaustion, confusion, overreaction, indecision, and stagnation. You know, which one do you find most Black female entrepreneurs that you work with struggle the most with, and why? You still serve many other women and help them.
All of them. At the same time. What do you mean? Which one? God, please. All of them. But that's, so I created a quiz to help people identify which one it is at the moment, because it's so easy to say all of it. And it's true, but there's one inevitably that is keeping you in that gap compared to the rest. Like for me right now, my biggest gap is exhaustion. I am tired all the time. And quick on the heels of that is overreaction. I'm anxious all the time. I have anxiety. But right now, the one that I need to handle first is I need to rest. I need to recharge. Yes. So that's why I created the quiz, because it's so easy for all of us to say all of them at the same time. But you have to prioritize in order to take the next step. You can't take all the steps. You can only take one next step.
Right.
Yeah. And that's something, that's our problem as female entrepreneurs. If you could put the link in the chat for the quiz, Savannah, And I hope you're going to be joining us for some more sessions this week and more conversations like this. I just love the way your analogy. I love the way that you look at life, your frankness, your honesty, your vulnerability. And I can see that the clients that you do have and you work with, how much you would be able to help them, give them clarity and close that translation gap. So please do put the link in the chat for the quiz. Savannah's one of the elite circle members. So we're going to get some more slots in Savannah for us this week to be able to continue these conversations. And you're going to be seeing Savannah in the Women in Digital Business community, powered by the House of Loren. I've got the red flag being waved at me for time. But as we go throughout the week, we're going to, Savannah is going to be running some sessions, some office hours. We're going to sort that out, but please do take the quiz. Find out what your translation gap is. And by taking the quiz as well, it will give you access to Savannah. I want to be coached by you, so I'm going to be reached out because your level of honesty is just real. You just can't get better feedback or someone to keep you in check with your honesty, but yet your integrity. So Savannah, I just want to thank you for coming on today. I'm sorry about the time slot that we missed earlier, but I think you've given us all a wake-up call and some really strong messages. I just love your humor. I just love your dedication. I just love you. And I just want to say thank you. And I also want to give you your flowers and recognition for all the great things that you've done. So, well done, Savannah. On a serious note, please do drop the link in the chat, Savannah, if you can, for the quiz. But what we've got coming up now is the rest of the speakers. As you know, it's 20 speakers a day. I can't remember what number we're on, but we've still got many more to come. So make sure you keep tuning and listening in. And Savannah, let me just give it to you to close off for us. You still there, Savannah?
I'm like, did she hear you?
I know you don't. You might not have heard me.
Oh, she went on mute again. So.
Okay, no problem. Savannah went on mute. That is not a problem whatsoever. You're going to be hearing more from Savannah throughout this week. So before the behind the scenes team come and literally drag us out of this podcast room,
I'm here.
Oh, brilliant! You're here.
My computer froze. I'm sorry.
Savannah, if you want to just close us out, that would be absolutely lovely.
How do you want me to do that?
Well, first of all, did you get to put your details into the chat?
Yes. I can't tell if it did what it's supposed to do.
Okay, no problem. Oh, right. Yep, it's in the chat. I've just seen from the engineer, it's in the chat. Okay, that's the main thing I wanted to do to close off. Savannah, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for blessing the stage with us. And the team's going to reach out. You are the Elite Circle member, so just give us your availability tomorrow. We'd love to have more conversations with you every day this week if you're up for it. And just thank you, Savannah. Thank you for being you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Right, that's our day one live. We've had an absolutely incredible day. We're going to be back here first thing tomorrow morning, the Elite Circle with Michelle. Make sure you stay on. You've got a whole load of masterclasses to come. Please remember to make sure you share the link, share the mission. And remember, 2 weeks from now, all this content will be going out with you on demand. So if you've got a ticket, it means you're going to get access to the on-demand version. So just want to say peace. We love you. It's been amazing. And we'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. Had a great day.
Before branding, before stages.
Of Maria Loren. Do you know Marks and Spencer's, don't you?
There was a rhythm. Every woman in this room has a soundtrack. Songs that carried us when nobody was clapping yet. Songs that held us together when things felt uncertain. Songs that reminded us who we were becoming. Over the past few weeks, several of our summit speakers shared the songs that shaped them. Not just their favorites, but the ones that were tied to real moments in their lives. From those stories, we created something special. A living playlist that we are calling She Built This, the the Legacy soundtrack. These songs now live inside the hearth of the House of Lorraine, your women in digital business community, a place where our stories, our journeys, and our voices gather. So during the summit, we are shining a light on the women who contributed their songs and their stories. And we invite all of you to press play, because behind every powerful woman, there is a song that carried her there.